Everything starts in a pet shop, with the customer Huawei completely outraged and accusing the place of being a scam for charging 3 million for a little monster. Lu Yu tries to explain the situation, but the girl immediately fires back, guaranteeing that the slime is worth 3,000 at most and questioning if he even knows how to tame beasts. Unfazed by the criticism, the guy states with all the confidence in the world that this is no ordinary pet. With that, he guarantees that the 3 million is a fair price and that she will certainly be satisfied with the purchase. The customer argues that the creature is only at the awakening level, pointing out that with the same money she could buy something with star-level potential. Hearing the complaint, the MC simply agrees that the girl is absolutely right. However, right after, he warns that his slime is 1 billion times more powerful than any beast of that mentioned level. Explaining further, the manager reveals that the pet has mutated and has the talent to devour, being able to evolve infinitely if given the right resources. Still suspicious of this whole crazy story, Huawei crosses her arms and asks why she should believe his words. Keeping his cool, Lu Yu answers that she will only be sure of the truth if she tests the creature's abilities for herself. Suddenly, a blonde woman enters the shop mocking the situation, thinking it is absurd that the young master of the Lu family stooped so low as to run scams. With a lot of irony, the newcomer pretends to apologize for her words, recalling that the guy was actually kicked out of the family a while ago. Recognizing the girl right away, the MC calls her by Yue and asks what she is doing in his establishment. The ex-girlfriend responds with a sneer that she just came to check up on him, since the boy does not even have the talent to tame beasts. This information catches Huawei off guard, and she is shocked to realize that the manager runs a pet shop without having any talent in the area. Without losing his composure, the guy fires back saying that this lack of talent does not affect his ability to sell good animals in any way. The ex-girlfriend continues with the taunts, stating that someone like him should just accept living as an ordinary person after being tossed aside. Watching all of this, the customer grumbles in annoyance and compares the woman to one of those cruel villains who only appear in anime scripts. Lu Yu, on the other hand, asks Huawei not to listen to the intruder, warning that some people are naturally bitter and it is not worth stooping to their level. Feeling offended, Bai tries to scold the girl and calls her a scammer, but Huawei loses her patience and decides to test the slime right then and there. So the customer grabs a special silver-level treat and hands it directly for the little monster to devour. The slime quickly absorbs the item and begins to glow in front of everyone. With the effect being immediate, the pet begins to undergo a clear evolution and receives a massive power boost. Completely blown away, Huawei notices that the creature's potential jumped to level 9, and it even learned a water-type skill. Seeing that absurd scene, the ex-girlfriend is in shock and murmurs that such a drastic evolution should be impossible. Ignoring the blonde's presence, the customer sighs in relief and comments that it was a great idea not to listen to so much jealous nonsense. Wasting no time, she announces that she will take the little monster, while the manager simply asks if the payment will be in cash or credit. Very excited about the acquisition, the girl hands over a gold card to finalize the $1 million purchase without a second thought. As soon as the sale is completed, the system interface congratulates the MC and rewards him with the max-level Dark Inferno talent. The virtual assistant details that this new skill allows him to boost the growth of Dark-type pets, increasing the potential of all of them. Feeling the new power flowing, Lu Yu clenches his fists and celebrates finally having a tamer talent after so much time. The narrative then goes back 12 years in the past, revealing what happened back when he still lived in his family's main mansion. The MC as a child appears fallen on the floor, asking totally terrified what his aunt was trying to do there. The woman with a cold and calculating look, who is the current leader's wife, answers that her intention was quite obvious for that moment. Without an ounce of pity, she throws in his face that she never would have raised an orphan if it were not for the origin of his powerful dragon-type talent. The villain makes it clear that the boy's only value was the raw power he carried since birth, which she was about to take. Holding the boy's head tightly, the aunt reveals the cruel truth, questioning if he really believed his parents suffered an ordinary accident. She continues with the psychological pressure, stating that the stolen power would help her son get dual talents to revive the clan's legacy. Unable to break free, little Lu Yu cries in extreme agony while his special ability is brutally extracted against his will. Fallen on the floor completely drained and weak, he hears the woman murmur what his fate would be from now on. Already turning her back, the aggressor sentences that, having lost his life force, he could spend the rest of his days living as dead weight. Back in the present, the MC reflects alone, remembering that for a long time he believed he would spend his whole life being useless taking care of the little shop. However, everything changed on his 18th birthday, when he mysteriously awakened the coveted mythical pet system. Through this magical technology, he discovered that he could sell monster cubs and get talents, valuable points, and various other rewards. Analyzing his routine, the guy realized that completing these sales missions would be an absurdly easy task for someone who was already a sales manager. With a determined look, Lu Yu swears to himself that he will pay back double all the humiliation and suffering the clan put him through. The focus returns to the inside of the pet shop, where the ex-girlfriend keeps insisting that she will not let Weiwei be fooled by that act. Losing the rest of his patience, the manager glares at the blonde menacingly and warns that he has tolerated her arrogance for too long. Intimidated by the guy's posture, Bai steps back a bit and threatens to call the authorities if he dares lay a finger on her. But the MC just ignores her and with a very firm tone, tells the girl to get out of his establishment right now. Refusing to leave as a loser, she issues a challenge, demanding that he bring out another mutant pet to prove he is capable. At that exact moment, the assistant floats into view and alerts the guy that he is only one sale short for the week to secure a divine reward. Thinking about the benefits, he materializes a blue sphere and decides to give the annoying girl a chance just to complete his daily mission. From that intense and dark light, a majestic creature emerges, being announced as a grand mutant emperor skeleton. Except when it finishes appearing, the beast is nothing more than a tiny, cute little skeleton that looks confused, scratching its own head. Seeing that harmless little thing, the ex-girlfriend gets totally furious, yelling that she would not fall for such a cheap trick. Holding the tiny pet very calmly, the seller reaffirms that it really is an emperor skeleton. The blonde fires back right away, pointing out that the creature is just a lowest-level necromancy summon and commands zero respect. In response to her criticism, Lu Yu keeps his cool and comments that the talent of that little creature is something that defies the heavens themselves. He details that, as long as the skeleton keeps taking down opponents, its potential can grow boundlessly until it becomes a calamity. The woman refuses to believe a word, telling the guy to shut his mouth because she has never heard of a pet that grows forever. Annoyed by the drama, the customer defends the seller, stating that the blonde has serious issues for doubting the shop's items so much. Trying to calm the situation, Lu Yu tells Weiwei to drop it, since not everyone can recognize true quality. Feeling cornered, Bai accuses both of them of setting her up and grabs her phone, promising to call a real professional right then and there. Quickly, the young woman calls a contact named Manager Yang, demanding that he come to the Westgate establishment urgently. The scene cuts briefly to the outside area of the mythical shop, showing that the activity inside was intense. A few minutes later, the appraiser with glasses arrives at the place holding a box, and immediately asks about the highly talked about high-level slime. Meanwhile, Weiwei continues holding her new blue acquisition very affectionately, showing off the newly acquired level 9 data. Noticing the arrival of her special guest, the blonde waves all excited, calling his attention over near the main counter. The man approaches with the transparent box and presents the little lizard she had ordered, asking if she would make the contract. However, the girl turns down the offer for the moment and calls the professional to take a good look at the MC's product display. In a tone of total arrogance, the ex-girlfriend shows off her own fire monster in the glass, bragging that this was indeed a valuable beast. Yet the appraiser's attention is drawn to the harmless little skeleton trapped in a jar nearby, noticing a peculiar aura around it. Quite intrigued by the creature's energy, Yang activates his visual data scanning skill to investigate its level. The detailed analysis reveals the hidden attributes, and the expert's jaw drops upon discovering the skeleton's infinite evolution talent. Completely blown away by the discovery, the appraiser asks if the little skeleton is for sale, guaranteeing he would pay any price for it. Bai butts into the conversation, finding it absurd that a transcendent-level tamer would want to spend 3 million on such trash. Irritated by her ignorance, Yang tells the ex-girlfriend to stop trusting only her own eyes and focus on the real data, revealing that the creature can become a necromancer emperor. Hearing this absurd revelation, the intruder is in total shock and can barely believe the creature really underwent such a powerful mutation. Seizing the moment, the customer mocks her rival's face, reminding her that she had already warned about the handsome manager's honesty and telling the girl to zip it. With that, the expert turns his attention to the other beast in the place and uses his scanning skill to analyze the blue slime. The data confirms that the little monster also possesses the infinite growth mutation, making it a creature of extreme value. Wasting no time, the appraiser turns to the MC and insists on closing the purchase of the skeleton for the fixed price of 3 million. In his thoughts, the man acknowledges that paying only that amount for a pet with limitless potential is practically getting the creature for free. Maintaining his salesman posture, Lu Yu accepts the offer calmly and thanks the expert for his kindness. Outraged by the situation, the ex-girlfriend accuses the guy of tricking her on purpose, but he quickly fires back saying she brought this on herself by treating others with contempt. Not accepting defeat, Bai arrogantly demands that the MC pull another mutant monster from the stock to sell to her. Very coldly, the seller warns that he does not have any more beasts of that type, and makes it clear he would never sell anything to her anyway. Feeling humiliated, the girl throws in his face that he is just a talentless piece of trash kicked out of his own clan, questioning where all this arrogance comes from. Tired of the taunts, the MC unleashes an imposing aura and announces that he has already gone through his second power awakening. Feeling that scary pressure, the appraiser steps back a bit and deduces that the guy's talent must be at least rank A to generate such an impact. While the customer praises the manager's strength, he decides to keep a low profile and claims to have an S-rank talent, since exposing his max level would attract too much attention. Faced with this display of power, the ex-girlfriend loses her strength and falls to the floor, completely shaken to realize the boy she despised reached such a high level. Watching his rivals fall, Lu Yu comments casually that nothing is impossible in the world of beast tamers. Trying to turn the awkward situation around, Bai changes her tune and hints that his power recovery changes everything between them. With total nerve, she offers the guy a new chance to try and win her over, acting as if she were doing him a huge favor. Having zero patience for this act, the MC cuts the conversation short right away, warning that he has no interest whatsoever and telling her to leave the shop immediately. Furious at being rejected so directly, the girl stomps away, calling the guy a heartless jerk. With the mess finally sorted out, the manager turns to the remaining two customers and politely lets them know that the shop's business hours are coming to an end. Excited about everything that happened, the customer pulls out her phone and asks for the seller's contact for future deals. Agreeing with the idea, the appraiser also holds up his device and asks to be added to the MC's network. Analyzing the situation, the guy realizes that Weiwei studies at the Tamer University and can attract many new buyers to his business. Likewise, he concludes that having an industry contact like the expert will help a lot in closing good business partnerships in the future. Imagining the shop's success, he mentally celebrates the completed sales, knowing that with these new contacts he will no longer have to worry about the system's missions. Satisfied with how things are going, Lu Yu holds out his phone and lets the two customers scan his contact code comfortably. Sometime later, the establishment's metal shutter is closed, ending the busy workday. As soon as the place is empty, the MC stretches in relief, while the virtual assistant congratulates him for completing the rookie mission. Quite eager for the results of his hard work, he asks the artificial intelligence to open the rewards panel immediately. A blue holographic screen appears projecting some monster options, but the guy finds the low amount of available choices weird. The assistant explains that the free beasts are limited, so he decides to access the paid catalog right away to find the best options. Swiping through the interface, the seller analyzes various types of creatures, rejecting some due to their appearance or because they do not match his skills. Trying to help with the choice, the assistant highlights 3 specific dark monsters that could be useful for his new journey. However, the guy refuses a huge 3-headed dog right away, revealing he has trauma from being attacked by a similar animal in his childhood. Changing tactics, the artificial intelligence projects a new selection of darkness-type beasts, highlighting a very peculiar winged creature in the center of the screen. Observing the details of the little monster, the MC immediately realizes it is a beast from the dragon bloodline. Without thinking twice, he confirms the exchange of his 600 accumulated points to acquire the powerful world-destroying demonic dragon. An intense light fills the room and a gigantic dragon emerges imposingly, making the guy question how something that size can be considered just a cub. The assistant reassures the tamer, explaining that monsters of this species are naturally born with a physical build far superior to ordinary creatures. Analyzing the stats of his new acquisition, he is amazed to discover that the creature's initial potential already reaches the impressive level 10 of the sovereign rank. The interface displays an evolution pyramid, explaining that this high potential determines the maximum power limit the beast can achieve throughout its life. Reflecting on the rarity of his prize, the seller remembers that only 3 people in the entire country own monsters of this supreme level, and his first pet is already at that standard. With the beast dominating the shop space, the assistant floats next to the guy and casually asks if he is satisfied with the purchase. Clenching his fists with a lot of excitement, he confirms that the choice was perfect and announces he will establish the bond with the creature right now. A magic circle appears in the air connecting the tamer to his new flying partner, making the contract between the two parties official in an explosion of energy. With the link stabilized, the artificial intelligence reports that the process was a success, and that he can now transfer energy directly to the dragon. Following the instruction, the MC reaches out his hand and activates his newly acquired dark talent to strengthen the beast with a direct infusion of power. The large monster absorbs the entire load of darkened energy, gaining an intimidating glow as its attributes begin to visibly increase. The system immediately congratulates the guy for his effort, confirming that the creature evolved successfully and reached the 10th level of the awakening rank. Despite the rapid evolution, he notices an invisible barrier in the pet's growth and questions why the dragon cannot advance to the next classification. The assistant explains that the tamer's own spiritual space is still too weak, forcing the guy to improve his personal strength before evolving the monster further. Bothered by the lack of space in the shop, he asks if his partner can shrink in size, and the system advises that a mental command is all it takes to make that happen. In a quick cloud of smoke, the fearsome dragon shrinks down to a tiny, docile version, leaving the seller satisfied with the practicality of the transformation. The scene cuts to the university dorm, where the rich customer runs in and calls her roommate to see the new acquisition. Royan greets her in a rush and whispers desperately for her to hide the little slime before anyone else in the room notices. However, the warning comes too late, and Chu Ying steps out from behind a folding screen announcing in a superior tone that she has already seen the little creature. Crossing her arms in an authoritative manner, the senior reminds her peer that they had an agreement about not bringing useless decorative monsters into the dorm. Trying to ease the tension in the room, the defending girl tries to justify her friend's action, arguing that the purchase was not made with bad intentions. Annoyed by the unfair accusation, Weiwei hugs her new mascot and fires back firmly that she did not break any rules, because the creature is far from just being a decoration. With a look of pure mockery, Chu Ying laughs at the situation and questions if the freshman really intends to make a contract with such weak trash. In the background, the other students in the room start gossiping about the scene, thinking it is a huge mistake to waste a rank of talent on such an ordinary pet. Ignoring the murmurs around her, the slime's owner lifts her head proudly and reveals that the little monster is a variant with the ability to devour and grow. The rival dismisses the information right away, calling it all nonsense and stating with conviction that this species of creature never passes the 3rd level of growth. Holding her newest possession tightly, the girl replies saying the contract is already done, and the pet is already at the 9th level of the awakening rank. Worried about her friend, Royan steps closer and suggests she was scammed, warning that throwing resources at this creature will not bring any decent results. Tired of hearing so much criticism and doubt about her choice, Lu Yu's customer places the slime on the table and announces she will prove the truth immediately. Staring down the senior in a challenging way, Weiwei casually asks if the resources spent on the girl's powerful steel wolf exceeded the 2 million mark. Chu Ying confirms the information quite proudly, pointing out that the massive investment was worth it to reach such a high level of power. Prepping her big trick, the freshman materializes a series of floating magic crystals, announcing that those items are worth over 1 million and will be used in the final test. As soon as the resources are released, the little blue monster jumps for joy and begins to absorb each of the glowing fragments with extreme ease. While the senior keeps mocking the waste of money, the other roommates go into shock when they realize the slime handled that massive load of power without any problem. An intense whirlpool of pure water begins to form around the little monster. With the absorption complete, the creature undergoes a direct breakthrough and reaches the 10th level of the awakening rank. Shocked by what she just witnessed, Chu Ying can barely speak upon noticing the beast's absurd power. Next to her, the jealous peer is completely stunned by the sudden breakthrough of that beast she deemed harmless. Very proud of her roommate, Royan warns that the show is not even over yet and tells them to keep watching. At that moment, the slime's aura expands again, indicating that its potential has also increased to the coveted Starry Sky rank. Upset by the situation, the senior murmurs that it should be impossible for such a basic creature to reach such a high classification. Driven by the irritation of being wrong, the girl loses her patience and challenges the freshman to settle the matter outside with a real battle. Already in the outdoor campus area, she points her finger and summons her own beast, ordering it to show what it can do. An intimidating steel wolf appears in the open field, giving off a highly aggressive red energy. Wasting no time, the animal charges full force at the harmless bluish creature, ready to tear the creature apart. But a gigantic water spear hits the wolf dead on, revealing itself to be an incredible transcendent skill fired by the slime. Seeing her partner get crushed with a single blow, the senior cowers in total disbelief. With the impact of the defeat weighing on her pride, she falls to her knees on the ground, unable to process how she lost so easily. Approaching the fallen rival, Weiwei firmly states that this is the true power of the mutant pet that was so underestimated by everyone there. Trying to smooth over the mess, Royan decides to put pride aside and forgives the girl's attitude for the sake of getting along in the dorm. Turning their backs to leave, the freshmen are called out by the rival, begging to know where that powerful little monster was bought. The next day, the commercial street wakes up busy with the operation of that somewhat suspicious business. A guy enters the place arrogantly, questioning since when there was a new pet shop set up in that area. Looking at the reception counter, he spots a creature resembling a dragon and concludes it would be a great gift for his little sister. Pointing directly at the mystical cub, the visitor calls the manager boss and immediately asks what the merchandise's price is. Maintaining his usual politeness, Lu Yu calmly advises that the beast is his contracted partner and is not up for trade. Ignoring the answer, the arrogant customer guarantees that money is not an issue for him and tells the seller to name any price. Since his massive ego was bruised by the shopkeeper's firm new rejection, the guy frowns and murmurs that he will teach him a lesson in respect. Summoning his black-feathered crow in a dark whirlwind, he orders the huge bird to attack the establishment's owner right then. Unfazed by the cowardly threat, the MC just sighs tired of other people's ignorance and calls the invader an idiot. At that exact moment, the little white dragon on the counter awakens its protective fury and releases an overwhelming burst of red energy. Hit head-on by the crushing pressure, the attacking bird is hurled with extreme violence against the dark shelves in the back. Suffering the recoil damage due to the contract's magical link, the invading customer feels awful and stumbles, leaning for support from the shock. Panting and quite scared, the guy can barely process the fact that his best creature was neutralized just with a glare from the cub. Trembling with fear before the pressure, the invading customer realizes that destructive aura belonged to a legendary demonic dragon. With that, he gulps and concludes that provoking such a rare entity was a huge mistake that would cost him dearly if he stayed there. Without a second thought for dignity, the cowardly guy turns his back and flees, desperately running out of the shop as fast as he can. Resting his face on his hand in a tone of pure boredom, Lu Yu laments that annoying morning nuisance's pathetic escape and goes back to resting. A few hours later, the illuminated facade of the city's large affiliated hospital stands out in the calm afternoon. Passing by the medical reception desk, the red-haired runaway complains bitterly about having spent $5 million to heal the internal damage. Distracted by the absurdly high bills, he bumps hard into someone in the hallway and immediately starts cursing the person without really looking. However, the young master of the Luo family questioningly intimidates the guy about who he thinks he is talking to like that. Recognizing Luo Tianyan right away, the defeated customer stammers from pure nerves, wanting to know the reason his older brother is at the hospital. The clan leader answers with clear disdain that he came to personally investigate the failure, who was embarrassing the family name around the city. Desperate to avoid an imminent tragedy, the youngest waves his hands, exaggeratedly trying to convince the oldest to give up any revenge. Finding the cowardice a sick joke, Tianyan sneers, claiming there is no one in the world that his elite cannot face on equal footing. It is then that the redhead terrifiedly confesses to having bumped into an enigmatic tamer who held a contract with a terrible demonic dragon. Upon hearing the exact species of the mentioned monster, the leader's posture of superiority crumbles instantly and he shows profound shock. Quickly reflecting on the political weight of this information, the master acknowledges that someone with this level of calamity had not appeared in society for decades. Changing strategy that very second, Tianyan demands the youngest take him to the exact address where he found this hidden master. Completely hesitant, the fearful redhead warns that perhaps not even all the strength accumulated by the firstborn would be enough against the seller. Furious with his brother's level of stupidity, the leader slaps him hard on the head and yells that the visit's intention is only to beg forgiveness for the previous mistake. Rubbing his sore neck, the assaulted boy lets out an awkward smile of relief, confirming that the family is not going to pick a losing fight. Walking hurriedly through the streets, the master comments that the figures of highest authority reside in the Lu clan and would never hide such a dragon. Even so, he mentally assumes that any individual possessing this calamity must have unbreakable secret ties with the high echelon. Finally arriving in front of the mythical establishment, the troublemaking boy points to the door and advises that the target is right inside. The access opens, revealing Lu Yu with his arms crossed, who stares at the pair of brothers with irony, asking if the troublemaker brought backup for another beating. To the shopkeeper's absolute surprise, Leader Tianyan grabs his own brother by the coat collar and pulls him forward quite violently. Forcing the irresponsible relative to kneel face first on the floor, the oldest bows in an official plea for forgiveness on behalf of his arrogant clan. With the clear intention of smoothing over the situation's hostility, he pulls a luxurious box from his clothes to offer as a peace tribute. Handing over the valuable gift humbly, Tianyan justifies his little brother's blindness and begs for the shop owner's magnanimity. Peeking at the shiny box's contents, a platinum-rank space-taming crystal appears floating before the eyes of those present. Quite intrigued by the unexpected fortune, the MC internally wonders about the true origin of these guys to hand over something so rare like that. With that, he mentally celebrates his lucky strike, since he was facing exactly the problem of not having magical materials to expand his pet's limits. Gladly accepting the generous bribe, the seller softens his expression and verbally guarantees he does not usually hold a grudge over the immature actions of spoiled brats. Looking more calmly at the respectful leader's aura, the MC notices a spiritual change and deduces the guy just awakened a new summoning limit. Impressed by the commercial manager's clinical eye, Tianyan politely confirms that he broke through the magical barriers of fire and secured his third slot recently. Seizing the perfect opportunity to make lucrative deals, Lu Yu points to the dark interior and announces he has the ideal sacred creature to fill that slot. Casually walking over to one of the smaller display cases, he reveals a round little chick and offers the animal for the simple bargain of 3 million credits. The harmless lit-up critter is called a scarlet flame chicken and shares space with a huge sign indicating the scary promotional price. Without the slightest courage to deny any demand from the powerful tamer in front of him, the leader of the Luos accepts the unfair transaction with his head down. Getting close to the oldest's ear, the outraged youngest quickly whispers that they should not be passive throwing the family wealth in the trash like this. Faced with the visible frustration and hesitation of the pair of buyers, the shop owner narrows his gaze and directly questions if they think this is a robbery attempt. Sweating cold from the accusatory tone, Tianyan shakes his hands nervously and confesses to just not understanding the hidden depth in buying an apparently common bird. Then the shopkeeper flashes a confident smile and declares that this golden offer only happened because he sensed a very sincere posture in the clan's plea for forgiveness. Pointing back to the friendly glowing chicken, he reveals the supreme secret that the animal can devour and refine any type of flame to grow infinitely. Completely taken by surprise by the absurd skill mentioned, the buyer widens his eyes, amazed, processing the immeasurable value of a gift like that. Aware of his divine merchandise's perfection, Lu Yu just crosses his arms waiting and proposes that the guy do a small practical test to prove the theory. To clear up all urgent doubts, the young master summons a glacial blue flame in the palm of his hand and calls the chubby chick over for the big magical meal moment. Bringing the blue flame closer to the cage, Tianyan comments in relief that the little animal really does not seem afraid of his special fire. The harmless chick stares at the magic energy up close, without showing the slightest concern about the extreme temperature. Wasting no time, the little creature simply opens its beak and sucks up the whole glacial spell at once. A majestic blue aura in the shape of a phoenix manifests above the cage, revealing the little monster's true hidden power. Totally impressed by the scene, the family leader notes that this is clearly a future Emperor of Flames. Therefore, he and the youngest bow completely to the floor, thanking the blessing and the absurd generosity of the shop owner. Keeping his routine calm, Lu Yu advises that it is just a common pet, and there is no need for so much exaggerated gratitude. Already standing up, the buyer works up the courage and asks if the grand seller has any connection to the influential Lu family. Hearing that clan's name brings up terrible memories, and a heavy mood takes over the room instantly. The MC answers coldly and directly that he has not had any ties with those people for a long time. Noticing the drastic change in tone, Tianyan deduces that the expert hides a great grudge against that group. Then right outside the business, the brothers say goodbye with all possible respect and leave relieved. With the shop finally empty, the seller takes his new taming crystal, excited to test the item's perks. He activates his magic creation space, and the environment around him transforms into a huge illuminated virtual hall. The artificial intelligence announces that the place expanded to 100,000 square meters and reached the coveted transcendent level. Turning his attention back to his main partner, the tamer lets the large dragon know that the time has come for it to truly evolve. The imposing scaly beast lets out a powerful roar while absorbing the massive energy unlocked by the space around it. With this major breakthrough, the creature reaches the transcendent level and awakens a new soul capable of subjugating beings of the same bloodline. The system's stats confirm the gain of absurd attributes and the complete enhancement of the monster's strength. Satisfied with the training's result, Lu Yu looks up and guarantees his partner that very soon they will eat quality meat. The next day, the mythical shop's quiet facade wakes up peaceful under the clear morning light in the city. Answering a call at the counter, the manager talks with the appraiser who bought the mutant skeleton the day before. Elsewhere, the customer Weiwei appears in the dorm petting her blue slime that evolved incredibly fast. The expert reports over the phone that the girl got so attached that she will not let go of the little monster for anything in the world. With that, the man reveals that he closed the doors of his own business just to dedicate himself to the intensive training of his new acquisition. In a noisy industrial environment, the little skeleton frantically chases after the chickens holding a cleaver. The customer watches the scene very proud, noting that in just a few days the pet has already reached the third transcendent level just working there. Near the appraiser, the slaughterhouse employees talk scared about the surreal speed of the mysterious helper. The workers incredulously report that the bony creature relentlessly slaughtered more than 100,000 birds in just 2 straight days. One of the workers approaches the man with glasses and asks if it is not a huge waste to use such a strong beast for manual labor. The appraiser just adjusts his glasses with an air of superiority and answers naturally that he is preparing to deal with bigger targets. Thus, he shows off a gold certificate that grants free access to slaughter warehouses focused on aggressive high-standard beasts. The man plans to take his creature to face giant tigers and bears as soon as possible using this official permit. This way, the skeleton will keep accumulating infinite strength until it surpasses normal classifications and becomes a combat legend. Reading the message with the crazy plans, the MC cannot hold back his laughter, thinking it is all very unusual. He acknowledges that using a commercial slaughterhouse to exploit the infinite growth talent was a totally genius strategy. Thinking about the long-term results, the guy calculates that at this rate the little monster will reach solar levels in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a new message notification pops up on the device's screen, drawing his attention back to business. Master Tianyan lets him know he sent his little sister and an escort to visit the establishment to look closely at the stock. Excited about the opportunity to cash in, the seller replies right away, ensuring the guests will be received with priority. He puts his phone away quite thrilled, celebrating that he will finally have customer traffic to get the week's cash flowing. A short time later, the shop door opens and a young guy in a suit walks in, looking around the place with a lot of disdain. Accompanied by a girl, the new visitor evaluates the place, finding the facilities very simple and looking abandoned. Completely disappointed, the guy complains loudly, asking what a shop this week could have hidden there that is any good. The guy in the suit grumbles that he only agreed to the visit because the respected leader Luo swore that dump had the best creatures on the market. Without losing the required over-the-counter politeness, the shop owner comments that his main focus is not always luxury goods. The visitor snaps back quite arrogantly, mocking the shopkeeper for thinking he is important in a tiny space like that. But the MC interrupts the complaint show right away and announces he will display a product to expand the rookie's horizons. He snaps his fingers, ignoring the other's rudeness, and materializes a new beast right in the main counter's K. The manager calmly points to the newly summoned creature and asks what the dissatisfied customer thinks of that simple option. Looking inside the small magic prison, the guy in the suit gets confused when faced with a green, harmless goblin standing there. Quite offended by the offer, the guy accuses the seller of treating him like a fool for trying to push a basic-level creature. The visitor raises his voice, demanding to know how someone has the nerve to label that as a high-standard pet. Full of himself, the young man crosses his arms and tries to impose fear using the heavy weight of the Jiang family name in society. He says it was a waste of time stepping into the place and calls the guy a loser, swearing the establishment will go bankrupt in 3 days. Unfazed by the dramatic threats, the MC murmurs the boy's clan surname, trying to remember if he knows their reputation. While the scene unfolds, the colorful-haired girl accompanying the loud customer just watches the shopkeeper's posture in silence. The stubborn visitor lifts his chin, demanding absolute respect for being from such a prestigious bloodline in the Magic City. But upon noticing the seller's unshakable serenity, the suited guy's courage starts to fade and he breaks a cold sweat, feeling he messed up. The fearful guy thinks quickly and panics at the possibility that place is a secret investment of the powerful Luos. The nervousness hits harder when remembering that his own family's businesses depend entirely on the financial support of that elite. Fearing he offended someone untouchable and doomed his future, the boy loses all his previous arrogant pose. In a desperate move, he drops to his knees on the floor, thinking he dug his clan's ruin with so many consecutive insults. The young companion ignores her friend's humiliation and introduces herself amicably as Jingjing, the little sister sent by Tianyan. The tamer flashes a kind smile, thanking the girl for her politeness and handling the shameful situation quite naturally. Despite being calm on the outside, he grinds his teeth internally, worried about his own revenue that he needs to secure soon. The guy is aware that the goblin cannot be returned to the system, and losing the sale would leave him without funds to evolve his dragon. Still lying on the floor, the visitor notices the manager's tense expression and falls into even greater despair, thinking he was not forgiven. The coward incorrectly deduces that the upset comes from the cancellation of the sale imposed just moments before. Willing to erase his imaginary mistake, the young man jumps up and swears out loud that he will buy the little green monster immediately. Surprised by the impulsive action, Tianyan's sister raises her eyebrows, questioning her shopping buddy's flawed reasoning. She turns her face in outrage, wanting to know how he dares accept the deal without even trying to understand the beast's basic details. Sensing a chance to regain prestige, the guy in the suit fakes maturity, guaranteeing he completely trusts the reputable manager's talent. Hiding the immense relief he felt in his chest, the MC coughs lightly, disguising his joy at not taking a loss this time. With the negotiation money practically in his hands, the seller leans on the counter and promises to give a thorough introduction of the Grand Goblin. The manager starts the explanation, assuring that the little green creature has the capacity to acquire aptitude and strength simply by breeding infinitely. Maintaining sales confidence, he details that the stronger the little monster itself is, the higher the chance of generating high-quality offspring. Faced with this genius, the suited guy deduces, amazed that this reproduction cycle would create an absurdly powerful race in a very short time. With this bombshell information on the table, the guy can barely believe he almost passed up a beast so valuable, sent by the heavens themselves. Desperate to secure the deal of his life, the customer leans on the counter and begs the tamer to sell the creature to the Luo family no matter what. In a tone of pure admiration and greed, he comments that the three major tamer families only reach the top of power exactly because they rely on the rare giant dragon species. Evaluating the creature's great potential, the suited guy states that this breeding capacity goes head-to-head with that of the dragons and will ensure his clan's immediate rise. Not letting himself be swayed by the other's emotion, Lu Yu asks with the utmost calmness if it really makes any difference who that magical merchandise will be delivered to. Even so, the manager agrees to the sale and advises that the new owner will need to close the contract with the goblin on the spot, asking if they already have a suitable candidate. Imagining the whole absurd situation, Jingjing thinks of a pretty girl next to that completely ugly creature and finds the visual too weird to face on a daily basis. Rushing to close the deal without losing the opportunity, the customer tells the seller he has already picked the perfect person to sign the bond with the little green monster. To justify his choice, he reveals that the candidate is the former clan leader's illegitimate child, whose mother met a terrible fate at the hands of the official wife. With that, the guy claims to have been solely responsible for giving this isolated boy a chance to return to the family, being absolutely sure he would never face betrayal from him. Caught off guard by all that heavy high society gossip, the tamer feels uncomfortable and wonders internally if he should be listening to this kind of dark secret. As a response to so much sudden exposure, the MC adopts a mysterious tone and asks out loud if revealing such a delicate matter in front of him has some hidden agenda. Realizing the massive mistake he made by talking too much, the suited customer freezes in place under leader Tianyan's withering glare. Desperate to try to fix the situation, he starts feeling around the air, pretending he went completely blind all of a sudden. In an act of pure pathetic acting, the guy covers his ears, murmuring that he has now become a useless deaf person, while the redhead coldly evaluates whether he should end him right there. Getting close to the boy with a threatening presence, the clan master orders him to treat today's shame as a little lesson. With a quite intimidating posture, the leader tells the subordinate to go back home and watch his own tongue, guaranteeing the worst will happen if he hears any rumors on the streets. Trembling with fear from the pressure, the guy in the suit covers his mouth and hurriedly swears he got the message perfectly, promising to act like a true mute from that moment on. Faced with all this bizarre theater, Lu Yu just calmly reflects that the visitor had quick enough thinking to manage to save his own skin from danger. With this tension in the room resolved, Jingjing pulls her brother's sleeve, complaining that the family already secured the goblin contract, but she ended up totally left out of the deal. Quite pouty about the unfair split, the girl crosses her arms and demands to get an incredibly strong mascot for herself too. To calm the young woman's anxiety, the redhead guarantees that the establishment's manager will certainly find a more suitable beast, pointing out that the little green monster is no big deal next to the real stock. Excited by the promise, the customer regains her energy right away and asks, impressed, if there really are even more powerful creatures hidden in that place. Shifting focus quickly, she turns her back to her relative and approaches the MC in a very friendly tone to start her own round of shopping. Already with a friendly and excited smile, the young woman asks if the seller keeps in his shop any mystical animal that is the perfect fit for her profile. Showing off a freezing aura at her fingertips, Jingjing reveals she possesses the rank a taming talent called Soul of Ice, demanding a cub of that element that is as absurd as her brother's flame chicken. Showing no concern for the customer's high level of demand, the shop owner just crosses his arms and confirms the beast's availability with all the confidence in the world. The MC snaps his fingers, materializing a golden prison nearby, firmly stating that option will be incredibly suitable for the customer. Right away, a beautiful white fox with icy features appears trapped in the cage, enchanting the girl immediately. Holding the luxurious structure, the pigtail-wearing young woman lets out a sigh of delight at the creature's cuteness, asking if the animal also refines exotic ice, just like the chicken does with fire. Praising the young woman's sharp reasoning, the tamer flashes a smile and guarantees the pet, indeed, has the ability to devour glacial energies to endlessly expand its own strength. Very excited by the information, Tianyan's sister raises her hand and creates a massive sphere of frozen energy to prove the claims once and for all. The colorful-haired customer brings the orb closer to the cage, and the fox lets out a friendly sound, totally ready to taste the icy meal. The little animal absorbs everything in an instant, gaining a bluish tint on its white fur as it refines the raw power of the summoner's powerful soul of ice. Completely dazzled by the product's exceptional quality, the buyer clenches her fists in ecstasy and asks if the marvel costs 10, 20, or even 100 million. Keeping up his fixed-price promotion to guarantee a quick profit, Lu Yu replies amicably that this lethal cutie will cost the usual 3 million. Satisfied with the excellent results of the visit, the redhead bows, formally confirming the full transfer of 6 million while thanking the manager for all his generosity. Very glad for another big commercial success in the week, the guy waves his hand, dismissing so much formality, and advises that the clan will always be very welcome there. But in the middle of this pleasant farewell mood, the mystical dragon cub appears, letting out a loud warning roar on top of one of the back shelves. The shopkeeper looks at the little monster, finding the sudden behavior change strange, and immediately suspects the root of this problem comes from outside. The narrative quickly focuses on the business exterior, showing the locked glass doors in a silent atmosphere in the middle of the day. Internally, the manager recognizes the hidden murderous intent, and murmurs that only a giant draconic aura would be capable of provoking his creature and trying to hide like this. Casting a challenging look toward the street, Lu Yu gets the silent message and wonders to himself if that bunch of cowards from the main clan finally lost their patience for good. With that, the scene shifts to the vast and sunny high-class mansion that belongs exactly to the hated Lu family. Resting peacefully in the clan's gardens, the large red dragon of past generations exudes authority under the morning sun. On an elegant upper balcony of the mansion, the MC's aunt receives a henchman who seeks her out to report secret information. In a harsh tone, she holds the steaming cup and murmurs, remembering that she had ordered absolute surveillance on the steps of that discarded bastard of a nephew of hers. The villain complains about the long delay in getting useful results, besides demanding the money that was supposedly hidden by the guy's late parents before all that happened in the past. With a completely blank and unscrupulous look, the woman questioningly intimidates how it is possible they have not found the slightest trace of the treasure after investigating for so many years. Unable to give happy answers, the long-coated spy respectfully kneels before his boss, asking permission to share the scary news he brought. In a tone of high urgency, the subordinate reveals that Lu Yu defied all odds and not only reawakened the taming gift, but also signed a contract with a rare species of dark dragon. Shock takes over the woman that very second, and she stands up from the chair, almost knocking everything over as she processes that her former victim overcame the cruel punishment from back then. Infuriated by the unexpected revelation, she rants loudly, wanting to understand what kind of cursed miracle returned abilities to someone who had their entire talent fully extracted in childhood. Surrounded by a dark and manipulative aura, the wicked woman tosses the past aside and cruelly decrees that the threat must be completely wiped from existence before it gets stronger. Catching the subtext of the dark orders and the coldness in her eyes well, the henchman lowers his head devotedly and murmurs he will put an end to this problem as fast as possible. The narrative cuts back to the MC's modest shop, where the system's robotic assistant appears to break the tension, congratulating him for a new commercial achievement. Displaying her data on a futuristic hologram, the artificial intelligence blinks happily, advising that hitting the 5-sale goal earned him a rare divine talent guaranteed in the celestial lottery. Staring at the floating blue screen in front of him, the guy hears the system asking if he wishes to claim the millionaire reward racked up by his completed sales. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, the shopkeeper processes the information and smiles excitedly for having gotten his second mythical talent in such a short time, thinking it is all a crazy twist of fate. Without hesitating even a second longer, he moves forward and confirms his choice to claim by clicking the shiny holographic button blinking on his perk screen. Almost instantly, a majestic purple aura wraps around the seller's body, while the artificial intelligence floats around, celebrating the success of awakening the destructive celestial flames. Just from the pure intensity of the thermal pressure released by the tamer in the room, the little sister cannot handle the invisible weight and falls to the floor, scared, feeling a terrifying energy. Noticing that sudden heat filling the room's air, The red-haired leader of the Luo family concludes mentally that this mysterious guy must have accidentally activated some absurdly strong fire element magic. Analyzing the brutality of that invisible pressure felt by everyone, the customer assesses it is almost impossible for someone in Class S to generate such a dense impact on the atmosphere just by standing in the place. Showing off a scary purple aura at the sales counter, the MC seems completely wrapped up in the newly awakened magic and immersed in his own powerful thoughts about his dark heritage. Faced with the suffocating spiritual dominance, the respectful leader also collapses on the floor, unable to stay on his feet, drawing Lu Yu's attention, who asks with total weirdness why those people are on their knees on the floor. Very nervous and sweating cold under the guy's thermal influence, the master gets up fast, disguising the pathetic situation, saying with a shaky voice that his legs just gave out and it was no big deal. Determined to escape as fast as possible before a tragedy happens with all that magical lack of control, the customer formally puts his hands together asking to be excused and says they have bothered enough for today. Contrary to his older brother's widespread terror, the little girl insists on staying glued to the spot stubbornly, begging to stay just a little bit longer next to the new white fox. However, having zero patience for childhood drama at this moment, Tianyan forcefully pulls the youngest and orders her to stop that nonsense and hurry back to the clan's safety. With the wealthy family finally rushing out with their precious merchandise, the mythical shop's glass doors go back to being totally calm during the peaceful afternoon. Yet the neighborhood's silence is abruptly cut by a huge green dragon descending, tearing through the air and bringing the mansion's henchman on its back, who demands in loud screams that the MC come to the door and accept his terrible. Facing the henchman at the shop's door, Lu Yu advises with total calmness that the invader just picked the worst possible path for his own life. On top of his flying beast, the envoy retorts that the clan made a huge mistake by taking pity on the boy in the past. Unfazed by the threat, the MC makes it clear that he only survived to this day precisely to get his revenge against them. With that, the guy's memory goes back to that rainy and traumatic night on the main family's estate. At that time, the boy pleaded kneeling on the rug for his relative not to allow his precious talent to be extracted. However, the man in the suit responds with absurd hostility, kicking the nephew away without an ounce of empathy. Pointing at the fallen child, the aggressor states that he should feel very honored to sacrifice his power for the clan's sake. Totally desperate over the situation, little Lu Yu cries in agony, refusing that terrible fate. Ignoring the boy's suffering, the uncle simply steps hard on his head to force his submission. Watching everything from her luxurious chair, the MC's aunt appears on the scene, mockingly questioning if anyone had given the boy permission to leave. Even pinned to the floor, the boy tries to defend what is rightfully his, yelling that no one should steal his innate ability. Pressuring the defenseless boy even more, the cowardly relative coldly warns that this decision was never in his hands. Drinking her tea calmly, the wicked woman orders the job to start at once and be done as cleanly as possible. Receiving the direct order from his boss, the man flashes an evil smile and confirms he will start the painful extraction process. Without any mercy, he applies crushing pressure against the boy, causing indescribable trauma to his nephew. Enduring all that absurd violence, the child cries profusely, begging for the nightmare to stop already. Bothered by the crying, the aggressor complains that the boy makes too much noise and that it was already annoying him deeply. Following that, the extreme cries of agony from the little tamer echo through the dark, early morning of the grand mansion. Back in the present, the flying attacker reveals himself as the very uncle from the past, mocking the fact that the guy got his magic powers back. Maintaining his usual arrogance, the man throws in his face that the shopkeeper is challenging the full weight of the main family all by himself. Completely irritated by his nephew's lack of fear, he calls the boy useless for daring to act so confidently in the face of danger. Sensing the hostility directed at its master, the little mystical partner steps forward and lets out a warning roar against the invader. Observing the little creature, the man lets out an ironic laugh, surprised to see the discarded young man managed a contract with a beast of that species. Evaluating the situation from above, the opponent notes the creature's tiny size and concludes the animal is still just a weak cub forced to fight. With that, the invader points to himself, guaranteeing that the MC's mascot couldn't even handle a basic attack from his own beast. Wanting to finish the matter quickly, the uncle commands his flying creature to fire a devastating blast of wind. Immediately, the huge green dragon opens its mouth and launches an extremely dangerous spell at the shop's facade. Despite the imminent danger, the seller and his partner stand still in the same spot without showing any concern for defense. The attack hits the ground pretty hard, but the gale simply dissipates around them without causing the slightest scratch. Watching his magic strike fail, the aggressor gets confused, since he completely trusted the high power level of his own monster. At that moment, the little dark dragon starts giving off an intense red energy, leaving the opponent completely in disbelief at what he sees. A gigantic and scary silhouette of the creature's true form projects imposingly behind the MC. Staring at his relative with a cold and piercing look, Lu Yu asks if that weak little breeze was all the Grand Master had to offer. Bringing his beast's real power to light, the guy decrees that the enemy's attitude definitively sealed his sad end right then and there. Unleashing all its stored fury, the majestic demonic dragon lets out a roar that makes the environment shake entirely. Sweating cold before that crushing pressure, the uncle gulps, trying to understand what kind of scary freak that was. Seeing his own mascot step back in fear, the invader tries to convince himself that his beast's max classification would guarantee victory anyway. But the commercial manager soon warns that a simple wind dragon is not even good enough to be his dark partner's afternoon snack. To crush any enemy hope, the MC raises his hand and summons his powerful field dominance skill. The expansion spell is activated instantly, trapping the green beast in a closed and extremely oppressive space. Completely shocked by the advanced technique, the aggressor panics seeing such a rare imprisonment magic being used against him. Thinking fast, the man finally realizes the terrible truth and notices he is dealing with the legendary bloodline of world destroyers. Flashing a confident smile, the shopkeeper confirms the enemy's suspicion, pointing out his massive bad luck in that direct clash. Raising the fight's tension even more, the guy details that his mystical creature feeds exactly on inferior beings of that same species. Wasting no more time chatting, Lu Yu's scaly partner fires a beam of pure destructive energy that rushes to hit the target dead on. The strike's impact generates a light wave so strong that the invader can barely process the speed of the overwhelming offensive. Hit directly by the scorching magic on its wings, the wind dragon suffers immense damage and starts losing its strength rapidly. Unable to keep gliding in the air, the big green monster plummets in free fall toward the commercial street ground. The beast crashes against the asphalt with extreme violence, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and destruction across the whole area. Thrown to the ground after the brutal fall, the suited man stares at his nephew from afar, unable to accept such a quick and humiliating defeat. Completely terrified and hurt from the impact, he starts crawling pathetically, trying to escape that real nightmare. However, his desperate escape attempt is cut short when the MC steps firmly on top of his injured hand. Looking down at the defeated man, the young master returns the past taunt, asking how it feels to be stepped on by someone he considered trash. Pressing his shoe against the aggressor even harder, the seller confesses he spent years waiting for the exact moment he would do that. Totally cornered, the uncle cries miserably, begging for mercy in the name of the fake affection he claimed to have for the child back in the mansion days. Hearing that disgusting lie makes the tamer's blood boil with revulsion instantly, questioning the phoniness of that supposed care. Pulling the cowardly man by the collar of his stained shirt, the guy demands quite aggressively that he watch the following scene very closely. Right there in front, the grand dark dragon sinks its teeth into the fallen monster's neck to finish the combat between the beasts. Without any hesitation, the MC's ruthless creature completely devours the vital energy of the defeated opponent. After finishing its magical meal on the street, Lu Yu's imposing partner lets out a howl of victory, feeling all of its power drastically increase. Watching the sad end of his precious winged mascot, the aggressor screams in total despair over the irreparable loss of his greatest source of strength. Realizing he would be the next target of his nephew's fury, the man falls to his knees, crying, swearing to do anything to keep breathing. Observing the submissive posture of the one who tormented him for so long, the seller questions the ridiculous request with plenty of irony in his voice. But the guy's dark and calculating look makes it clear that there is no room whatsoever for forgiveness in his heart after everything he suffered. Turning his back on the mess for good, the tamer coldly sentences that his relative should seek repentance in the underworld. Answering its master's silent command, the huge beast stomps hard on the man's body to end the problem. With the clash finally settled in his favor, the MC pets his partner's snout, praising the excellent job it did defending the shop. With that, the holographic virtual assistant floats into the room to congratulate the guy on the major victory against the dangerous enemy from the main clan. Through a comforting blue light, the artificial intelligence sends directly to the user a red star rank magical reward. Holding the shiny prize in his hands, he notices he received a very rare demonic heart that carries absurd and mystical power inside it. Reading the floating system screen next to him, the shopkeeper discovers the valuable item serves to raise the skills of dark monsters to the max level. After handing over the high-quality resource, the virtual girl smiles kindly, advising there are still more surprises waiting for him on the panel. She details quite excitedly that the point balance reached 900, allowing the highly anticipated unlocking of his second contract slot. This great news brings a smile of pure satisfaction to the seller, who already starts imagining the infinite possibilities of building his divine team. Summoning his newly discovered purple flame in the palm of his hand, he firmly decides the next partner must perfectly match this absolute celestial fire. Excited by the chance to get a new partner, the tamer wastes no time and picks his next beast. He reaches out to the system interface and clicks the button to claim his big reward. A magic portal opens in the middle of the shop, releasing an intense spiraling energy with bright purple tones. From that dimensional rift emerges a majestic and flying creature completely surrounded by celestial flames. Looking at the imposing emperor bird of purple flames, the MC is amazed by his new acquisition. The guy notices the monster's attributes are absurdly high and gets thrilled with so much raw strength. After all, the beast was born already reaching the impressive mark of the first level in the sacred spirit rank. Comparing power, the manager remembers that the great guardian dragon of the whole country is also exactly on that same magical tier. Thinking further, he recalls there are only 6 sacred rank divine beasts protecting the world right now. With his purple flame in hand, the seller is sure his new pet will easily surpass the national guardian when it reaches maturity. Satisfied with the infinite potential, Lu Yu activates his linking spell and begins the contract process with the divine bird. The mystical bird lets out a loud song of acceptance, while the magic stabilizes around its glowing body. Right after, the tamer channels his energy to shrink the huge size of his newest ally. Now with the little guy fitting comfortably on his shoulder, he comments relieved that this makes it much more practical for everyday life. Having 2 extremely powerful partners by his side, the young man feels his revenge against the Lu family is getting closer. Noticing his first partner's agitation, the guy turns to the dark dragon and tries to calm the situation. In a casual tone, he asks the huge beast to stop feeling jealous of the space's new resident. To resolve the drama, the shopkeeper promises to raise the reptile's bloodline potential as soon as he closes the week's final sale. With that, the little flame bird lets out a happy chirp, wanting to interact with its big team companion. The mystical bird takes flight from the tamer's shoulder and heads toward the scaly beast without a single drop of fear. The bird lands gracefully very close to the shadow monster's intimidating face. The 2 partners stare at each other for a brief moment, in an atmosphere of pure friendly curiosity. Suddenly, the huge dark partner is totally hooked by the extreme cuteness of that feathered little creature. Melted by the bird's charm, the great world destroyer adopts an adorable posture quite different from its fierce nature. Watching this unusual scene, the manager sighs amused, noting that even a cruel monster can lose itself over a pretty face. To focus on what really matters, he calls the reptile's attention, announcing he saved a special gift for the moment. Showing the demonic heart he got from the system, the guy guarantees this item will make the beast advance to the first sacred level. Completely pumped for the chance to get stronger, the dragon steps forward with an open mouth to receive the prize. Without even chewing, the greedy monster swallows the mystical item all at once. However, a few seconds later, the creature starts to shake, showing something did not sit well in its stomach. Worried about the reaction, the tamer advises the beast should have taken it easy because the prize carries a very dense dark char. The creature grumbles in discomfort, while its master points out that eating too fast always causes indigestion. Keeping his calm, the guy approaches his creature and promises to help stabilize all that raw power. Concentrating his own aura, the MC activates the special spiritual energy refinement technique to assist in the process. Wrapped in its owner's purifying magic, the imposing scaly monster lets out a roar as it safely absorbs the essence. Upon finishing the magic support, Lu Yu announces the path is clear and the energy can now be fully assimilated. With a powerful boom, the beast finishes its evolution and releases an absurd pressure into the room. In this moment of triumph, the virtual assistant floats next to the guy to congratulate him on the achievement. The holographic girl confirms the absorption was an absolute success, and the partner's skills have been upgraded. Now holding the title of Red Star rank Evil Demonic Dragon, the creature shows off a new look that is even more threatening and imposing. Back in its tiny form, the little beast flies proudly and demands the purple bird revere it for being invincible. Giving off somewhat exaggerated confidence, the little beast puffs its chest thinking it owns the world. But right after, the entitled reptile turns to its master and asks for a little more of that delicious snack. Not knowing what to say to the creature's gluttony, the shopkeeper mentally complains that that heart is an extremely rare treasure and not just regular pet food. Already recovered from his internal confusion, the manager goes back to his usual relaxed posture to plan the next steps in silence. Noticing the mess left by the fight outside, the MC grumbles, annoyed about having to clean up all that clutter. Not wanting to get his hands dirty, he grabs his phone and calls his contacts, asking them to send someone to fix the sidewalk. Shortly after, the scent crew arrives at the place, agreeing that the front of the establishment really was left in a deplorable state. Analyzing the puddles and marks on the asphalt, the clan's subordinates start investigating what exactly went down there on the street. Leader Tianyan also shows up and is completely shocked when assessing the gravity of the situation. Kneeling near the red mark, the redhead deduces from the wind traces that the clash involved a dangerous gale dragon. Putting the facts together, he concludes that only the hated Lu family has the ability to make contracts with this specific species. Looking at the quiet little shop from afar, the master recognizes that the masked seller decimated the enemy forces in a totally one-sided battle. Understanding the tamer is on a level way beyond imaginable, the guy tells his employees to leave everything shining perfectly. With the quick and efficient service, the commercial street soon goes back to its clean and peaceful look from before. The narrative then cuts to the imposing and luxurious mansion of the influential Luo family under the clear sky. As soon as the leader returns to his home, a servant runs up desperately advising that the young master is losing her patience. Walking through the gardens, the redhead is surprised by his little sister who comes up screaming and calling him crazy. Pointing her finger full of indignation, Jingjing accuses the older brother of having diverted all the clan's resources just to invest in breeding that green monster. She continues the lecture warning that the success rate of this breeding is very low and that the family's gamble is an extreme risk. Trying to justify his decision, the older brother argues that that special goblin has the potential to create a true army for them. With a lot of conviction, he states that the day the creature takes the top spot, its bloodline will form the most solid foundation for the Luo clan. Still quite upset with the situation, the girl crosses her arms and retorts that her relative cannot just ignore the growth of her little fox. To calm the revolt, Tianyan rubs the young woman's head and guarantees he has already set aside the best materials on the market to strengthen both of their beasts. At that moment, an employee approaches carrying an elegant briefcase and announces the delivery of the items ordered by the master. Very excited by the news, Jingjing runs to the woman demanding to take a look at the box's mysterious contents. Opening the lid, the customer faces a collection of extremely valuable magic stones and praises her brother's great generosity. Drooling over the pure elemental crystals she saw inside, the youngest dramatically declares she wants to be born into the same family in her next life. However, the redhead quickly cuts his sister's joy short, telling her to be careful, because all of that is a huge gift dedicated to the shop's manager. Completely outraged by the revelation, the girl questions the injustice of being used as an errand girl to deliver a treasure she will not get to enjoy. The scene then shifts to the mythical shop's facade on a very sunny day. Standing at the door with the briefcase in her hands, Jingjing reflects on her relative's smartness in keeping a good relationship with the grand seller. Holding the package protectively, she realizes that handing over such rare riches on a silver platter is a formidable sacrifice. In her memory, the leader's speech echoes, remembering that without the tamer's providential help, he would be stuck in the same magic classification forever. Driven by a renewed ambition, the red-haired master concludes with a sharp look that his new beast will take him directly to the coveted supreme rank. With that, Jingjing stands in front of the business and thinks that if she builds a good relationship with the manager, maybe she can reach the dreamed supreme rank in the future. The customer opens the glass door all excited and immediately announces she has arrived. Holding a luxurious box, she offers the rare mystic fire and ice crystals as a small token of gratitude from the Luo family. The MC is surprised by the gift, remembering that her brother helped clean the street the day before and he did not even have time to say thanks. But the young woman guarantees it was no trouble at all, since the monsters sold by him increase the tamer's talent and are worth much more than those items. Hearing this, Lu Yu reflects internally, admiring that his system's beasts have such an incredible effect. Without ceremony, the guy gladly accepts the box and warns he will not turn down an offer like that. Satisfied with the delivery, Jingjing waves goodbye and tells the manager to let them know if he needs anything else. As soon as he is alone, the seller pulls the valuable red crystal out of the briefcase. Analyzing the magic item, he concludes that this stone's raw energy will be perfect to feed his emperor bird. With that, the tamer activates his skill and summons the little divine bird in the middle of the shop. Bringing the glowing stone closer, he offers the crystal for the cub to taste. The feathered little monster quickly absorbs the item's energy quite happily. Watching the process, Lu Yu is impressed to notice the creature managed to level up instantly. The mystical bird releases an intense light throughout the entire room while going through a clear evolution. The virtual assistant appears right after congratulating the guy on his partner's multiple level jump. The holographic panel confirms the beast grasped a red star rank skill and massively increased its flame power. Looking at the bird's grand and majestic form, the shopkeeper realizes a monster redeemed with points is way stronger than a free one. The scene cuts to the quiet hallways of the Magic City's Tamer University. Inside a classroom, Professor Liu tells the students that in her class raw strength is the only thing that matters. Holding a pointer, she introduces herself as a level 4 tamer and asks who has confidence in their own ability. Keeping a firm stance, the woman invites a volunteer to come up to the stage and help with the practical demonstration. Several boys desperately raise their hands, clamoring to be picked and bragging about their awakening levels. However, the instructor calmly warns that being the volunteer means participating in a real combat against her. Hearing the dangerous condition, the students step back right away and look away, totally intimidated. With no volunteers, the professor points directly at Royan, catching the student completely by surprise. Watching the situation from afar, Yan Xiaopeng gives an evil smile. Some students start gossiping, commenting that the chosen girl only has a support-focused talent. They also point out that her opponent will be Yan, a dangerous guy who holds a contract with a violent wolf focused on pure damage. Pressured by the unfair situation, Royan breaks a cold sweat while the class murmurs she will be easily defeated without being able to defend herself. Sitting next to her friend, Nanyan criticizes the class for only wanting to watch the show without helping. Then, the young woman offers to take her place in the battle if her classmate gives her a little compliment. Extremely relieved, Royan hugs her friend tight and begs for help from the strongest tamer in their duel. Very confident in her own skills, Nanyan stands up from her chair, guaranteeing that winning that duel will be a piece of cake. Seeing the opponent change, the boys in the class are charmed and start praising the student's beauty. Walking up to the duel area, she politely asks the professor if she can swap in for her classmate who has no combat focus. Instructor Liu agrees to the swap without any problem. Right after, the woman turns her face and asks if the opposing student accepts the test's new condition. Cracking his knuckles, Yan arrogantly states the opponent does not matter because he will be the big winner anyway. Wasting no time, Nanyan summons her friendly blue slime onto the battlefield. The unusual choice shocks the students, who think it is crazy to use such a low-level little monster that will be easily crushed. Even the professor double-checks if the student is absolutely sure she wants to fight using only that. Keeping his intimidating pose, Yan advises that in a beast combat destiny defines the clash's outcome. He gives a clear warning that he will not pay any compensation if he ends up eliminating her creature. The audience finds it absurd for him to speak so rudely, but they acknowledge that brute force rules the place. In the stands, Royan defends her friend, demanding the class stop, underestimating the little blue partner. A classmate insists the species has a very weak natural limit, but the girl tells him to just stay quiet and watch. In the arena, Nanyan tells her opponent she will give a free lesson on never underestimating any beast's power. The guy gives a mocking laugh, finding the threat totally ridiculous and stating there is no point in talking anymore. He holds out his hand and summons his dangerous blade-armed wolf. The fierce creature appears on the field, letting out an aggressive howl and exuding a red aura. On the other side, Nanyan and her friendly little monster await the start of the confrontation with total serenity. The mood in the classroom gets tense, while the two opponents stare each other down, ready for the duel. Receiving the attack command, the violent wolf howls and prepares to charge. The monster rushes full force at the small opponent, wielding its large swords. Showing zero fear of the imminent danger, the young woman flashes a smile of pure confidence. The slime activates its magical water skill and begins to glow intensely on the ground. Threads of aquatic energy advance against the aggressor, but Yan just mocks the technique, calling it a basic spell. The arrogant student guarantees the girl is doomed to fail for trying to face a transcendent-level master like him. Totally focused on destroying the target, the wolf executes a brutal slash through the air using all its physical strength. However, before landing the blow, the wolf is completely tied up by the water ropes while still in the Watching the perfect defense, some students praise the girl's beast, while others insist this will not last. Trapped in the aquatic magic, the bladed creature thrashes around trying to break free at any cost. Trusting in raw strength, Yan smiles, claiming he already knew such a weak trick would not hold his partner for long. With that, one of the students in the audience notices something weird and asks scared if the wolf is really spitting blood. Enduring crushing pressure, the violent monster suffers severe internal damage and spits blood, unable to escape. Powerless to keep fighting, the large aggressor collapses heavily onto the arena floor, totally defeated. Completely shocked by the scene, Yan can barely process how that happened so fast. The tamer flashes a victorious smile and asks with irony if her classmate is finally convinced. Sweating cold with wide eyes, the guy murmurs in disbelief that he lost everything to a simple, harmless slime. With the weight of humiliation destroying his pride, he falls to his knees on the floor in pure despair. Holding the little champion in her hands, Nanyan declares to the class that the beast world holds endless possibilities. Exchanging an affectionate look with her partner, she imagines that in the future that little monster will be capable of defeating even a giant dragon. The absurd twist in the duel leaves the entire class in an uproar and in deep shock. The boys start cheering for the student's victory, begging her to share the secret of how she trained such a powerful creature. Very excited by the duel's result, Royan runs toward her friend calling her name. The girl hugs Nanyan tight, stating she already knew the tamer would manage to win the combat. Giving a casual chuckle, the champ returns the affection, guaranteeing the fight was very easy. Thrown on the floor nearby, Yan desperately tries to wake up his defeated wolf while the girls watch. Seeing the guy's pitiful situation, Professor Liu walks over and offers help to heal his beast. The student awkwardly rubs his head, thanking her for the support and apologizing for the trouble. Quite proud, Royan tells her classmate he hit the jackpot, since the instructor's treatments cost a fortune. Keeping her cool, the professor softens the situation, saying there is no problem at all in helping her own students. The woman summons her majestic moonlight butterfly, commanding the creature to use the sacred glow skill. The magic bug flies over the fallen wolf and releases a glowing dust that begins to restore the creature's vitality. Totally shocked by the recovery speed, the student realizes that healing magic must be at least gold level. Watching the show, Nanyan wonders if that animal could be a rare white moon butterfly with great potential. Hearing the girl's comment, the instructor recalls that this specific species has been completely extinct for a long time. With that, the woman explains that her partner is actually a moonlight butterfly that evolved from a common green bug. The revelation leaves the student's jaw on the floor, while Liu mentally deduces a great master must be helping these girls. Wrapping up the matter in the arena, the instructor asks Nanyan to drop by her office right after class. Now in the office, Liu talks about the infinite possibilities of taming, citing the unlikely victories of their beasts. The student agrees right away, totally thrilled about her blue monster's evolution. The professor points out that such absurd results would never happen without an excellent breeding process. Deepening the conversation, the woman reveals that in the past there was a civilization that raised taming to its absolute peak. Quite curious about the story, the young woman asks amazed if something that grand really happened. The instructor details that those people held the profession of breeder, being able to turn even simple creatures into dragons. Finding the story a bit unreal, Nanyan pushes back, guaranteeing this legend sounds too exaggerated to be true. Giving a friendly chuckle, Liu invites the students to join the history classes, where these tales are widely debated. The young woman sighs upset, lamenting that such an incredible profession got lost in time due to a lack of talented people. Suddenly, the student puts the pieces together in her head and suspects that the manager of her favorite shop might be one of these rare breeders. Hearing the girl's murmur, the professor gets intrigued and asks which manager she is talking about. Nanyan tells her about the mythical shop, revealing that both the slime and the evolved bug were bought exactly there. With her suspicions confirmed, Liu concludes she found the hidden master and decides she needs to visit the place immediately. The scene cuts to the busy streets of the commercial city, showing the modest beast shop lit by the afternoon sun. Arriving at the given address, the elegant instructor steps out of her luxury car, ready to investigate the mystery. She evaluates the mythical business's facade, noting the place looks quite simple from the outside. Fixing her dark glasses with a confident air, Liu confirms that must be the right establishment. Inside, Liu Yu monitors his purple bird's training, satisfied with the divine bird's rapid level up. The woman walks into the room decisively, already asking out loud if the local manager is around. Sensing a stranger's presence, the little flame bird awakens its protective fury and releases an intimidating energy. Hit head-on by the magic pressure, the professor freezes in place, totally terrified for not being able to move her own body. The MC walks over, apologizing for the scare, explaining that his partner still does not know how to control the new skills properly. Looking at the guy with admiration, Liu realizes that oppressive aura was actually an innate talent of the creature. Trying to recover her professional posture, the visitor introduces herself as an official instructor from the city's Tamer University. With a friendly smile, she quickly deduces that the young man in front of her can only be the famous manager Liu. The tamer comments that his students are always highly praising the formidable classes the professor teaches. Taking advantage of the opening in the topic, the woman gets straight to the point and asks flat out if the guy is a beast breeder. The direct question catches the seller completely off guard, who repeats the word confused, trying to figure out the situation. He quickly regains his confidence, flashing a casual smile to say he can be whatever she wants. Glancing at his magic system's interface, the guy notices the breeding module and thinks adopting that title will be great for business. The mysterious answer leaves the professor totally confused and not understanding a thing he meant. She soon gives up on pushing, deducing someone would not reveal such a valuable secret to a total stranger. Focusing on what really matters, the seller asks if the customer has already secured her fourth contract and if she is interested in a cub. The MC flashes a greedy smile, internally celebrating the chance to make even more cash today. Being quite helpful, he holds out his hand and asks the woman to list all the requirements she is looking for in a magical partner. Liu explains she possesses the dragon wings talent, emphasizing she is specifically looking for a monster with that exact bloodline. Connecting the information, Liu Yu asks what her relationship would be with the prestigious Liu family, famous for taming those beasts. Touching on this sensitive subject makes the instructor's expression shift right away, bringing a sad mood to the room. The woman's mind travels to the past, remembering a furious man complaining about her magic awakening only being a level. In the memory, the elder harshly humiliates her, calling the girl useless trash for not reaching the bloodline's coveted supreme rank. Back in the present, the customer dodges the topic, looking away, stating she does not need to justify her past to make a purchase. Noticing the discomfort, the tamer runs a hand through his hair and understands he ended up stumbling into one of those complicated high society dramas. Maintaining professionalism, the manager apologizes for the indiscretion and advises he does not have any creature with a draconic bloodline in stock. However, right after, he grabs a glass jar on the counter and guarantees he has options that are already true pure dragons. The professor accuses the guy of lying, pointing out that the three major families have monopolized all the dragon species in the world. Defending the shop's integrity, the MC shows his demonic partner, ensuring that giant beasts would just be a snack for it. The customer is baffled when she recognizes the extremely rare dark creature, knowing that beast's power matches a divine entity. With her attention hooked, the seller asks the woman to take a good look at the exclusive merchandise he has in his hands. The guy holds up the small glass container, swearing with absolute certainty that a genuine dragon is imprisoned in there. But when focusing her eyes on the water, the professor notices the animal is just a harmless red carp swimming in circles. Totally outraged by the false advertising, Liu widens her eyes, asking if he intends to make soup with the supposed dragon. Trying to keep her composure regarding the bad joke, she coughs, annoyed, demanding to know if he grabbed the wrong jar from the stock. Without losing his salesman pose, the tamer firmly guarantees that is exactly the product she was looking for. The woman points angrily at the container, arguing that common fish is sold dirt cheap in any street market. Flashing a clever smile, Liu Yu asks if the respected instructor has ever heard the famous legend of the fish leaping over the dragon gate. The memory of a mystic tale about a carp evolving magically surfaces, making the customer question if he is talking about that ancient miracle. The seller applauds the woman's vast knowledge, praising that a university professor really has a lot of culture about beasts. However, she fires back right away, warning that it is just a myth, since the legendary magic gate disappeared thousands of years ago. Holding the little fish with conviction, the manager throws down the final challenge, asking what her reaction would be if the carp could create its own gate. Finding the idea totally absurd, the professor crosses her arms and refuses to believe this made-up story. Without forcing the sale, the manager holds the jar and advises she can look somewhere else, but the woman quickly tells him to wait. Deciding to give him the benefit of the doubt, Liu reaches out and takes the small glass container with the carp. In that same instant, she establishes the magic contract, and a bright energy wraps around her body, confirming the bond with the little monster. Feeling the new skill flowing, the instructor widens her eyes, completely shocked to realize the Dragon Gate legend was real. Very excited by the discovery, the customer celebrates the acquisition, stating that it is simply incredible. Acknowledging her previous mistake, she bows politely and apologizes to the guy for being so arrogant minutes ago. However, due to the sudden movement in the tight clothes, one of her shirt buttons ends up popping and flying away. Caught completely off guard by the embarrassing situation, Liu Yu turns his face red with shame and hastily guarantees he saw absolutely nothing. Trying to cover the tear in her clothes, the woman blushes a bit and asks if the shop owner could do one more small favor for her. Very tactfully, the instructor explains she has spare clothes in her car and asks him to go out there and get them. Understanding the urgency, the MC runs off in a sprint, letting her know he is going to get the items right now. While running, the young man imagines a tragic scenario where he would end up arrested and on the news as a creeping shopkeeper. Already outside, the manager sighs in relief for getting away fast, knowing any misunderstanding there would draw even the authorities. Reaching the customer's vehicle, he calmly opens the trunk and grabs the bag with her request. Wasting no time, the seller runs back to the business, carrying the package in his hands to help the woman. A few minutes later, the guy appears sitting in his chair, patiently waiting for the clothing change to finish. Wearing a new elegant outfit, Liu steps into the room, thanking the manager for the huge help he gave her. Shrugging off the trouble, the tamer gets right down to business and asks if she already knows how she will train the little carp. Analyzing her options, the instructor lists that her previous monsters have quite varied magical attributes. With that, she decides she wants to try focusing on a completely different element to develop the new mascot. Determined, the customer reaches out and materializes glowing electric energy crystals to start the practical test. Very carefully, the woman tosses the sparking stone directly into the small aquarium where the fish swims. The carp absorbs the item right away, gaining a purplish glow while icy magic takes over the water. Suddenly, an immense illuminated gate forms in the middle of the shop, proving the ancient legend really came to life. Feeling the strong magical pressure from that monument, the little dark dragon gets restless and lets out a warning roar. Catching his partner's attention, Lu Yu tries to calm the beast down, telling the little monster to stay quiet. Weirded out by the creature's restlessness, the professor looks at the shopkeeper asking if something went wrong with the summoning. Keeping his routine calm, the guy assures her everything is fine and tells the customer to focus on her pet's evolution. Agreeing with the manager, the woman turns her attention back to the mystic structure, giving off pure electricity in the air. The dragon gate starts emitting an absurd electrical charge that lights up the shop's entire interior front. Observing the phenomenon, the MC advises that the magic has stabilized and the evolution will happen as soon as the carp leaps. Totally amazed by the opportunity, the instructor commands her new mascot to push forward without fear. Answering the call, the little fish wraps its body in a water bubble and starts floating toward the structure. The mystic animal picks up speed through the air, crossing the shop's space focused on its big goal. But halfway across, the magic bubble ends up hitting an invisible barrier and totally loses its momentum. Without the strength to keep climbing, the carp quickly plummets toward the floor. The sudden drop makes the owner anxious, and she asks scared why it failed right at the crucial moment. To clear up the doubt, the tamer explains that the gate is formed by the creature's talent and requires the master to provide magic support. Showing total confidence, the guy remembers the customer's special wings gift, realizing he had underestimated her potential. Getting the message, Liu activates her internal energy firmly and encourages her fish to try the jump again. An intense magic support light travels straight to the little mascot, transferring all the necessary strength. Strengthened by its owner's power, the carp gains a formidable glow and resumes its charge toward the top. With her fists clenched in pure anxiety, the professor yells at the top of her lungs for the beast to break through the barrier. In an explosion of light and determination, the mystic fish finally crosses the bright arch of the legendary gate. As soon as it passes through the magic, the little creature transforms into a majestic illuminated being, proving the crossing was an absolute success. While the miracle happens, the instructor stares at her own hands, fascinated, feeling her tamer gift evolving along with it. Being an expert, Lu Yu explains that the partner's divine transformation always elevates its master's natural aptitude. Suddenly, the woman feels a different weight on her back and looks over her shoulder, quite curious. To everyone's surprise, a beautiful pair of draconic wings sprouts from her back, showing off an imposing presence. In the air, the former carp definitively takes the form of a grand crimson lightning dragon, giving off pure electricity. With her new wings spread, the customer stands proudly next to her beast that reached the transcendent level. Evaluating the results, the professor comments that the creature got very strong, but acknowledges it is still not a giant dragon species. Justifying the merchandise, the seller reinforces that he is an honest merchant and details that crawling species has its own classifications. Expanding on the topic, the guy explains that the dragon race is divided into factions, like the giants and the mystic serpents. Right after, he guarantees that if the creature evolves to the sovereign class, it will certainly become a true dragon. Taking advantage of the joyful mood, the manager adopts a mercenary posture and quickly charges 5 million for the whole package. Without blinking, the customer makes the transfer via phone and jokes that she needs to leave soon before the shopkeeper regrets the price. With the cash in his account, the MC says goodbye and tells his little dark dragon that the show is over. The little monster lets out a different roar, drawing its master's attention, who excitedly asks if the partner is also going to evolve. Utilizing the magic essence left over from the Great Gate, the little dragon absorbs all that accumulated energy and gains an intense glow. The creature's look becomes much sharper and more intimidating, reflecting the massive leap in its ancient bloodline. The holographic system screen pops up, revealing the beast reached the red star rank and completely upgraded its innate skills. Watching his pet's free growth, the tamer shows satisfaction and murmurs that the result was excellent. The narrative skips to nighttime, showing a grand and illuminated mansion under the moonlight. In the living room, Liu relaxes on the spacious couch, sighing tiredly, as she reflects that the crazy day she had felt like a dream. The rest is interrupted by knocking at the main door, making the instructor get up, asking who it could be at that hour. Upon opening the door, the woman faces a well-dressed old man and calls him master, quite surprised by the unexpected visit. The polite gentleman keeps a friendly expression and calmly asks if he ended up interrupting his pupil's time off. Treating the figure with a lot of respect, the homeowner denies any bother and invites the visitor in immediately. Once settled in the room, the white-haired gentleman starts the conversation asking how the student's first class went. Excited about the topic, the professor reports that the day was fantastic and reveals having discovered two true geniuses among the students. The statement sparks great interest in the old man, who adjusts his posture eager to hear the details of this discovery. With that, the woman mentions the freshmen's names, highlighting that they managed to close contracts with continuous growth beasts of limitless potential. Hearing that simple freshmen got their hands on such mythical talents leaves the master completely open-mouthed. The gentleman argues that any tamer with a talent of that level will certainly become the backbone of the entire country in the future. Being very honest, the professor reveals she also signed a contract with a new mascot at that exact same commercial establishment. The information catches the old man completely by surprise, and he can barely believe what he just heard. Quite eager for the news, the master rushes the woman to summon the creature as fast as possible for him to take a look. Granting the request, Liu extends her arms and calls her Grand Crimson Lightning Dragon to the middle of the room. The huge mystic creature appears majestic, giving off a formidable electric energy throughout the whole luxury room. Fascinated by the sight, the gentleman recognizes the legendary species and comments. He did not expect to see a person signing a contract with a being of that. Trying to put the pieces together, he questions if all these incredibly talented beasts really came from the same pet shop. The woman confirms the story, deducing that the absurdly low prices indicate the shop owner has a grand plan to create a genius tamer in the world. Processing this impressive theory, the old man reflects to himself on the grandeur of a project of that size. Taking the cue, the student asks if her superior believes a max supreme rank master could emerge in their current era. Maintaining his serious posture, he answers with total calmness that currently there is no one with that capability. However, the master recalls the ancient legends about the past civilization being completely devastated by the hands of an entity of that same absurd level. Because of this dangerous track record, the old man points out that if such a genius appeared again, it would be impossible to predict if they would bring salvation or a true disaster. Faced with such a tense account, the professor gulps and thinks twice about whether she really should reveal the shop manager's true strength. Analyzing the situation, she concludes internally that angering that seller and making him an enemy of the country would bring terrible consequences. To solve the problem diplomatically, the old man suggests sending young and highly trusted tamers to buy beasts there. The student agrees excitedly, noting that this action would not only keep a great commercial relationship, but also serve as a discreet investigation. Satisfied with the mapped-out plan, the master gives the final go-ahead, confirming they will go exactly down that path from now on. By the next day, the commercial street wakes up peaceful under the clear morning light, illuminating the mythical establishment's facade. Inside, the MC is met with a system notification offering a mysterious reward if he acquires his first property. Quite excited by the chance to win a new prize, he checks the bank app and confirms his savings cover the purchase easily. Wasting no time, the manager calls the property owner and offers $17 million to buy the place once and for all. In his office, the location's owner rejects the offer, claiming the value is too low, advising he will head over there to negotiate in person. Hanging up the call, the shopkeeper reflects that his offer was already well above the market price for that area. Meanwhile, the greedy owner deduces the kid's rush is a perfect opportunity to squeeze even more money out of him. Without any manners, the chubby man tells the guy to stop talking nonsense and just wait for his arrival at the place. Holding the phone after the call, the tamer sighs tiredly at that annoying old man's endless greed. Suddenly, the glass doors open, and two students in elegant uniforms walk into the business, evaluating the environment. Looking around with plenty of disdain, the blonde guy questions why that shop recommended by his grandfather looks so poor. Defending the place, the silver-haired guy argues that true masters usually hide in cities without caring about the environment's appearance. Noticing the rookie's presence, the MC approaches politely and asks if they are looking for anything special. The blonde visitor answers casually that they came to buy cubs, demanding the employee fetch the manager to talk to them. Keeping his usual calm, the guy points to his own chest and naturally announces that he himself is the owner of the place. The revelation leaves the customer amazed by the shopkeeper's young age, confessing he thought he was just a college student working a side gig. The silver-haired friend takes the lead in the conversation and confesses that, despite being the university director's grandsons, their talents are quite disappointing. Faced with this insecurity, Liu Yu crosses his arms and asks the boys to share what skills they have awakened. The silver-haired guy explains he has rank B accelerated growth, while the blonde brags about having tearing destruction, also of the same rank. Putting the info together, the seller guarantees they do not need to feel down, because those gifts are perfect for focusing on a swarm combat style. Thrilled by the recognition, the blonde proudly states that a large pack is capable of wiping any enemy off the map without difficulty. Following the same logic, his partner imagines with shining eyes that his skill would be ideal for a beast with highly explosive attack power. Yet the young man laments right after, admitting that to this day he has never managed to find a creature that fit this profile. Not missing the chance to close a good deal, the manager taps 2 glass jars on the counter, drawing the duo's attention. With a confident smile, he invites the 2 students to closely evaluate those exclusive options from the stock. Curious about the seller's attitude, the blonde approaches the container and is totally confused trying to see what is inside. Looking at the seemingly empty jars, the visitor asks where the highly promised monsters capable of forming a grand army could be. Keeping the mystery alive, the MC points calmly, assuring that the merchandise is exactly right inside. He insists with a clever smile, guiding the students to look inside the jars with much more attention this time. Intrigued by the promise, the duo leans over the counter, squinting to try and see the bottoms of the containers. The answer finally comes when the blonde notices a tiny ant crawling on the glass, getting totally outraged by the discovery. Still in disbelief over that ridiculous offer, the young man argues that those bugs do not look excellent at all, questioning if they hide some secret. Confirming the suspicion, the manager reveals that these 2 ants awakened a very special growth talent called swallow. Explaining further, he details that, as long as they get the correct evolutionary route, these little creatures can take any form in the future. To prove his point, the seller materializes some glowing data in the palm of his hand, stating he has already prepped the whole growth path for them. Immediately, the energy containing the magic information is successfully transferred into the hands of the 2 curious customers. Processing the data, the silver-haired guy is amazed to discover his insects can become queens capable of generating supreme-rank troops. Similarly, his blonde partner goes into shock, reading that his beast can achieve destructive power capable of tearing the skies themselves. Completely fascinated by the possibility of becoming legends, the boys bow before the shopkeeper, immensely thanking him for the help. Leaning on the counter in a relaxed way, the tamer guarantees that seeing the youngsters cultivate these little creatures well will be the greatest payment of all. Looking at a hologram of the planet after the sale, he reflects with plenty of ambition that these factions he is creating will shock the whole world very soon. The seller's train of thought is suddenly cut off by the loud and persistent ringing of his cell phone in his pocket. Without much rush, the MC answers the call, ready to solve yet another problem in his busy day. On the other end of the line, the chubby owner announces he has arrived at the door and demands the boy come running out to receive him with honors. With zero patience for this arrogant show, the manager simply tells the man to walk in because he is already in the shop. Entering the business quite aggressively, the property owner yells, asking if the guy gave up on closing the purchase. With a completely sharp and irritated look, Lu Yu warns he does not make a habit of repeating the same order twice to anyone. The man puffs his chest with an air of superiority, asking if the shopkeeper did not have the decency to investigate who he was dealing with. Crossing all boundaries, the owner calls the kid a loser for not being a tamer and tells him to bow his head. This loud mess ends up catching the attention of the 2 customers who are about to leave the establishment. The 2 students turn around instantly, completely ready to step in to defend the seller's honor. Taking advantage of the spotlight, the chubby invader points his finger and demands an absurd 30 million credits to hand over the spot. Hearing that daylight robbery makes the blonde student furious, who accuses the man of being crazy for charging double the market price. Keeping his arrogant pose, the visitor crosses his arms and fires back, guaranteeing he makes the rules on his property. With an evil smile on his face, the owner tells the bunch of kids to get out of there if they do not have the demanded cash. The insult is the last straw for the elite boys, who step forward angry, asking who gave him the nerve to disrespect the formidable Master Lu like that. Taking charge of the situation, the young man from the Duan family snaps his fingers and asks the manager to leave the problem to them, stating the master does not need to dirty his hands with something so small. Totally serene, Lu Yu agrees to the help and just asks the boys not to make too much noise to avoid bothering the neighborhood. With that, the elite customer calls out loud for a man named Uncle Chen. The property owner mocks the action, thinking the kid called for backup for nothing, bragging about being a trained fighter that no one on that street can defeat. However, the summoned security guard appears behind the invader, grabbing his shoulder, asking in a threatening tone if that was the guy who disrespected the young master. Imposing, the man in the suit waits for orders and asks the student how they should handle that troublemaker. Without giving the guy much importance, the young man waves his hand and orders the guard to teach him an unforgettable lesson so he learns some manners. The bodyguard follows the order immediately with total firmness. Being dragged against his will, The invader thrashes around demanding to be let go and tries to intimidate the boys, asking if they know who is backing him up. To the other student present, the threat sounds like an absolute joke, and he lets out a mocking laugh, asking if the man has ever heard of the powerful Duan family. Hearing that surname makes the aggressor sweat cold in pure terror, realizing right away that it is the legendary clan capable of controlling the weather across the whole country of Xia. The proud young man confirms the info, making it clear the enemy messed with the wrong people. Tired of all that mess in the shop, the first customer tells the guard to take the trash away once and for all. Already outside on the street, the coward cries begging for mercy and swears he recognizes his own mistake while being dragged by the collar. Problem solved, the director's grandson turns his attention back to Lu Yu and suggests he leave all the paperwork for buying the establishment in the clan's hands, an offer the manager accepts right away. Shortly after the commotion, the MC's phone beeps with a new message notification. The alert on the screen reveals the student took care of everything, advising the old owner agreed to transfer the business completely for free and already sending the official contract. With the shop finally in his name, the virtual assistant appears holographically celebrating, unlocking the achievement of owning his own mythical establishment. To make things better, the system delivers a highly rare realm crystal core as a reward. The artificial intelligence details that this is the highest level resource on the planet, capable of merging with the taming space to create its own rudimentary world. Very pumped by the revelation, the tamer celebrates knowing that having a rudimentary world raises his practical strength to the level of a demigod. The assistant asks if the user wishes to start refining the magic item right now, and he accepts without a second thought. The guy is transported to his virtual space, where the blue crystal begins to glow intensely, floating in the air. A massive burst of light radiates through the whole digital environment, leaving the shopkeeper amazed by the phenomenon. Opening his arms to receive the magic, he feels a formidable amount of energy filling every corner of that place. The virtual landscape morphs into a lush green plain, revealing the true appearance of his newly created rudimentary world. Feeling the dense, vital energy of the new home, the imposing dark dragon appears in the open field, letting out a roar of pure satisfaction. By absorbing that absolute power, the scaly beast undergoes an immediate breakthrough and reaches the third layer of the coveted starry sky rank. Right above, the majestic divine bird also takes advantage of the ambient magic and directly evolves to the second layer of the same classification. Next to the master, the assistant congratulates both partners for unlocking supreme and devastating red star rank skills during the grand evolution. The system interface details that the dragon realm projection can suppress any opponent, and that absolute mastery of this magic allows it to rule everyone of the same race. The guy clenches his fists, totally ecstatic, imagining that if a skill of that rank is already so powerful, his dark beast's future will be monstrous. Turning his focus to the bird, he reads that the celestial flame pilgrimage summons an infinite purple fire capable of incinerating everything to the ground. The shopkeeper evaluates that these flames' destructive power goes head-to-head with forbidden spells from legends, recognizing the bird has become a lethal threat. With his two imposing partners exuding pure strength in the new green world, the tamer feels more ready than ever for the journey's challenges. Suddenly, the MC's sharp perception detects a mysterious presence, and he asks out loud who is approaching the place. The view cuts back inside the shop, where the silhouette of an old man leaning on a cane appears in the lit entrance. Walking calmly inside, the veteran greets the manager, calling him by name, revealing himself to be the Grand Director Duan Xiangyu. Recognizing the important university figure, Lu Yu asks what brings him there while magically pulling his bird back into the virtual space. Thinking fast, the seller deduces the man must be an ally, since he let his own grandson buy mascots in his commercial establishment. Even so, he stays cautious, trying to understand the true purpose behind that surprise visit from someone so influential. Face to face with the visitor, the guy feels an incredibly dense aura coming from him, imagining the hidden murderous intent is worse than a demon king's. However, the next second, the experienced director adopts an extremely kind and harmless posture, making the shopkeeper doubt his own intuition. In his thoughts, the veteran concludes the young man is an expert of immeasurable strength, determining he needs to bring him to the country's side at any cost. Back to the chat, the director states he has a serious matter to discuss, but the manager excitedly interrupts, asking if he also came to spend cash on beasts. The veteran denies any intention to buy, revealing that after years of intense wars, his magic space was completely shattered, making any new contract impossible. The info leaves the MC visibly confused, who tilts his head, asking who was the ignorant fool that came up with that absurd rule. Caught off guard by the response, the director argues this is an undeniable scientific fact taught even in high school textbooks. But noticing the kid's confidence, The old man is overcome with hope and begs to know if there really is a salvation for his severe problem. Showing off that classic salesman smile, Lu Yu guarantees that fixing a simple shattered space is one of the easiest tasks he has at the counter. With a swift motion, the manager opens a small dimensional portal and materializes a glowing container straight from his special stock. He calmly hands the item to the visitor, telling the Grand Director to take a good look at the divine solution to his limitations. Holding the magic box with trembling hands, the director breaks a cold sweat trying to process what exactly that pulsing object is. The guy explains that inside rests the seed of the lush tree, a botanical beast considered to be of the most basic level of all. However, he details that this plant awakened the rare engraving talent, being able to force any evolutionary root directly onto its own bloodline. To illustrate the genius plan, the tamer projects a holographic flowchart, showing the growth path he personalized specifically for that case. Following the visual data, he lists the evolutions going from the floating tree all the way to reaching the colossal stage of the giant void-suppressing tree. Lu Yu guarantees that as soon as the mascot reaches this supreme final form, the mystic roots will stabilize and heal the veteran's entire broken magic space. With total conviction, the shopkeeper states that all the pain the Grand Master carries will disappear forever with this powerful new acquisition. However, instead of jumping for joy, the old man lowers his gaze immersed in melancholy, thanking the young man's kindness but refusing the great offer. The experienced director states in a bitter tone that he has no intention whatsoever of making new taming contracts for the rest of his life. Hearing this direct refusal catches the MC off guard, who steps back a bit demanding to understand the reason for this seemingly irrational stubbornness. Annoyed at the waste of time, the seller mentally complains that he already spent points to redeem the seed and engrave the root, finding it absurd for the customer to back out now. The veteran justifies his attitude by looking back at the past, revealing that he sent his 9 former partners into the worst battles, choosing to save the country instead of protecting his own beasts. Overcome by guilt, the old man argues that getting a new magical companion would be an unforgivable betrayal and very cruel to the sacrifice of those who perished. Therefore, the master returns the box, suggesting that an item with such grand potential will be much more successful in the hands of the new generation of university students. The heavy emotion in the director's words makes Lu Yu hold back his own anger, admitting he would kick any other buyer out of the shop, but respect for the hero keeps him from being rude. By digging deeper into his sad military history, the visitor recounts that immeasurable sacrifices were made to guarantee the survival of the nation in the turbulent past. The memory travels back decades, showing the terrible day when dimensional rifts full of monstrous invaders opened up in the skies of the most populated cities. Being the militarily weakest nation during the Grand Crisis, their country ended up suffering the most damage and took on the tragic burden facing the fury of the alien invaders. Crushed by enemy power and on the brink of total annihilation, the leaders established 9 desperate defense fronts in the center of the bloody battlefield. A strategic map illustrates the country's accelerated collapse, where the first barrier fell in 3 years, and the subsequent ones were shattered at an increasingly scary pace. Facing the imminent extinction of the people, all tamers in the territory accepted the emergency draft and marched together to protect the last front line. As the supreme general of the military forces at the time, young Duan carried the unshakable duty of leading the army and protecting his beloved homeland. Throughout that entire hellish war, he established contracts with 9 sovereign beasts, but they all lost their lives in combat, causing the irreparable magical trauma that shattered his spiritual space forever. The painful memory reveals that the hero's last mascot failed to return to the magic space for decades. The tragic reason for this was that, regardless of the type of creature he made a contract with, it became impossible to survive in a completely destroyed spiritual environment. Faced with an elderly man carrying such a heavy burden, Lu Yu internally admits he cannot bear seeing him so down. Trying to ease the visitor's guilt, the manager argues the director should not blame himself for anything, because the pressure on the front line was immense and there was no other choice. Sighing in pure sadness, the veteran laments remembering that the battlefield against the alien race was a place of near-certain doom. He points out he survived by pure luck, but regrets that the names of the many compatriots who sacrificed themselves have already been forgotten by almost everyone. Analyzing the situation, the MC deduces that the real reason the director is so full of regrets boils down to just one thing. The old man looks up curious, immediately asking what that hidden reason might be. Without beating around the bush, the guy states flat out that the main problem was the military hero not being strong enough at the time of the fighting. To justify the harsh words, he explains that if the master had enough power to make the threats tremble in fear, the whole country would never have needed so many sacrifices. Hearing that he was not strong enough, the white-haired gentleman murmurs, agreeing with the harsh reality. Right after, the seller adopts an encouraging tone and asks if the director knew that breaking through the realm's barriers becomes incredibly easy when possessing a giant void-suppressing tree. A mystic projection pops up, revealing that this creature can extract spatial power to actively help in the expansion and restoration of the taming area. The manager points out that, when that moment of glory arrives, the veteran will finally be able to protect everyone he wishes to keep safe. Totally touched by the words, the old man sighs, admitting that, due to his advanced age, he can no longer see things as clearly as the young shopkeeper. Accepting his new journey with hope, the director decides to buy the special seed and asks the manager to state the product's price. With that usual salesman's smile, the tamer hands over the divine merchandise, advising the item will cost the same 3 million credits. As soon as the sale is finished, the virtual assistant appears, congratulating the user for reaching the grand milestone of selling 10 cubs cumulatively. As a reward for this goal, the system informs the guy randomly obtained a triple S-rank talent focused purely on the source of life. The artificial intelligence excitedly details that, under the effect of this supreme power, any illness, pain, or even the worst of fates will be completely erased from existence. Focused on the customer, the seller suggests the director follow his instructions to evolve the seed before signing the final linking contract. The experienced tamer agrees right away and starts transferring his magic energy to the box on the counter. Receiving the needed boost, the little green sprout gets an intense glow and starts its immediate transformation process. A blast of emerald light takes over the shop, forcing the old man to shield himself from the strong magic gale. The scene shifts to the veteran's shattered taming space, where chunks of desolate earth float in a chaotic void of fire. Inside this destroyed environment, the spiritual projections of the two watch the little glowing seed descend to the cracked ground. As soon as the mystic item touches the barren surface, a wave of pure energy begins to spread aggressively through the cracks. Immediately, thick roots full of life sprout from the ground, growing at an absurd speed to rebuild the environment's structure. What was once just a seed quickly turns into a majestic giant tree, showing off all its sovereign-level potential to suppress the void. Totally amazed by the speed of the process, the old man touches the firm trunk, unable to believe the evolution was such an overwhelming success. Wasting not another second, the experienced master activates the greenish magic circle to establish the formal contract with his new partner. The tree's large glowing roots start stretching through the abyss, pulling the shattered floating islands to piece them together again. With formidable restorative strength, the plant wraps around the entire spiritual space, sealing the cracks in a process of absolute healing. All the chaos and destruction of the past disappear, giving way to firm and safe land exactly right beneath the imposing colossal tree's canopy. Coming back to reality in the commercial shop, the director cries out of pure emotion upon confirming his internal environment was truly fixed after so many years of suffering. The MC congratulates the hero on the invaluable achievement, advising the contract is now complete and suggesting he head out to enjoy the new phase. But before the shopkeeper could close up for the day, the gentleman raises his hand, hurriedly asking him to wait a bit. The guy turns his face quite calmly, asking if there was anything else the director wished to discuss there. With a highly formal posture, the veteran asks point-blank if the manager has any interest in enrolling at the Magic City's Tamer University. The memory of a form with a rejection stamp pops into Lu Yu's mind, remembering that just 2 months ago he was a student who failed exactly those exams. Reflecting on the great irony of the director himself personally inviting him now, the young man turns down the offer, stating the institution is great, but he has zero interest. He justifies the refusal, explaining with a smile that his pet shop is already on the right track, and becoming a student would clash with his career plans. Catching the obvious misunderstanding, the old man shakes his head and clarifies he is not inviting the guy to be a mere enrolled student. The director details that the title of full professor requires a lot of bureaucratic and slow procedures, so he proposes the young man start by filling the position of academic tutor. The absurd proposal catches the tamer totally off guard, who asks dumbfounded how that would be possible, since only sovereign rank masters are qualified to teach classes there. The old man calmly suggests that, if the boy does not agree with the initial idea, he can discuss it with the other professors and arrange a vice-director role for the young expert. As a surprising and extreme alternative, the veteran states he could simply retire early and pass his own maximum control position over to the shopkeeper. Hearing so many heavy proposals, the MC internally acknowledges it would be a lie to say he is not tempted, but he also knows very well the huge risks involved in taking over the board. However, thinking about the fat paycheck of a full professor at an elite university, he realizes he wouldn't even have to worry about selling cubs desperately in his shop anymore. With his financial ambition speaking louder, Lu Yu politely accepts the offer, only imposing the condition that class times do not interfere with his daily shop business. Very happy to have secured the genius's presence and knowledge, the director smiles relieved and states that this small detail will not be any problem. He adds to the news informing that, as soon as the title is officialized, the new professor will also be able to request valuable scientific research quotas straight from the state. The seller's mercenary mind wanders right away, imagining that a single government quota like that could cleanly yield hundreds of millions to his pockets. Between high-performance bonuses and guaranteed dividends from the school's pet sector, the guy practically drools calculating that the university would religiously pay him tens of millions every single month. On top of the infinite piled-up cash, he celebrates having free access to the massive library with countless rare skill manuals, finding the whole situation simply fantastic. Already outside lit by the night, the tamer reflects on destiny's ironies, remembering he failed admissions a short time ago and out of nowhere became a professor at the country's best institution. The narrative cuts smoothly to the imposing and silent main structure of the Magic City's Tamer University bathed in moonlight. On the balcony of one of the luxurious night buildings, Professor Liu relaxes leaning on the cold railing, imagining how her superior's meeting with the famous manager turned out. Suddenly, the woman notices an intense flash emerging near the green areas, and turns extremely curious to figure out what is happening over there at that hour. Looking at the greenish glow in the middle of the campus darkness, the instructor immediately recognizes that pulsing energy is the famous light of high-level magical evolution. Near the magic light source, the silver-haired student runs desperately to his blonde buddy, asking what he is doing crouched on the cold ground. Without breaking focus for even a second, the guy points at the asphalt and excitedly replies he is merging his own talent source with the little ant queen. He guarantees with a completely confident smile that this bold strategy will absurdly increase the growth speed of magical power on both sides of the connection. The friend shows a lot of concern over the risky idea, warning that if the ultimate fusion happens, the kid will never again be able to make a contract with another beast for the rest of his journey. Ignoring the cautious warning, the focused tamer states he doesn't care one bit if the queen dies on the battlefield and he loses the title of master forever, because he would rather take the risk. Hidden discreetly in the street shadows, Instructor Liu watches the scene impressed to see that a boy who is usually so slow to learn possesses such deep determination. Satisfied with the formidable dedication of the students under her care, she steps out of hiding praising the attitude and stating the young man is truly worthy of carrying the Grand Master's blood. At that exact moment, Director Duan himself shows up walking at a slow pace, asking the professor to slow down and be careful because of the fragile body he carries. Upon looking closely at the veteran's aura, the woman widens her eyes completely shocked, realizing the old man's broken spiritual space was fully healed and restored. The gentleman confirms the great discovery, showing a slight smile, proudly asking if the student can guess that the incredible manager Lu was the one responsible for that priceless miracle. Processing the heavy information, she deduces amazed that the genius seller must have revealed some top-level mystic resource that was capable of fixing the permanent war damage. But the respected military hero shoots down the theory, waving his hand humbly, letting her know that the masked guy actually just sold him a simple magic plant of excellent quality. He describes with immense admiration the existence of the giant void-suppressing tree, revealing the creature actively used its own imposing roots to perfectly seal the shattered environment. Watching his grandson totally focused on training his little glowing ant up ahead, the old man comments hopefully that as time passes he will finally return to his peak of divine strength. Joking with the student who showed so much concern before, the director guarantees no one needs to fear for him anymore, since now his life expectancy has increased by at least 300 years thanks to the new beast's sovereign power. Totally blown away by the news, Professor Liu clasps her hands and celebrates that her master's recovery is simply fantastic news for all of them. Enjoying the pleasant moment, the director reveals he invited the shop manager to work at the university as a tutor, guaranteeing the two will be co-workers very soon. Hearing the expert is going to teach classes at the same institution gets the instructor very pumped and anxious to confirm the info. Impacted by the gossip, the young students clench their fists and demand to join the Grand Seller's future classes at any cost. While the chat flows freely outside, Lu Yu enjoys the peace of his new rudimentary world to meditate surrounded by his imposing magical partners. Reflecting on his triple S-rank skills, the tamer concludes that using so much power just to feed his own monsters is an absolute waste of potential. With that, the guy gets the genius idea to copy the traditional master's strategy and merge his talents directly with the corresponding mascots to extract much better results. Planning the future ambitiously, He imagines that uniting the grand demonic dragon with his dark infernal talent would turn the beast into the true king of darkness. Following the same logic, the shopkeeper realizes that joining the divine bird with his celestial flames would give his feathered partner enough strength to strike down the deities of heaven themselves. But then he remembers his newly acquired healing skill still has no compatible creature for the fusion, deciding right away that the time has come to close a new magic contract. Quite excited about the possibility, the young man accesses the blue holographic interface and notices he has racked up the incredible mark of 1,200 points to spend in the catalog. Thrilled with his current wealth, the MC celebrates that this whole balance will be enough to redeem a cub much more impressive than his ruthless duo. Wasting no time on doubts, the guy opts to look for a botanical species to match his vital skill perfectly and also help fully stabilize his internal environment. Immediately, the system's virtual assistant appears glowing in the air and begins listing all the plant-type beasts available to redeem in that exact price range. The projection shows imposing options like stellar and war trees, while the artificial intelligence highlights the majestic elven mother tree that reaches level 3 of the sacred rank in adulthood. Analyzing the first shiny option, the shopkeeper finds out the elf mother tree can create an entire tribe just by consuming the right magic resources. However, he soon scraps the idea, judging that the magic race is already in steep decline and investing in them now would not bring a good financial return in the future. Moving on to the sacred stellar tree, the tamer notes the plant has the gift of reviving an entire planet, but laments that this formidable utility doesn't fit into his current plans. The next alternative on the list is the imposing giant tree of war, a beast that feeds on the pure chaos of clashes to generate a true army of botanical demons. Faced with such a sinister and macabre aura, the guy gets chills and rejects the creature on the spot, thinking it is too evil for an honest and laid-back guy like him. Turning his eyes back to the catalog's blue interface, the seller's attention is entirely captured by the info on the grand ancestral tree of life. He reflects amazed that the mere presence of this mystic entity can ward off demise and fill any environment with absolute vitality. Totally sure of what he wants, the manager presses the floating redeem button, guaranteeing this choice perfectly matches his new supreme healing skill. The system processes the transaction, deducting the 1,200 accumulated points, which leaves the guy's balance totally zeroed out as the purchase panels vanish into thin air. Then a green seed appears floating and emanating a very strong light, making the MC praise the formidable life energy that the item gives off even before sprouting in the soil. Very pumped up about the achievement, the tamer straight up asks the artificial intelligence to display all of the new mascot's talents immediately. The holographic screen pops up confirming the ancestral tree has direct plant attributes and guarantees the highly sought-after level 3 potential in the sacred spirit rank. Reading the beast's magical creation capability, the shopkeeper processes the information that it can consume special items to generate ridiculously loyal combatants out of thin air. The panel also details a growth gift capable of speeding up any plant's evolution in a matter of seconds, something the guy considers totally overpowered for his everyday life. Always keeping big profits in mind, Lu Yu quickly calculates that he can grow valuable spiritual fruits in the blink of an eye and rake in tens of millions of credits on the market with zero effort. Lu Yu gets super excited, imagining that his new creature's first skill allows it to magically ripen all kinds of spiritual fruits in a flash. Reading the holographic panel, he notes the second technique creates a healing domain full of vital aura, finding it extremely handy to stay alive in battles. Right after, the guy evaluates the third projection magic, discovering it allows the giant tree's phantom to fight outside the magic space with all of its original strength. The tamer admits he does not have much of an idea about the effects of the final skill called Star-Destroying Grass, thinking the name is quite intimidating and grand. The system's blue interface details that this companion plant packs such absurd strength that, with the right cultivation time, it can slice through the actual stars in the sky. The MC celebrates that the huge investment of 1,200 points was totally worth it given so much raw power, while holding the small floating seed. With that, he reflects quite satisfied that the new mascot not only starts off with 4 high-level skills, but also perfectly balances support, damage, and resources. Totally determined to take advantage of these perks as fast as possible, Lu Yu holds out his hand covered in magic energy to seal the contract immediately. The little green seed reacts right away and starts glowing brightly, absorbing its new master's linking energy in a greenish light show. In a few moments, the little sprout grows terrifyingly fast until it turns into an imposing and gigantic tree of life inside that isolated spiritual space. But the sudden impact of the grand evolution hits the guy hard, making him clutch his own chest while trying to handle the massive wave of energy flowing in. Getting past the initial scare, the manager realizes in awe that he is about to rank up again, even though he just reached level 10 of the Starry Sky very recently. While trying to process his own drastic power boost, the young man hears a sweet voice calling him master in the middle of that vast green field. An intense spiraling magic begins to descend from the immense tree's glowing leaves, totally surprising the shopkeeper who just watches the beautiful phenomenon up close. From that radiant light, an adorable spiritual girl gracefully floats down, revealing the true form of his newest and grandest botanical partner. Completely surprised by the sudden appearance, Lu Yu wonders if that girl is the projection created by the Tree of Life. The system interface confirms the suspicion, detailing that the clone possesses all the ancient tree's skills and can freely travel outside the taming space. Thus, the tamer reaches out his hand in a welcoming gesture and asks to confirm if she really is the form taken by his imposing botanical creature. Running excitedly toward her new master, the spiritual young woman confirms her identity with a lot of enthusiasm in her voice. Right after, she introduces herself formally in a friendly way and tells the guy he can call her Yu from now on. The manager repeats the newly discovered name to commit it to memory, while stepping a little closer to his glowing partner. Having sorted out the basic introductions, the girl raises her hands and politely asks the young man to hold out his index finger. As their fingertips touch, a delicate trail of green energy flows between them, leading the MC to deduce it is some kind of hidden magic contract. And Yu explains calmly that she just collected a fragment of his aura, swearing to use that essence to resurrect him if he faces any fatal danger in the future. Hearing about coming back from the dead leaves the seller completely baffled, and he asks stunned if she really possesses such an absolute healing power. The little partner guarantees the magic is real, but gives an important warning revealing she is unable to restore the precious Triple S talents, leaving him as a regular person after the process. The weight of that information changes the guy's expression on the spot, and he silently figures he would rather face his own permanent end than come back to life being useless and powerless again. But quickly shaking off that dark thought, the shopkeeper relaxes his posture and acknowledges the skill still serves as an excellent extra layer of security for the journey. Petting the young woman's head in a welcoming way, Lu Yu instructs her to spend the day getting used to her own strength, letting her know he will bring several seeds tomorrow to be grown. Very dedicated to her new purpose of existence, the magical girl radiates joy as she readily accepts the first big task given by her tamer. With the plan set, the MC briefly says goodbye to his partner, letting her know he is going to leave the magic space first. However, before the guy could finish exiting, the young woman rushes forward and grips the hem of his jacket tightly. Showing a very pouty look, and Yu begs for her main body to keep living there in the spiritual environment, while her clone stays on the outside full-time. Lu Yu doesn't see a single problem with this special request, and affectionately assures her that the clone is completely free to tag along in the real world, thanks to her own innate skills. The immediate okay draws a smile of pure happiness from the girl, but she awkwardly confesses she is worried the shop owner might disapprove of some weird daily habits she has. The words leave the commercial manager confused on the spot, causing him to cross his arms and ask exactly what she meant by peculiar living habits. Right after, the narrative cuts to the tamer's modest bedroom late at night, showing him bundled up under the warm covers of his own bed. In the middle of tossing and turning on the mattress with dark sheets, he ends up pulling the protective blanket and is absolutely terrified to see the empty side was occupied. The late-night scare makes sense when the shopkeeper realizes the culprit was just his adorable beast, letting out a heavy sigh as he finally understands what those weird habits were about. And Yu justifies the invasive actions, sweetly explaining that she spent millions of years locked up in the lonely form of a seed, confessing she felt very afraid her new companion would feel lonely. To make the embarrassing scene worse, she blushes deeply, promising not to cause any trouble in the bed and begging not to be sent away during the night. Understanding the ancient creature's massive need for affection, Lu Yu just smiles and gently strokes the little mascot's hair, swearing that neither of them will ever go through the sadness of loneliness again. Very happy with her human partner's welcoming, the magic tree lets out a murmur of pure satisfaction and snuggles close to the pillow to finally rest in peace. A few hours of rest later, the big city's sunny morning illuminates the luxury residential condo building, revealing the daytime calm. But in the lit room, Lu Yu's peaceful rest turns into a suffocating nightmare, since the sleepy girl totally crushed the owner using her own arms and legs clumsily over him. Distressed by the lack of air, the MC tries to break free any way he can, feeling he can no longer take that morning suffocation. Finally managing to push the girl away, he takes a deep breath while the little one wakes up mumbling, confused without understanding what happened. Quite irritated by the situation, the shopkeeper gets out of bed, being followed by the mascot, who asks what he is going to do. Lacking much balance from sleep, the young woman ends up falling back into the sheets, still half lost in her own sluggishness. Turning back, the guy scolds her, warning she almost ended his life squeezing so hard during the night. Upset for causing trouble, Enyu shrinks her shoulders and apologizes, explaining she hugged her master without noticing. With a look of deep regret, she begs him not to be mad and swears she will never repeat the mistake. Faced with that sad little face, the manager softens his heart, guaranteeing he is not angry, and suggests they go to the magic space to check the tree's growth. Hearing her partner's idea makes the spiritual girl jump for pure joy, celebrating the news with plenty of excitement. Watching that childish scene, the tamer runs a hand through his hair and asks himself if he signed a contract with a beast or adopted a daughter. Once inside the lush spiritual domain, the two observe the small mystic plants glowing around the main trunk. Evaluating the incredible results, the MC notices the partner generated 10 seedlings of the special grass and has already grown them to the top of the transcendent level. Reflecting on the environment's evolution, he concludes that as soon as the ancestral tree ranks up, these seedlings will automatically follow the power leap. Even having a fragile and harmless appearance, the energy concentrated in those glowing leaves hides a devastating hidden potential. Trusting the plant's absurd strength, the guy is sure that neither the demonic dragon nor the emperor bird would have the courage to face that vegetation. Taking a deeper look at the domain's scenery, immense dark vines twist on their own through the air, giving off a mystic aura. The purplish vegetation keeps expanding, aggressively trying to reach the closed environment sky very rapidly. The shopkeeper recognizes the Thousand Stars vine right away, remembering this species has the terrifying ability to trap anything. Walking next to her master, the girl explains that with her current strength she can easily nurture platinum-rank seeds, warning that higher levels would take a long time. Petting his partner's head, the seller reassures the mascot, telling her it is enough to buy better seeds straight from the market to make the job easier. Keeping his businessman spirit, he reasons it makes no sense to waste their life energy when any problem can be solved with a good amount of cash. With this strategy in mind, the MC invites the young woman to take a walk in the city and fix this lack of resources right now. A short time later, the dynamic duo is already walking through the busy streets of the large commercial center focused on magic. Admiring the display windows full of valuable products, the manager praises the immense diversity of rare items that Fancy Place has to offer. Worried about the heavy foot traffic, he asks the little girl to stay real close, while she looks fascinated by the huge crowd of people there. Entering a shop focused entirely on selling spiritual plants, the two evaluate the luxurious shelves full of botanical merchandise. Analyzing the prices displayed on the glass, the guy notices an absurd difference where common seeds are cheap, but the already grown seedlings cost tens of millions. He perfectly grasps the market's logic, knowing that cultivating botanical resources is extremely difficult and the sprout's survival rate is almost zero. However, a very clever smile appears on the tamer's face when he realizes his mascot's divine talent totally wipes out any planting failure risk. Arriving at the service counter, the shopkeeper places a grand order demanding 1,000 seed units of the most aggressive and rare species in the window. In addition to the initial request, the MC increases the order, asking for another 100 exclusive units of the Grand Hell Tree and the Purgatory version. Receiving such a massive demand makes the establishment owner smile from ear to ear, politely asking the customer to wait a minute. Rushing back with a heavy black briefcase, the merchant announces the total value went over 32 million credits, but he decides to round down for loyalty. Not missing the chance to save a fortune, Lu Yu casually mentions that the local university's official tutors have a nice discount on those purchases. The clerk confirms the info right away, only asking for the guy's ID document to validate the promotional quota in the sales system. Keeping his cool, the manager hands his brand new academic ID card directly into the polite employee's hands. The shop owner walks over to the main computer and inserts the card into the reader to confirm the quiet buyer's details. The holographic screen displays immediate approval with an incredible 50% off, leaving the shopkeeper totally shocked reading the full professor title. Impressed by the high-level position achieved so early, the merchant hands the document back, praising the customer and calling him a true genius of the new generation. Hearing the compliments fills the spiritual mascot with pride, and she puffs her chest to confirm her partner is indeed the best of all. Without giving much attention to the excessive kissing up, the tamer just holds up his bank card, telling him to finalize the transaction for half the price as quickly as possible. While the payment goes through, the young man reflects satisfied that the veteran director acted with absurd speed to unlock all those wonderful benefits. Suddenly, Enyu tugs her partner's jacket, insistently letting him know she sensed the presence of an amethyst-class seed hidden around there. The unexpected info catches the buyer by surprise, since items of that rarity level are usually displayed as the big trophies of important businesses. Guided by the girl's magic intuition, the duo walks to the back of the establishment looking for the most forgotten shelves in the place. After a few seconds digging through the old stock, the little girl finds what she was looking for and shows off the dried-up seeds, very excited about the big discovery. The manager turns to the shop owner immediately and asks what the exact price of those dark, seemingly lifeless little seeds would be. The merchant awkwardly analyzes the merchandise and advises he was already planning to throw that trash away, asking if the little girl was absolutely sure about the choice. Holding her big find tightly in her hands, the spiritual young woman confirms with the greatest conviction in the world that she wants to take the mysterious items. Trying to be completely honest, the chubby man explains that the species does have the rare space amethyst classification, but their core dried up completely a long time ago. The detail of the withered husks with zero life energy proves that sprouting that the traditional way would be a completely impossible task. Considering the items no longer have any commercial value and would take up space, the clerk decides to simply gift the kid with the find for free. The mascot thanks the merchant's kindness with a radiant smile, leaving her partner extremely satisfied with the totally unexpected savings. Walking out of the shop, the tamer mentally celebrates having pocketed resources worth fortunes without needing to spend a single penny. Quickly returning to the safety of their life-filled spiritual domain, the duo preps to put the botanical planning into action. Displaying all the newly acquired cores floating in the palm of his hand, the guy announces the next step is to sow each of those units into the magic earth. The instant they touch the vibrant soil, the sprouts react to the environment's absurd magic and grow swiftly, blooming fully radiant flowers. Watching the miracle happen, he figures that thanks to his ancestral tree's divine support, the fruit harvest will happen at an unnatural speed. Sitting comfortably near the newly created garden, the shopkeeper relaxes, imagining the lack of resources to buff his team will never be a real problem again. However, the moment of peace in the virtual world is interrupted when his sharp hearing picks up someone's voice calling for the owner out there in the real shop. Fully awake from the call, the manager wonders to himself if some buyer showed up so early looking for quality merchandise at the establishment. Returning to the sales counter, the view reveals a guy with glasses walking into the place celebrating that he finally managed to awaken his own magic talent. The rookie exudes excitement, loudly declaring he would be willing to sell his own house back home if he finds a mascot that perfectly matches him. Smelling an excellent deal approaching, the MC opens the path with a super welcoming smile and greets the lively visitor. Noticing the clerk's youth right off the bat, the studious young man asks with some doubt if the masked guy is the true boss of the place. Keeping up the flawless professional posture, Lu Yu confirms his leadership in the business and directly asks what kind of beast the kid is looking for today. The student explains he received the spiritual arts gift, emphasizing his great desire to seal an exclusive contract with a botanical or healing-type creature. Like a masterfully helpful salesman, the shopkeeper replies with absolute conviction that he has the exact merchandise, showing off a glass container giving off a very soft glow. The absurd agility in service surprises the visitor, who takes the glowing jar from the manager's hands, almost not believing his own luck. Yet when focusing his eyes on the jars lit up inside, the kid realizes the so-called magic beast is just a tiny green sprout that doesn't stand out much. The disappointment hits the buyer full force, making him lose his composure and yell outraged, asking what kind of bad joke that whole act was. Irritated by the offer he deemed ridiculous, the young guy with glasses accuses the shopkeeper of trying to push a simple common willow sapling disguised as a rare mystic monster. Unfazed by the loud complaints, the tamer gestures calmly, revealing the harmless little plant awakened a formidable growth skill focused on refinement. Deepening the sales pitch to secure the profit, he details that this capability allows absorbing genetic material from down targets to build the ultimate evolutionary root. Hearing about such a bloody and powerful skill in such a fragile being leaves the customer totally dumbfounded, murmuring he never imagined something of that level was actually possible. With zero patience for the outrage show, the manager warns he has no time to educate rookies and tells the kid to beat it if he is not going to buy the willow sapling. Completely furious about the $3 million price tag, the customer accuses the place of being a blatant scam and threatens to report the shop to the Tamers Association. To put an end to the kid's audacity, the huge demonic dragon appears behind the MC, letting out a deafening roar full of fury. The impact of the oppressive presence makes the student step back terrified, but he still tries to keep his pose, warning that threats will not do any good. Unable to hide his terror, the coward turns his back and runs away through the glass door, swearing the shopkeeper will regret it. Watching the pathetic escape next to his scaly partner, Lu Yu sighs disappointed, noting the guy really does not know how to recognize top-tier merchandise. Staring at the lit-up glass jar, the tamer hopes that mystic little plant will not end up rotting on his shelves due to a lack of buyers. He checks the system panel and confirms the item's sale deadline expires in just 1 week, getting worried in case no interested party shows up in time. The small green sapling keeps gently swaying in the pot, giving off a very pure and quiet energy. Thinking of a quick fix to avoid losing the investment, the seller pulls out a small flask containing a mysterious red liquid. With that, he decides he will offer the plant to Director Duan or the Luo clan, while dropping a single drop of the substance straight into the pot's soil. Instantly, the botanical creature absorbs the material and starts giving off a strong red aura showing massive potential for the future. The scene cuts quickly to an imposing skyscraper lit by the sun, revealing itself to be the official headquarters of the Tamers Association. Inside, the student with glasses slams his hands hard on the reception desk, demanding to file a formal complaint using his own name. Maintaining professionalism in the face of the fuss, the receptionist looks at the guy and calmly asks who the target of that complaint would be. Foaming with rage, the customer accuses the shop of running scams with unrealistic prices and complains the customer service borders on absurd. The employee hands over a complaint form and instructs the guy to fill it all out and wait a bit in the lounge area. Holding the filled-out paper, the kid flashes an evil look, imagining he is going to destroy that arrogant shopkeeper's business. The narrative focuses on an elegant wooden door, indicating the Association General Supervisor's office. Walking into the brightly lit office, the receptionist hands the paperwork right into her boss's hands. She formally advises that a young man just filed an official complaint demanding immediate action. Supervisor Luo Yan takes the document, analyzing the details, and soon spots the peculiar name of the reported establishment. The complaint's target is clearly filled out as the MC's famous mythical beast shop. At that exact moment, the man remembers the strong recommendation made by Director Duan the day before, asking for total protection for that specific business. Totally shocked by the coincidence, he recalls the place was ranked as the highest quality magic establishment in the entire city. Slamming his hand on the desk, very irritated, the supervisor rants, asking what blind idiot would have the nerve to start trouble exactly with that manager. Wasting no time, the suited man marches out with firm steps down the hallway, totally ready to fix the problem. Arriving at the waiting area, he finds the student sitting relaxed and greets the guy dryly. Luo Yan asks point-blank if the kid in front of him is the one responsible for the report against the mythical beast shop. Very excited by the attention, the young man confirms he wrote it and demands the team shut down the business fast to prevent the pollution of the magic market. The suited guy shoots down the rush, advising he investigated the location's conditions and found out the reputation is excellent, being highly praised even by the academic director. With a totally threatening look, the man accuses the student of filing a completely fake and slanderous report. The info turns the kid's world upside down, and he lets out a scream of pure shock, not believing what he heard. Sweating cold from the absurd pressure, the cowardly customer stammers, saying he might have made a small mistake, and asks to cancel the report. But the supervisor points his finger in his face, decreeing that slander gets you 3 days of detention and warns the next time will result in extremely severe punishments. Shrinking in terror and shaking all over, the troublemaker begs for forgiveness, swearing on everything he will never repeat such an action. Completely desperate to save his own skin, the student sprints away through the association's hallways. Situation handled, the man considers the idea of paying a visit to the recommended shop to get a beast for his newly awakened son. The narrative then cuts to the blue sky and the quiet, tree-lined streets of the Grand Magic City. Walking at a slow pace with a rolling suitcase, a girl in maid clothes sighs, discouraged, feeling like a failure for not managing to do anything right. Holding back tears, the young woman regrets having failed the admission exam due to a lack of magic powers and remembers all her hard-earned cash was taken away. The sad memory shows her mom brutally demanding the money, throwing in her face that the girl owed a lot for being raised for years. Back to reality, the poor girl shows a completely empty and hopeless look, exhausted from so much humiliation. Dragging the heavy luggage, she keeps walking down the deserted street with no clear destination to go to. Trying to find a last drop of motivation, the young woman decides she will take a walk around the famous Tamer University before vanishing from the city. Arriving at the institution's entrance, a security guard blocks the girl's path, harshly advising they do not accept visitors, making her step back with her head down. Frustration takes over the young woman, who murmurs, upset, regretting being so useless she can't even fulfill her final wish. Walking aimlessly down the commercial sidewalk, she ends up passing right in front of the MC's mythical establishment. Suddenly, a faint and inviting glow catches the sad girl's attention and makes her stop in her tracks. Staring at the small willow sapling displayed on a table, the young woman gets confused trying to understand the reason she feels such a strong magic resonance coming from there. Meanwhile, inside the shop, Lu Yu rests comfortably on a couch stretching his body quite lazily. With his hands behind his head, he reflects he jumped the gun a bit when customizing the plant, admitting that charging 3 million for a green sprout is kind of crazy. Worried about the loss, the seller scratches his head acknowledging that letting that merchandise spoil in stock would be a true financial tragedy. Determined to take a look at the street traffic, he gets off the couch and walks calmly toward the door. Getting near the exit, the manager spots the young woman in maid clothes completely glued to his special plant out there. Hypnotized by the botanical little creature's soft light, the girl evaluates every detail of the mystic being with a lot of admiration. Fascinated by the discovery, the young woman reflects that beasts focused on the nature element are incredibly rare to find on the market. Feeling a deep empathy for the abandoned little plant on the table, she asks softly if no one wanted to buy the small sprout either. Immediately, the plant reacts to the girl's sweet voice and wiggles its glowing leaves, leaving the visitor amazed for being understood. Seizing the perfect connection moment, the tamer steps out of the business in a friendly tone and asks if the customer really liked the merchandise. Scared by the sudden approach, the girl steps back waving her hands desperately and stammers saying she was just admiring the window display. Keeping his calm, the MC lets her know he is the place's manager and makes a special exception allowing her to touch the botanical little monster. Hearing this permission fills the young woman with hope, asking very sweetly if she could really do that. As soon as her delicate fingers touch the leaves, the magic little plant reacts with great enthusiasm and releases a flash of energy into the room. Immense joy takes over the girl's face, who notices the invisible magic resonance from before getting stronger and clearer. Watching the perfect interaction, Lu Yu silently concludes the compatibility level between those two is just scary high. The little green creature leans toward the owner, vibrating a lot, leading the shopkeeper to ask if the sprout is trying to deliver some urgent message. Interpreting the beast's will, the manager translates the actions, revealing the plant wishes to make the contract fusion with the young woman, which leaves her totally surprised. Satisfied with his business instincts, the tamer excitedly agrees, confirming his intuition was right, and she is the ideal master for that merchandise. To prove his point, he holds out his hand in an encouraging gesture and suggests the visitor offer just 1 drop of blood to seal the bond. But the idea scares the girl, who terrifiedly turns down the offer, claiming the genetic material of a useless person would ruin the plant and hurt his sales. Finding the exaggerated worry funny, the young man oozes confidence, stating he calls the shots there, encouraging the customer to try without fear. Totally awkward in the face of so much unexpected kindness, the young woman in maid clothes looks away and agrees to do the test. With plenty of determination, she brings her index finger to her mouth and gives it a little bite to get the necessary drop for the spell. With all the care in the world, the girl drips a single drop of her blood directly onto the mystic leaves of the friendly glowing plant. As soon as the liquid touches the leaves, the small sapling quickly absorbs the essence and gains a greenish magic glow. Completely amazed by the reaction, the girl throws her hands up, celebrating that the little plant actually grew. Taking advantage of the mood, Lu Yu notices the great affinity between the two and casually asks if the customer wouldn't like to take the little monster. But the young woman's joy vanishes instantly, awkwardly explaining she has no money and no talent to make a contract. Shrinking her shoulders in a very sad tone, she laments being just a common person incapable of having a mascot. Unfazed by the pessimism, the manager guarantees money is easily solved, questioning if she is absolutely sure about the lack of powers. Hearing this doubt coming from an expert leaves the girl confused, not really understanding what he is getting at. Suddenly, the mystic plant starts pulsing intensely, releasing red energy sparks around her. Caught off guard by the beast's agitation, the young woman takes a step back, scared by the sudden change. The very next second, an absurd explosion of power radiates from the customer's body, revealing a formidable orb. The magic system immediately points out the awakening of a rare rank S talent called Immortal True Blood. Feeling all that crushing force flowing through her veins, she holds her face totally in disbelief at what just happened. With a look of someone who already knew everything, the MC flashes a smile, confirming the girl just awakened her hidden gift. He details that the seed recognized the dormant potential in her and helped refine her bloodline to unlock this capability. Overcome by uncontrollable euphoria, the new tamer rushes forward and grabs the shopkeeper's shoulders, wanting to confirm the truth of it all. Extremely excited by the news, the young woman demands to seal the contract with the magic plant as fast as possible. However, reality knocks on the door and she holds out a few crumpled coins, confessing it is the only amount she has. Waving his hand to dismiss the problem, Lu Yu reminds her the price is 3 million, but offers a generous loan to cover the cost. Hearing that millionaire sum makes the girl break a cold sweat, desperately wondering how she would spend the rest of her life trying to pay off a debt that big. Seizing the opening, the manager proposes she work there at the business to pay off the amount, since he really was needing an assistant. Without a second thought, the customer accepts the offer with open arms, swearing she will do her absolute best at the daily job. Quite satisfied with the quick deal, the guy gives a thumbs up and welcomes the establishment's new official employee. At that exact moment, the artificial intelligence appears, projecting a congratulations screen for the hiring and dropping a random resource as a reward. Seeing the glowing notification in front of him, the tamer clenches his fists and celebrates the huge stroke of luck he just had. The virtual assistant reveals the prize to be the true dragon's origin blood, an item capable of turning any beast into that supreme species. Analyzing the object's rarity, the seller is dumbfounded, remembering something that formidable only existed in ancient myths and never circulated on the market. His memory brings up the legend of a guardian monster that managed to break the divine limits just by swallowing a single drop of that material. With ambition speaking loud, the MC imagines the absurd level of power his own demonic dragon would reach, consuming that essence. The grand thoughts are interrupted by the new employee, who catches the boss's attention to ask what her first tasks would be. Getting back into his manager posture, he instructs the girl to buy groceries and watch the shop, promising she will earn a commission for every sale made. Gladly receiving the orders, the young woman hums happily, heading out to fulfill her first duties of the day. As soon as the place is empty, and Yu magically materializes behind the guy, calling her master in a sweet voice. Floating happily, the spiritual partner announces she brewed a special tea made with the rare leaves of the star vine. Being very helpful, she lifts the delicate teapot and pours the steaming drink straight into her partner's cup. Intrigued by the magical girl's exotic recipe, Lu Yu brings the porcelain to his mouth and takes a big gulp to taste it. Immediately the tamer blushes with pure satisfaction, recognizing that the spiritual energy in that drink is superior to any luxury product. Sometime later, the new employee returns from the market carrying heavy shopping bags through the glass doors. Entering the business, the young woman spots the floating mascot, who right away amicably asks her to put the groceries in the back. The shock of seeing an unknown entity makes the maid drop the bags on the floor, stunned, asking who that mysterious lady could be. Presenting the situation naturally, the shopkeeper explains the green figure is just one of his beasts and tells the girl to call her big sister. In his thoughts, the guy justifies the hierarchy, reasoning the partner is a millennia-old ancestral tree, making the title of respect more than fair. Getting past the big initial scare, the employee clasps her hands, enchanted to discover that human-looking creatures can be so adorable. With the team getting along, the MC announces he will teach a class at the university the next day and leave the business entirely in the hands of the two. The news catches the helper off guard again, who praises the manager's capability for already holding a tutor position at such a young age. Feeling the weight of the boss's trust, the girl flashes a determined smile and swears she will keep the establishment running perfectly. Already at night in his room, Lu Yu sits on the edge of the bed, confessing to being a little nervous, and decides to prep for the new role. He opens the holographic system catalog looking for study materials, coming across ancient memories and guides from sacred masters. Weighing his options carefully, the seller hones in on the valuable 7-star breeder legacy that costs exactly 300 points. Not wanting to look bad in front of the college students, the tamer hits the exchange button to get the knowledge pack. The virtual assistant pops up right away, confirming the balance deduction and starting the direct mental implant process. Instantly, an intense beam of green light hits the guy's forehead, transferring centuries of wisdom straight into his brain. Absorbing that massive load of complex info, he takes a deep breath while the magic runs through his whole body in a deep trance. Through the implanted memories, the MC gets clear glimpses of ancient researchers working in a lab from a bygone era. The memories show this extinct society had full-on academies dedicated exclusively to evolving new magic talents. Diving even deeper into history, the young man uncovers the hidden files of the ambitious divinity creation project. The vision details the scientists manipulating a mass of absurdly dense dark energy inside a high-tech containment tube. Right after, an old monitor screen flashes red, confirming the divine experiment was wrapped up successfully. But the result of this research turns out to be a gigantic and scary demonic entity with piercing red eyes. Consumed by pure destructive fury, the fake god fires a devastating energy attack at its own human creators. The strike's impact wipes out the entire city in the blink of an eye, showing the guy how the ancient civilization met its tragic end. Waking up from the trance covered in sweat, Lu Yu deduces, scared that botched project birthed the current leader of the demon realm. Drained by the mental toll of that experience, the tamer falls back onto the mattress, confessing the entity's presence was terrifying. Even while dealing with the fear of the unknown, a confident smile appears on his face, acknowledging he still has a lot of power to chase. With the bright morning arriving, the calm returns to dominate the surroundings of the city's modest commercial establishment. Dressed up for the new gig, the MC says goodbye to the helper along with his magic partner and lets them know he is heading out. Standing on the deserted street sidewalk, the guy reaches out with attitude and summons his powerful dark partner for the ride. In a whirlwind of scorching fire, the imposing beast appears tearing through magic space, ready to answer its great master's calls. The huge demonic dragon lands heavily on the asphalt, giving off an intimidating aura and kicking up a strong gale down the street. Watching her boss leave, the employee holds down her own skirt against the wind, amazed by his capability to command such a scary beast. The narrative shifts to the grand and busy Tamer University campus, shining under the clear morning sky. In the spacious hallways, the students gossip excitedly about the breaking news of an 18-year-old professor taking the job. Jumping into the chat, a boy mentions hearing rumors that the new tutor is actually a close relative of the institution's director. With an envious smile on his face, a bowl-cut student quickly deduces the rookie only got the spot through pure nepotism. The same topic bounces around the teacher's lounge, where an instructor asks if his colleague knows the kid and claims he must not have any real strength. Hearing the slander, Instructor Liu smiles while signing her papers, guaranteeing the new colleague is very handsome and probably the strongest young man in the world. Hearing Professor Liu's huge praise, a colleague with glasses gets totally outraged, pointing out the woman had never given such a high rating to anyone before. Bothered by the situation, the professor announces he will make a point of sitting in on that kid's open lecture to see if he really is all that they are saying. With her papers in hand, the instructor asks colleague Luo Chan directly to stop seeking her out, fearing the new tutor might misread their relationship. The rejection hits the man hard, who wonders to himself what kind of bold punk managed to charm the most unreachable girl in school so fast. Meanwhile, in the quiet dorm hallways, the students already start spreading the gossip that the new tutor is the hottest topic of the moment at the institution. Inside one of the rooms, a blue-haired guy strikes up a conversation with his roommate named Xiu, asking if he isn't curious about the strength of a professor who is exactly the same age as them. Relaxed with an ancient book in his hands, Xiu just sighs disdainfully and answers he has zero interest in wasting time analyzing the strength of ordinary people. Agreeing with his peer's attitude, the blue-haired boy praises the fact that Xiu awakened dual S-level talents in childhood and already has contracts with 2 draconic beasts. That way, he concludes an unmatched genius like his roommate would never care about an open lecture from some rookie professor. Tired of so much chatter in his ear, the prodigy turns his face slightly annoyed and asks dryly if the other guy has anything else useless to say. Sensing the heavy mood in the room, the guy backs off right away and says a rushed goodbye, announcing he is heading out so as not to bother the genius anymore. As soon as he is alone in the room, Xiu turns his full attention back to the magic book, keeping a very focused and mysterious look on his face. Staring at the ancient pages, he gets frustrated knowing that draconic magics from the past era are sealed in there, but cannot understand why he is unable to channel that great power. Far from there, on the large university campus, the spacious auditorium booked for the highly talked about open lecture starts filling with the first curious students. Entering the huge, brightly lit hall, some boys are blown away by the chosen space, commenting that place is usually unlocked only for the most experienced professors in the class. Already settled in the front rows, the talented students Nanyan and Royan chat excitedly, drawing the eyes of other boys who are surprised to see them there. Nearby, the red-haired leader of the Luo family shows up with crossed arms, maintaining a serious posture that is quickly recognized by the other students around. Right next to him, the silver-haired grandson of the institution's director himself also pops up to check out the event, accompanied by his loyal blonde buddy. Scanning the stands, the class notices Instructor Liu sitting comfortably and spots veteran Luo hang right behind her. To the short-haired senior, this specific student's strength is so high that he could easily land a professor job after graduating. The owner of the blue slime, on the other hand, spots the manager's blonde ex-girlfriend, murmuring her arrogance makes sense since she is also from that school. Trying to take advantage of the situation, a beefy student approaches the blonde girl asking if she is feeling sick and offering company to walk her back to the dorm. Still holding a massive grudge against her salesman ex-boyfriend, she simply closes her eyes with total contempt and tells the guy to mind his own business without giving him the time of day. In this tense moment among the students, a huge uproar takes over the stands and everyone points to the front of the hall, announcing the highly anticipated tutor has finally arrived. Very calmly walking down the main aisle, the MC enters the hall showing off his usual confident and relaxed posture. Charmed by the grand entrance, one of the students clasps her hands near her blushing face, telling her friends she thought the young man was incredibly handsome. The sight of the guy on stage hits the blonde ex-girlfriend like a lightning bolt, leaving the girl wide-eyed, confirming the respected new master is exactly the one she dumped. Standing politely behind the desk, Lu Yu apologizes for the slight delay, blaming traffic, and introduces himself quickly as the one running the beast cultivation class. True to his charismatic spirit, the tamer invitingly announces that anyone interested can enroll in his class without any problem. Not missing the chance to please his powerful ally, the red-haired leader of the Luo family is the first to urgently throw his arm up, demanding to secure his spot on the spot. Riding the red-haired leader's wave, the two students, thankful for his help in evolving their pets, also raise their hands high, begging to get into his special class. The director's silver-haired grandson and his loyal blonde buddy do not fall behind, waving their arms, desperately begging the manager not to forget them no matter what. To manage the packed crowd's hype, the young master holds up a hand, capping the initial quota at just 5 spots, explaining he would rather gain a bit more experience before expanding the room. Snagging the unique opportunity, Professor Liu elegantly raises her hand and confesses she is very interested in the material, asking if she could sit in as a listener in his classes. The unusual request leaves the whole grandstand speechless, since the woman is the director's respected disciple and had never shown such interest in a colleague's work before. Completely polite to his special customer, the MC agrees to the request naturally and lets her know his doors will always be open for her. The permission leaves the instructor visibly thrilled, who covers her slightly blushing mouth while thanking the guy for his generosity. All this polite exchange drains the bowl-cut student's patience, who stands up furious, accusing the tamer of being a fraud and demanding to know how the university accepts such a clown. With an absolutely cold stare at the loud kid, the seller just crosses his arms and asks directly if the student really believes he used connections to snag that job. Keeping up the aggressive posture, the troublemaker confidently claims the professor's magic level is lower than his, guaranteeing even the prodigy freshman named Zhu could beat him. Hearing the enemy family's name makes the guy adopt a mocking stance, guaranteeing this so-called prodigy is not worthy of being compared to him, and calling the student's evaluation method very shallow. Outraged by the tutor's arrogant response, the student holds out both hands, prepping a magic offensive, challenging the master to prove all that absurd strength in practice. Without an ounce of fear facing the childish threat, Lu Yu steps away from the main desk and opens his arms invitingly, calling the kid to show what he's made of. With a snap of his fingers, a small and dangerous purple flame materializes floating in the MC's palm, who calmly explains that is just a trace of his beast's fire. Displaying the tiny celestial fire, he issues an open challenge to anyone in the room, promising to quit right then and there if someone can withstand that flame for a mere 3 seconds. The extreme challenge shocks one of the students in the stands, who can barely believe the nerve of someone trying to take down opponents using just a wisp of magic energy. Leaning back in his chair with a superior air, one of the most experienced seniors in the class mocks the situation, doubting that a beast from a young guy at that level could generate anything that threatening. However, the Luo family's red-haired leader breaks into a cold sweat, recognizing the deadly spell's color, shocked to deduce that element can only be the legendary and supreme exotic fire. Completely ignoring the signs of imminent danger, the short-haired boy lets out a mockery-filled laugh, treating the room's warnings as totally meaningless nonsense. Driven by his own fragile ego, the student strides down the grandstand stairs and stops right in front of the tutor, totally ready to crush his spell without breaking a sweat. Wasting no time, the arrogant kid fires up his offensive magic full blast, materializing a massive glowing golden sword right in the middle of the spacious auditorium. To crank up his power's pressure even more, the student assumes his ultimate battle form, gaining a full mystic armor and a beautiful pair of golden wings. Facing the opponent's complex transformation, Lu Yu calmly evaluates the young guy holds simultaneous contracts with 3 different metallic life forms to achieve that result. Validating the professor's excellent technical breakdown, the attacker flaps his wings and dashes quickly through the air, demanding the other take a good look at how that ridiculous fire will be put out. Instead of prepping a defense for the incoming strike, the young master just keeps his cool and praises the reckless kid's sense of justice. Frowning with a sharp gaze, the MC wraps up his thought process, deeply regretting the fact the opponent doesn't have a very functional brain. Blinded by rage from the direct insult, the golden student screams, calling the tutor arrogant, and unleashes a brutal vertical slash with all his physical and magical might. With the impact of the crushing attack, the heavy golden blade hits the little celestial fire dead on in midair. To the student's absolute despair, his indestructible sword begins to melt instantly upon contact with the purple flame, making him shocked to question what kind of freakish thing that is. Unable to withstand that tiny spell's absurd divine heat, the mystic blade shatters into thousands of glowing pieces before turning to dust. Unable to defend against the thermal shock that follows, the armored boy is hurled with extreme violence far from the main stage, screaming in pure agony. The arrogant student crashes heavily onto the auditorium floor, totally drained, desperately trying to process how such a humiliating and fast defeat was possible. Maintaining total control of the dangerous situation, the commercial manager warns the lesson isn't over yet, and tells the opponent to truly feel the hellish temperature of that spell. The little purple flame flies tearing through the air straight toward the fallen kid, who lets out a scream of terror, realizing his end is approaching way too fast. Reflecting the purplish glow in his own terrified eyes, the student murmurs all of it is impossible to believe as the suffocating heat takes over his body. Completely engulfed by the divine flames that devour everything in their path, the troublemaker cries in despair and miserably begs the professor to spare his useless life. The celestial fire's overwhelming force incinerates the young man's entire metal armor in the blink of an eye, forcing him to yell nonstop that he was totally wrong to doubt someone else's strength. With a simple snap of his fingers, the MC cancels the spell instantly and calms the room down, letting everyone know he would never deal a fatal blow to his own problem student. Obeying the flawless command of their unshakable master, the traces of purple energy vanish completely in the air, leaving no smoke behind. Surviving purely on the seller's mercy, the kid curls up his legs on the floor wearing only torn underwear, shivering from the cold and the shame of the ultimate humiliation. Incapable of processing such a massive disgrace in front of the whole school, the short-haired student loses his strength for good and passes out, falling backward onto the cold floor. The defeated boy's body thuds hard on the silent hall's solid floor, marking the end of that absurdly one-sided challenge. From the back, a classmate sweats cold watching the outcome, murmuring it makes zero sense for a formidable tamer to be taken down so easily. Acknowledging the real level of danger shown, the experienced senior shuts down the doubt, assuring even the greatest warriors would struggle against such pure fire. In the midst of that tense silence, the sweet spiritual girl magically pops up next to Lu Yu, asking in a very kind tone if her master wants her to heal that poor guy's injuries. For starters, the tamer tells his little magic partner there's no need to heal the kid. Keeping his cool, he guarantees the student is not in danger, and asks another professor to take him to the infirmary to avoid delaying the class. Annoyed by the request, the instructor with glasses mentally grumbles, finding it ridiculous to be treated as the rookie's unpaid staff. Free from the mess, the MC turns his focus back to the class and ironically asks if any other unhappy student wants to test their luck. Faced with the crushing strength they witnessed, absolute silence takes over the huge auditorium. Taking advantage of the calm, the commercial manager smiles satisfied and announces the official start of his first lecture. Soon a student raises his hand, questioning why such a strong master would focus on beast cultivation, instead of teaching classes focused entirely on direct combat. Explaining his vision, Lu Yu clarifies that confrontation only exists when the creature is well trained, putting cultivation as the true foundation of everything. In the stands, two girls gossip excitedly, predicting the handsome professor will draw plenty of sighs from the female students starting that day. While the gossip runs wild, the new tutor keeps running the class quite smoothly and masterfully. Hitting the final stretch of the schedule, the guide decides to invite two volunteers for a practical demo on how to evolve their mascots. Right away, dozens of arms shoot up, desperately chasing that golden opportunity. However, he points straight at Nanyan and Royan, calling the two students to the main stage. Extremely hyped by the invite, the friends celebrate their great luck of being chosen. Unhappy with the pick, a student protests, pointing out those girls' little monsters have already maxed out and can't be upgraded anymore. Trying to take advantage, the guy boldly suggests the professor should use his creature to run the test. Without losing his composure, the master asks the class to have a bit more patience and not jump to conclusions. With the volunteers already on stage, he asks if they really believe their partners can't evolve any further. Professor Liu decides to chime in, bringing up the basic rule that beasts limited to the awakening rank don't go past the 10th level. Totally disagreeing with the instructor, the shopkeeper states the first step to success is breaking your own mental barriers, since that world holds infinite possibilities. At that exact moment, Director Duan walks into the auditorium, praising his new employee's wise words. Walking with his cane, the experienced veteran reveals he's quite interested in seeing this limit breaking in practice. The presence of the school's top authority sends a real shock through the students in the stands. Stepping near the counter, the old man opens a briefcase full of magic stones, but a kid notices they are just very low-level items. The student gets intrigued, wondering if the grand tutor really plans to pull off a miracle using such weak materials. Holding a small crystal, the MC naturally confirms the low quality of those stones. Even so, he guarantees these are the most perfect resources to work with the beasts of those specific students. Being quite methodical, the tamer sorts the colored crystals into small groups on the table. Then he instructs the owners to integrate those exact proportions straight into the magic space and feed the mascots. Completely trusting the master's wisdom, the two girls activate their support magic to start the energy transfer. Right away, the little blue slime and the glowing butterflies start soaking up the fragments and shine intensely. Following the process closely, Professor Liu goes wide-eyed, absolutely amazed by the reaction. In a double burst of pure power, the two cute little creatures smash their barriers and hit the first level of the transcendent rank. The instant evolution leaves the audience stunned, barely believing a limit break was done so simply. The instructor covers her mouth in shock, remembering the old tales and growing more suspicious the guy is a true ancient breeder. Extremely proud, Director Duan lets out a loud laugh praising the young man for rewriting rules that lasted thousands of years. Staying humble, the commercial manager cracks a slight smile and reinforces that nothing is impossible when using the right method. Following their magic partner's breakthrough, the two students also undergo an aptitude evolution and gain a powerful aura. Watching the class from the back of the room, the jealous instructor's jaw drops, admitting that cultivation level is way too magical. Meanwhile, the experienced veteran closes his eyes, imagining the huge profits he'll rake in asking for the guy's help to train his own colossal beast down the road. On stage, the slime's owner clasps her hands and thanks him from the bottom of her heart for all the wisdom the master shared with them. Tossing a casual wink, the MC puts his finger to his lips, asking the girl to keep his true identity under wraps. Realizing she almost talked too much in front of everybody, Nanian blushes with embarrassment, covering her mouth on the spot. Beside her, Royan shows a serene face, surrounded by several mystic butterflies that now orbit around her. Evaluating the result, the tutor praises the flawless transformation of the once harmless bug, confirming that's an excellent form. Being quite welcoming, Lu Yu advises the girl to take real good care of the little monster, as he has high hopes for their future. Clenching her fist with pure determination, the young woman guarantees she will pour all her effort into this training. To lighten the mood, the guy jokes, saying he helped because seeing his customers stuck at such a low level looked really bad for business. With that sharp mercenary instinct, he points out the students' scholarships are gonna go up and already invites them to blow the cash on a second mascot at his shop. In a funny thought, the seller sighs, being dramatic that he had to put on a whole show just to boost the week's sales. Shifting back to his professional stance, the new professor thanks everyone for their attention and declares the first class officially over. Slowly, the large auditorium starts emptying out as the students respectfully say goodbye to the young master. The MC waves friendly to the class, totally ignoring the bitter presence of his ex-girlfriend standing way in the back. Noticing the paralyzed girl, a chubby classmate approaches, asking if she is that blown away by the handsome new tutor. Being very honest, the boy warns that Master Lu is just too formidable and sits on a level way beyond the reality of anyone there. The realization insults the blonde's massive ego, who grits her teeth, revealing with pure rage that the professor was actually her old boyfriend. The info drops like a bomb for the classmate, who widens his eyes, doubting an ordinary girl like her had anything going on with a genius like him. Quite irritated by the other's suspicion, Bai crosses her arms, swearing she's telling the absolute truth about her past. However, the guy simply turns his back, laughing at the situation, advising the girl to hit up the infirmary for some meds to cure those mental delusions. Left behind totally outraged, the young woman grumbles she is not crazy and pulls her phone from her pocket, ready to prove her point. Swiping on the device's screen, the ex-girlfriend accesses her blocked list and finds the grand seller's contact. Overcome by regret, she unblocks him and types a message begging for a second chance to rekindle their old relationship. With a hopeful smile on her face, the girl hits send, believing her looks still have some effect on the guy. Yet the screen flashes a warning in red letters stating the message failed because she had also been blocked by the recipient. The digital rejection crushes the blonde's pride, who grabs her own hair, screaming in despair for being treated so coldly by the tamer. The narrative switches to the calm, brightly lit hallway of the university's medical infirmary. Inside the room, the troublemaking student rests totally bandaged on the bed, being evaluated by the facility's professionals. The doctor in charge checks the tests and asks, shocked, if the kid was dumb enough to piss off some dangerous Radiant Sun-level master. The bespectacled instructor gulps at her guess, clarifying the one responsible for the humiliating defeat is only Starry Sky class. Totally disagreeing, the pro guarantees the burns are way too severe, and the young man's life was only spared because the attacker purposefully held back his lethal force. Lying there unable to move, the defeated student suffers the aftereffects of the powerful celestial flame that still slowly burns his internal damage. Stunned by the young professor's capability, the staffer with glasses murmurs, trying to process how someone so young packs such destructive power. Concerned about school politics, he questions if recovery is a sure thing, dreading the backlash from the injured kid's influential family. The doctor adopts a quite confident posture and cracks a smirk, assuring she'll easily handle that problem. To prove her great skill, the professional holds out her hand, summoning her little healing fairy that exudes a comforting green magic throughout the entire room. Watching the skill up close, instructor Luo-chan is totally floored to realize it's a royal elven nature fairy. The little magic creature flies over the injured student's forehead and unleashes a very intense green healing energy that wraps around his entire head. Thanks to the advanced treatment, the troublemaker finally comes to and opens his eyes, a bit confused. Already sitting on the infirmary stretcher, the kid looks at the two professors present and asks, totally lost, why he's in that place. Luo-chan jogs the young man's memory, reminding him he tried to challenge the new tutor and ended up getting massacred by just a tiny purple flame spell. The reality check hits hard, making the student put his hand on his head, frustrated for being an S-rank prodigy from the Luo family and still losing so badly to the kid from the Lu clan. Still struggling with the humiliating defeat, he asks indignantly why the power gap between the two is so ridiculous. Keeping her cool, the doctor explains that above the S rating there are even greater and mythical tiers, proving there will always be someone superior in the world. Having no way to argue the facts, the student just grits his teeth, murmuring the new tutor really is on an unreachable level. At that, the instructor with glasses puts the pieces together and notices the weird coincidence that the young professor is named Lu Yu and is the exact same age as the famous genius Lu Su. Thinking harder about it, he points out the physical resemblance between the two guys is so big it's downright scary. The professor recalls the old high society rumors, commenting that Lu Su's cousin was born with a magic defect at the source of his power, which secured the leadership role for the other kid. The story gets tenser, remembering that on a rainy day this defective young man simply vanished from the map, raising suspicions he was cruelly kicked out of his home. The doctor takes on a more serious posture, reflecting that the discarded kid has returned with formidable strength, and now the main clan will have to make a very tough decision. Staring into the dark room, the pro wonders if the arrogant family will swallow their pride to recruit the boy back, or if they'll try to end him for good. Far removed from all this conspiracy, calm takes over the long, well-lit hallways of the university's boys' dorm. Inside one of the rooms, the blue-haired guy talks very excitedly about how the new professor wrecked a super-strong senior using just a magic spark. Gesturing non-stop, the student details the tutor countered a level 10 crushing attack with extreme ease and field dominance. Seeing his roommate totally absorbed in a book, the guy insists, asking if he really isn't curious to investigate this absurd strength up close. Trying to convince the prodigy, he argues taking that special class would be the perfect chance to learn creation methods that challenge the gods themselves. However, the arrogant young man turns his head and rejects the offer on the spot, ensuring a rookie professor isn't worth wasting his precious time on. Focusing on what really matters, the prodigy silently reflects that his top priority right now is to successfully fuse his two incredible S-level draconic talents. But staring at the notes in his old grimoire, he sighs, frustrated without understanding why there's such a constant magic rejection between his skills. The narrative flashes back exactly 12 years, showing the lush, illuminated garden of the main mansion belonging to the powerful Lu family. In that peaceful era, two kids ran excitedly through the halls, with the younger one calling out for his older brother to slow down a bit. Arriving in the main hall, the family leader announces with a smile that the two little ones arrived right on time for the talent test results to be ready. Little Lu Su learns he awakened the rare S-level taming skill called Golden Dragon Shadow. Right after, the little MC Lu Yu also gets the news he obtained the Sacred Dragon Shadow power in the exact same perfect classification. Very proud, the family elder decrees that if the two boys join forces, they'll surely put the clan at the absolute top of the entire country. Yet while everyone celebrates, Lu Su lowers his head, consumed by terrible jealousy, indignantly questioning why the other kid gets more magic resources than him. Overcome by this dark greed, young Lu Su shoots a hate-filled glare at the little boy, leaving little Lu Yu quite scared by the sudden hostility. Turning his back to the festive hall, the jealous one thinks to himself the perfect scenario would be him reigning as the only S-level tamer of that entire generation. Time skips forward a bit, and the ambitious boy starts searching for forbidden answers inside the clan's huge, dark library. Scouring the top of the grand old shelves, he finally spots a mystic book and celebrates the big find, flashing a crooked smile. Opening the dusty pages, the grimoire reveals that two S-rank draconic skills can be brutally combined to form an absolute double S-level power. Sporting a completely evil look, the child deduces that if he rips away his useless relative's strength, the two can finally live as good brothers in the future. Snapping back to the present in the dorm, the blue-haired roommate calls out the prodigy asking why he looked so spaced out all of a sudden. Trying to be helpful, the guy doubles down on his recommendation for both of them to take Formidable Master Lu's awesome elective class together. Mentioning that surname acts as an explosive trigger, making the prodigy lunge violently and grab his peer's neck wanting to confirm what he just heard. Pressing the student's throat quite aggressively, Lu Su screams demanding to know the exact name of this stuck-up new tutor. Choked by the sudden attack and unable to breathe right, the terrified boy murmurs the Grand Master's name is Lu Yu. Confirming the identity of his old nightmare, the senior drops his classmate immediately, who collapses on the floor coughing, desperately trying to catch his breath. Totally dazed by the heavy revelation, the Lu family prodigy tries to process how his biggest victim managed to return to academic life in such a high position. Uncontrollable rage takes over the guy, who grits his teeth murmuring the MC always finds a way to act silently just to try and get ahead of him. Consumed by a blind, sick hatred, the student pounds his own study desk stating he'd love to tear the tutor to pieces once and for all. A while later, the MC strolls calmly through the university's large central plaza, accompanied by the instructor and director Duan. During the pleasant walk, the experienced veteran promises that as soon as his magic space is fully healed, he'll visit the shop again to order another grand beast. With that smile focused on million-dollar profits, the red jacket-wearing seller agrees on the spot and lets him know he'll be waiting for the elite customer's arrival. However, the light mood vanishes when Lu Yu turns his head and comes face to face with his great enemy from the past standing in the middle of the plaza. Walking with firm steps toward his rival, the tamer announces his presence mockingly, stating it's been a long time since their last run-in. Sensing the sudden tension between the two young men, Professor Liu jumps into the conversation asking if they already know each other from somewhere. Without taking his eyes off the opponent, the commercial manager confirms the info with heavy irony, pointing out their relationship is extremely close and familiar. The vibe really heats up when Lu Su finally breaks the silence, flashing a sinister look, and grumbles his old rival had the nerve to step back into the spotlight. Throwing the taunt right back on the same level, the young tutor lets out a casual chuckle asking if he's been doing well all these years. Rage shows plainly on the student's face, who totally indignantly asks how the discarded kid managed to awaken magic and become a beast tamer again. Keeping up his intimidating composure, the MC counters stating there's nothing strange about it, and warns he's also held onto a special question for a long time. Intrigued by the mystery and consumed by a grudge, the prodigy narrows his eyes demanding to know what that big lingering question could be. Exuding a cold and threatening aura, Lu Yu asks point-blank if the taming talent stolen in the past has actually been useful for him. Without waiting for any answer, the seller stomps firmly on the ground and activates his powerful magic, creating a huge blue circle that radiates pure energy across the entire plaza. The crushing impact of this sudden release of power hits Lu Su dead on, sending him flying backward, unable to even keep his body standing straight. Holding back his own strength so he doesn't get knocked over by the magic gale, the rival figures out completely terrified that he just got dragged into someone else's taming space. Realizing it's a trap, the prodigy yells from the middle of the plane demanding his opponent show his face at once, swearing he won't let himself be intimidated by a cheap trick like that. Staring out at the spiritual domain's green vastness, the boy desperately tries to spot any trace of his enemy across the lit horizon. Without him noticing, Lu Yu magically materializes right behind his opponent's back, making the student freeze in place, feeling the extreme danger closing in. An oppressive force crushes the invader's neck invisibly, forcing the guy to beg to be let go while writhing in terrible agony. Flashing a cynical smile, the mythical beast tamer mocks the situation, pointing out the immense stupidity of that kid thinking he could merge a talent that doesn't belong to him. Exhausted from being humiliated, Lu Su completely loses his composure and yells, telling the MC to shut up, demanding his own beasts come help him that very instant. Answering their master in danger's furious call, two huge golden dragons appear roaring and lighting up the green domain with absurdly destructive energy. The twin beasts bare their fangs ready to annihilate any target, causing a huge uproar in the calm of that closed environment. Yet the magic rejection hits the student's limit, who tries to balance himself, feeling unbearable pain destroying his own body from the inside out. Unable to withstand the pressure of keeping the dangerous summon active, the elite student collapses heavily to his knees on the ground, panting and totally defeated by his own weakness. With a serene look and eyes glowing from the contained magic, the young tutor calmly states he can now answer his own previous question. Showing off a purely mocking smile, the MC throws it in his rival's face that the taming talent has proven to be extremely useful in the end. Staring at his opponent's pathetic figure lying in the grass, the commercial manager sighs with disdain and murmurs that deplorable scene is actually pitiful. The weight of the insult destroys what was left of the guy's bruised pride, who pounds the plane's ground with intense fury asking how they dared call him pathetic. Outraged by the humiliation, Lu Su promises to make his rival taste the true power of his giant golden dragon. The imposing scaly beast obeys the command and lets out a furious roar charged with magic energy. Without showing a single drop of fear, Lu Yu holds up his finger with a small purple flame asking if his opponent has ever felt the true wrath of the heavens. The unexpected question catches the prodigy student off guard, totally clueless about what the tutor intends to do with that tiny spell. With a simple flick of his wrist, the MC tosses the celestial spark straight at the massive golden beast. As soon as the purplish magic hits the target, the dragon lets out an agonizing scream of pain as it starts being consumed by the supreme power. Watching his mascot suffer like that, the boy goes wide-eyed in terror, murmuring that it should be impossible. Then panic takes over the rival as he finally recognizes the true nature of that crushing force, destroying his creature. Behind the manager, the gigantic form of the demonic dragon materializes imposingly, revealing it to be some sort of legendary calamity. Oozing absurd confidence, the seller asks if the kid really thought a simple giant mascot would be enough to beat him. To show off its superiority, the master's dark partner lets out an overwhelming roar that makes the entire spiritual domain shake. Giving no chance for escape, the immense black beast charges relentlessly and grabs the golden monster right by the neck with extreme violence. Trapped in the enemy's claws, Lu Su's animal lets out one last desperate scream while taking brutal damage to its wings. Taking advantage of the perfect opening, Lu Yu's ally uses its sharp claws to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy creature. The impact of the strike is so hard that the light-colored beast completely loses its strength and plummets toward the plane's ground. After landing the devastating attack, the imposing dark monster howls to the skies, celebrating its overwhelming victory in combat. Sweating cold, Lu Su panics, remembering his family spent a fortune to get that beast only to watch it get crushed so easily. Consumed by frustration, the student grits his teeth, indignantly asking what right his rival has to step on him once again. Suddenly, the boy notices something terrible happening and screams, desperately begging his opponent to stop immediately. The prodigy remembers in terror that demonic dragons have a cruel habit of devouring other beasts of the same bloodline to steal their powers. Totally defenseless, the golden mascot writhes in pain while its life energy begins to be sucked away without an ounce of mercy. Seeing his precious partner become the enemy's snack, the student grabs his own head, letting out a yell of pure despair. In a mix of anger and sadness, the guy points his finger, accusing the tutor of being cruel for hurting the first creature he grew up with. In a swift move to save his own beast, Lu Su holds out his hand and orders his dragon's immediate return to the magic space. The dark creature lets out a grumble of pure irritation for having its meal stolen right in the middle of the process. Having managed to recall the little monster in time, the student pants heavily, feeling a temporary relief wash over his chest. Keeping his unshakable posture, the MC calmly raises his hand and commands his scaly partner to stop the offensive. This sudden pause leaves the rival confused, making him wonder internally why the seller didn't just end the fight right then and there. Walking with short steps toward the defeated enemy, Lu Yu breaks the silence, calling the kid little brother in a tone dripping with irony. With a slightly nostalgic look, the manager comments they used to be real close in childhood and that he spoiled his youngest relative a lot. Wearing a bitter expression, Lu Su swallows his pride and quietly agrees they actually had a good relationship in the past. But the mood turns heavy instantly when the tutor throws in his face that the kid conspired with his mom to steal his talent's origin back in childhood. Caught completely off guard by the direct accusation, the prodigy student steps back, stammering, unable to form a decent response. Adopting a calculating posture, the tamer states his rival must be very curious to know the reason he was spared at that moment. Clenching his fist tightly, the tension-filled student demands to know what the real intention behind that fake mercy is. Very factually, the MC explains the dragon is linked to the stolen talent, and if the beast vanished, the kid's power would drop right along with it. The shopkeeper reveals the sacred creature was meant to protect, guaranteeing that if the betrayal had never happened, the two brothers would have elevated the family to a supreme level. Finding the story pathetic, Lu Su loses his patience and asks if the seller is trying to play the loving brother after everything that went down. Letting out a light chuckle, Lu Yu waves his hands, completely dismissing that sentimental idea, and lets him know the kid got it all wrong. Spreading his arms with absolute conviction, the master declares he only let the mascot survive to offer a fake drop of hope before utterly crushing his opponent. Surrounded by a storm of pure magic, the MC swears that very soon he'll rip out every drop of his rival's power and destroy that clan's influence. Slipping back into his natural calm, he points out that wiping out the student's strength right away would just ruin all the fun of his revenge. Hearing the threat against his bloodline makes the suited young man scream totally out of control, doubting a discarded guy could cause such massive damage. Without the slightest hesitation in his voice, the manager stares at the other's despair and confirms he's more than capable of keeping that dark promise. Backing up his master's words, the gigantic black dragon steps forward, letting out a threatening roar to intimidate the little golden creature. Lu Yu's dark beast flaps its wings, heavily striking an imposing pose to show it completely rules that arena. Quite intimidated by the enemy's absurd strength, the golden little monster slowly backs away, trying to avoid any new direct conflict. Watching his own partner submit, the elite student's eyes go wide, foaming with rage for feeling so inferior in combat. The tutor sarcastically cools the tension, guaranteeing he won't eliminate the golden beast, because his younger self also used to love that animal. Then he mocks, pointing out the black mascot just needed a quick snack and chewed on the light-colored monster's wings out of pure hunger. Suddenly changing the conversation's tone, the MC flashes a cold, cutting look focused entirely on his greedy relative. In an extremely fast and unnoticeable dash, the shopkeeper closes the distance between them in the blink of an eye, moving in for close combat. Grabbing the cowardly kid by the collar, Lu Yu tells him to keep his eyes wide open while all his family's wealth turns to dust. Choked by the grip, the prodigy tries to break free, warning that one day he'll master magic fusion and create a truly unbeatable draconic bloodline. Driven by deep hatred, the guy swears he'll make his rival crawl, begging for forgiveness after this whole humiliation session. Finding the promise pathetic, the seller simply shoves the kid away like trash and states he'll give him that chance to try his luck. Keeping the unbothered aura, the master points out that at his rival's slow pace, by the time the fusion works, he'll already be on a level where the punk won't even be able to look at him. With the little score settling over, the spiritual domain's illusion shatters, like glass, revealing the University Plaza setting once again. The exact second they return to reality, a huge flame-covered dragon lands brutally, and someone yells, demanding the spoiled kid be let go. Checking out the arrival of the big fire beast, the MC lets out a short chuckle, figuring his little cousin's loyal bodyguard finally showed his face. The commotion in the plaza draws the attention of students in the hallways, making two girls run down the stairs, impressed by the fire beast's power level. Fearing for her favorite tutor's life, the ponytail girl tells Nanyan she's gonna run down to help the shop manager out. Grabbing her friend by the arm, the slime's owner tells her to chill and assures her jumping in now would only make things worse, asking to trust the guy's strength. Even with her heart heavy with worry for the professor, the student quietly agrees and decides to watch the mess unfold from a distance. Already back on his feet and feeling safe, Lu Su walks over to his security guard, celebrating victory, thinking the enemy's black mascot is at a really weak rank. Sporting an evil look, the arrogant kid decrees the masked tamer's defeat is certain against such a brutal flame opponent. Showing zero worry about the danger, the young master tilts his head, asking ironically if the kid is really sure about that. Turning to his elderly protector, the prodigy demands his discarded relative be neutralized so his image as a university genius stays spotless. However, taking one last look at his rival, the student spots something super weird and breaks into a cold sweat, not finding a single drop of fear in his expression. Riding his giant flaming flying beast, the experienced security guard greets the guy kicked out of the family, adopting a fake posture of respect. The tamer recognizes the clan's old henchman instantly and asks if the veteran is playing babysitter to protect the cowardly boy behind his back. Keeping his blind loyalty to the main bloodline, the gray-haired man crosses his arms, swearing the protection of that young heir is his top duty. In a calm voice responding to the answer, the shopkeeper just tells the man to grab that crying piece of trash and get lost back to the clan's fancy mansion. The disrespect deeply angers the bodyguard, who warns he doesn't take orders from someone banished from the elite so shamefully in the past. Understanding the subordinate's blind logic, the MC shrugs and drops the issue, accepting that annoying relative is the Lu family's sole priority. Maintaining his blind loyalty, the gray-haired guard advises that since young Master Lu Yu awakened a new talent and tamed a dragon, he should peacefully return to the family. He tries to argue that the clan leader will choose a lighter punishment for everything that went down, allowing the boy to live happily with them again. Leaning next to his massive flaming dragon, the veteran asks if the guy forgot that it was exactly on that beast's back that he was carried away to have his talent extracted. Totally outraged by the old man's nerve, the MC accuses him of trying to play the good guy after all the cruelty in the past. But the bodyguard is unfazed and coldly fires back, pointing out that in the end the kid managed to awaken a new skill anyway. Keeping up his own arrogance, the gentleman argues the guy should be extremely grateful to the family's bloodline for getting that draconic power. Hearing such absurdity makes Lu Yu let out a laugh full of pure mockery, finding the idea of being thankful for all the suffering he endured comical. The tamer's eyes go dark as he warns he planned to settle things later, but since the clan is so eager for its own end, he'll do it right now. Not wasting another second on small talk, the commercial manager unleashes all his magic energy, creating a powerful whirlwind around his own body. A mystic drop of true blood appears floating and is absorbed by the demonic dragon, which lets out a deafening roar while giving off a crushing aura. Completely shocked by the absurd pressure in the area, the old man realizes that magic is messing directly with his own beast's bloodline. Watching the dark monster glow intensely, the terrified veteran deduces that the mysterious item can elevate the creature to the coveted supreme level of legends. Greed takes over the bodyguard instantly, who smiles sinisterly, imagining that stealing this power would place him at the top of the clan's hierarchy. Back there, the family's young heir screams desperately, telling the veteran to finish off the rival quickly so his golden mascot can finally evolve. Oozing pure confidence, Lu Yu calls his opponents to fight, warning that if they really want the drop of divine blood, they'll have to come take it by force. Immediately, the giant flame beast obeys its master's command and charges full speed, firing off a terrifying roar. The big flying monster opens its scorching jaws, fully prepped to swallow the target in a single attack. Desperate over his own mascot's action, the veteran screams, telling the beast to swallow just the pure blood without eating the entire opponent. Totally ignoring the warning, the Grand Fire Dragon dives straight toward the dark monster with full force. With a look full of pure greed, the gray-haired gentleman convinces himself that all that divine power will end up falling into his hands anyway. Very hyped by the brutal charge, the prodigy student cheers for the henchman to destroy the enemy creature as fast as possible. Totally unfazed by the danger, the MC calls the duo delusional and asks if they shouldn't ask permission before trying to devour his partner. Full of himself, the bodyguard counters, pointing out the black monster is busy absorbing the magic essence and is in no condition to defend itself. With the immense scorching beast already hovering over them, the commercial manager lets out a slight smile and ironically asks if the opponent is that sure about it. Quite calmly, he points out the world really turned upside down seeing a common dragon, thinking it can devour a dark calamity. Suddenly, a shrill and powerful song cuts through the spiritual domain's air, leaving the veteran completely confused. A gigantic burst of purplish fire appears, tearing through the environment, forcing the gentleman to step back while trying to figure out what kind of magic that is. From that intense light, the imposing divine bird of celestial flames emerges, showing off all its grandeur on the battlefield. The majestic mystic bird lets out a deafening chirp and dashes like a purple lightning bolt straight at the enemy mascot. Hit head-on by the overwhelming celestial energy, the huge flaming monster roars in agony, feeling the spell's destructive impact. The divine flames completely engulf the scaly beast's body as it thrashes, trying to escape that suffocating heat. Totally overpowered by the crushing attack, the Grand Fire Dragon loses control of its own flight and plummets in agony. Watching his partner fall, the gray-haired man can't process how his platinum-level magic skill was devoured so easily. Leaning next to his two summons, Lu Yu displays a relaxed posture and asks where they got the idea he only tamed dragons. With a confident smile, the young master advises the explanation for the bird managing to swallow the opponent's attack is extremely simple. In a purely mocking tone, the MC throws it in the bodyguard's face that little red fire was simply too weak. The insult hits the veteran's pride hard, who goes wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded by the kid's audacity. Cranking the provocation up even more, the shopkeeper states that not only the magic, but the enemy's giant creature itself is also pathetic. To prove his point, the divine bird conjures purple energy rings that pin the opposing monster against the ground. Trapped in the imperial cuffs, the immense fire beast roars in despair, trying to break the barriers with zero success. The bodyguard murmurs, terrified, not imagining that a simple newly summoned bird had enough raw strength to suppress his partner. Refusing to accept the imminent defeat, the old man raises his hand, declaring a star-level beast would never beat a solar-class monster. Using his combat experience, the gray-haired man activates his own Phantom Flame's magic skill to assist his mascot. Receiving the direct support from its tamer, the scaly creature catches a second wind and starts forcing the energy bindings with extreme violence. In a massive explosion of raw power, the reddish dragon finally shatters the celestial rings and breaks free from the prison. Free from the bindings, the grand enemy dragon rises again, giving off a dark and destructive aura across the battle environment. Observing the opponent's recovery, the commercial manager praises the effort and decides the time has come to show his true strength. The tamer extends his arm firmly and commands his formidable divine bird to start its immediate soul transformation. Answering its master's call, the mystic bird lets out a sharp chirp as it is completely enveloped by a blinding light. The mascot's body dissolves into a whirlwind of pure purple energy that radiates an overwhelming power across the magic plane. All this magic quickly gathers at a center point, forming a glowing portal that pulses with a crushing pressure. From that dimensional rift emerges the beautiful humanoid form of the celestial bird, showing off elegant robes and an imposing crown. The sight of the divine entity makes the bodyguard shake with terror, doubting a creature of that rank was capable of pulling off such a miracle. Giving no attention to the other's shock, the MC turns his head slightly and calmly calls his botanical partner's name. The adorable spiritual girl materializes behind the guy's back, hugging him affectionately and confirming she is ready to help. Floating smoothly, the small mascot conjures a glowing green leaf and hands it to her master, advising that it will be very useful. Confused by the cute interaction in the middle of combat, the gray-haired gentleman mockingly asks what a simple little leaf could do there. With a quick motion, the shopkeeper throws the little botanical item toward his celestial warrior, stating it's an absolute magic decree. The emerald energy buff hits the majestic flame entity, which absorbs the extra vitality right away. Strengthened by her ally's bonus, the divine warrior raises her large mystic staff, merging the purple fire with the pure botanical. With the trap perfectly set, the young tamer stares at the enemy with total coldness and decrees his end has finally arrived. Consumed by his own arrogance, the old man spreads his arms, letting out a maniacal laugh, swearing he is going to annihilate the kid at that exact moment. Ignoring the cowardly old man's empty threat, the MC simply waves his hand, giving the final order to his imperial bird. Following the command, the divine entity fires an overwhelming storm of celestial energy directly at the large reddish mascot. The crushing impact hits the enemy beast dead on, making the monster roar in unbearable agony as it tries to endure the magic. Giving no chance for defense, the majestic warrior intensifies her destructive spell even more with a ruthless smile on her face. Completely engulfed by the purplish fury, the huge fire dragon thrashes around, desperately realizing there's no way to escape. Showing an air of pure superiority, the mystic bird's humanoid form watches the destruction of her target with plenty of satisfaction. The divine flame's extreme temperature quickly starts melting the scaly creature's physical structure, which tries to resist uselessly. Taking irreparable damage, the grand beast lets out its final roar of terror, while its own body is turned to pure dust in the air. Due to the strong magic bond being brutally broken, the bodyguard spits blood and suffers a terrible shock to his internal organs. Kneeling and tasting defeat, the veteran can barely process how 2 centuries of cultivating his powerful monster were wiped out so easily. Walking with slow and steady steps, the shopkeeper approaches the fallen man, calmly recalling the warning he had given earlier. The master points his index finger charged with lethal energy and darkly repeats that the enemy's time on Earth has run out. Completely paralyzed by absolute terror, the gray-haired gentleman's eyes go wide, sweating cold while waiting for the imminent final blow. Suffering the devastating effects of the divine magic, the veteran lets out a deafening scream of pure agony. Unable to handle the weight of the attack, the bodyguard collapses face first onto the ground, totally defeated. With the obstacle removed, Lu Yu turns his attention to the arrogant boy and coldly advises his turn has finally arrived. Trembling with dread in front of the MC, Lu Su backs away, desperately begging him not to do anything. Watching the end of the combat from the grandstand, Nanian claps, cheering for her favorite professor's victory. Very hyped, the girl comments the tamer's level is simply absurd for making a giant dragon look harmless. However, the pink-haired young woman is confused, trying to understand why he used the emperor bird instead of his grand dark dragon. Right next to her, Royan deduces the black beast must be going through a breakthrough, and the master chose to save energy, anticipating the arrival of a worse enemy. But the friend brushes off the concern right away, remembering the whole university is protected by a sovereign-rank magic barrier. Showing a lot of confidence in the place's security, she guarantees no high-level invader could cross that formation without permission. Suddenly, an immense and complex scarlet magic circle forms in the skies, tearing through the clouds above the school. From this dimensional rift, a gigantic winged monster breathing fire emerges with full force, breaking through all defenses. Riding the beast, Matriarch Su Yajai rants, furiously demanding to know who had the nerve to end her loyal subordinate. The enemy family's powerful leader descends, tearing through the air directly toward the main courtyard. Stepping up to protect the place, Director Duan grips his cane tightly and orders the woman to get off the campus immediately. Showing zero fear, Lu Yu calmly asks the veteran to clear the way for the intruder. Worried about the guy's safety, the old man warns the hag is a true tamer of the dreaded overlord rank. Keeping his unshakable calm, the MC assures him everything is fine, and ironically comments it's been a while since he saw his dear stepmother. The huge reddish dragon lands brutally on the battlefield, staring down the shopkeeper's dark beast. Facing the woman who destroyed his childhood, the young master welcomes her, mocking that she is still as arrogant as before. Showing a quite confident posture, the guy confesses he hopes the villain can keep up all that ego for just a little while longer. Annoyed by the invasion, the experienced director steps up, warning he won't tolerate any tamer acting with hostility on his campus. The matriarch sneers at his authority, questioning if the man really believed that school's protection would be a hurdle for her. To prove her crushing strength, the woman's dragon fires a massive blast of fire straight at the university's shield. The glowing impact is so overwhelming that the magic dome shatters into thousands of pieces, scattering power through the air. Shocked by the invader's destructive nerve, Director Doohan steps back, outraged, calling out the hag's name. Assessing the dangerous scene, the manager asks the veteran to focus on protecting the innocent students and give him just 5 minutes to handle that problem. Totally trusting his new professor's capability, the old man agrees on the spot and steps back from the front line. From high up on her majestic beast, the matriarch calls her stepson cocky for thinking a lucky strike against henchmen makes her an easy target. The MC just tilts his head up in a very laid-back way and asks if beating her would really be that hard of a task. The invader's grand beast lets out a threatening roar, while the shopkeeper's holographic system beeps with a new magic update. Completely absorbing the true origin divine blood, the demonic dragon howls, wrapped in a red spiral, hitting the absolute limit of the stellar rank. Watching from afar, the stepmother adopts a posture loaded with arrogance, stating a monster of that level trying to fight is as useless as an ant. Full of herself, the family leader oozes pure mockery, thinking the kid's attitude is completely pathetic and pointless. Ignoring the taunts, Lu Yu focuses on a glowing golden aura using his special refinement method, while the villain questions what he is doing. Fueled by its master's channeled strength, the dark creature fires off an overwhelming roar, unleashing a dark energy that shakes the arena. The sudden magic pressure makes the woman step back entirely in disbelief, unable to process how the enemy monster's aura multiplied tenfold out of nowhere. Consumed by anger, she accuses the guy of being suicidal for trying to evolve the beast beyond the limit his own taming space can handle. But the young seller keeps his unshakable confidence amid the energy sparks, ironically asking what kind of pressure she thought would affect him. At that exact moment, the majestic tree of life shines brightly in his inner world, fully stabilizing the magic environment. With the barriers buffed, the scaly dragon breaks its limit and easily hits the third layer of the dreaded Dark Moon rank. The black beast's destructive power keeps scaling, terrifyingly hitting the level 5 mark in the blink of an eye. The frantic evolution only evens out when the calamity hits the 7th tier, exuding a pure and dominating purple. The system panel pops up in front of the tamer, confirming the huge breakthrough and revealing the partner learned the lethal dragon slayer skill. Reading the details that any down giant lizard will become an eternal servant, the MC lets greed take the wheel, thinking the idea of having an overlord lackey is simply perfect. Sweating cold before that crushing force, the stepmother finally realizes the banished stepson became a monstrous threat way beyond her predictions. Overcome by sudden despair, the leader turns her head and tells her son they need to run out of there as fast as possible. Obeying its master's panic, the colossal dragon turns its back and flaps its heavy wings, trying to escape the university arena. Watching his mortal enemy's pathetic getaway, the tamer looks up and asks coldly if they really think they're leaving without a scratch. Exuding a ruthless aura, the commercial manager decrees their time for regrets is long gone. Getting the silent command, the dark partner warps the ground with its jump pressure and shoots like a red lightning bolt toward the sky. The two giant beasts violently collide in the air, creating a shockwave that spreads fire and destruction everywhere. Taking advantage of its superior speed, the black creature sinks its sharp claws straight into the opposing monster's neck, dealing brutal damage. Seeing her precious animal get massacred midair, the matriarch loses all her refined pose and screams, desperately demanding the guy stop it. The MC just shrugs, asking with the utmost chill in the world why he should make things easy. Cornered by imminent death, the woman swallows her own pride, begging to know what the young man wants, promising to hand over any wealth. The young master turns down the offer, waving his hands, letting her know very clearly he can just take whatever he wants without anyone's help. Following the tamer's lethal reasoning, the great world destroyer ramps up the assault, crushing the reddish lizard's defenses. In an overwhelming final blow, Lu Yu's beast lands a critical attack that completely shatters the scared enemy's scales. Totally incapable of continuing the fight, the villain's dragon crashes heavily into the ground in a destructive impact, while the woman screams in pure panic. The creature's colossal body creates a gigantic crater in the asphalt, kicking up a cloud of smoke and rubble across the courtyard. Feeling the vital connection snap brutally, the hag stares at her own hands horrified, realizing her magic space was completely shattered. Walking with calm steps, Lu Yu points his finger and cruelly asks if the villain finally understood what true despair feels like. In that instant, the defeated beast's corpse is wrapped in a mysterious and dense circle of reddish magic energy. The matriarch regains her hope seeing the creature get up, hurriedly promising she will form a new taming bond with the partner. Reborn under the system's dark influence, the monster shows a totally empty and threatening look aimed at its old master. Desperate to get her strength back, the woman holds out her hands, releasing a golden aura to try and re-establish the broken contract. However, the linking spell shatters to pieces before even reaching the target, leaving the family leader completely baffled. Due to the permanent loss of her overlord partner, the intruder's magic rank drops drastically until she falls to her knees on the ground, weakened. Standing in front of the humiliated woman, the MC fixes his jacket and decrees that deep agony was exactly what he wanted to dish out. The tamer details the punishment, stating there's nothing worse than watching your own downfall from a respected figure to a powerless nobody. Ramping up the weight of the suffering, the guy points to the horizon, warning her psychological torture is not over yet. Wrapping up his lethal plan, he rubs it in the hag's face that her most beloved beast just bowed down and became a mere lackey to her biggest enemy. Watching his mom's deplorable state thrown in the crater, Lu Su runs desperately, trying to support the defeated woman. Hiding while watching the scary scene, Professor Liu takes a deep breath, totally amazed by the young manager's priceless capability in subjugating overlord-rank monsters. With the dust settling in the courtyard, the tamer crosses his arms and ironically asks what the matriarch intends to do now that she's been reduced to a nobody. Taken over by blind fury, Lu Su charges screaming for his rival to go to hell and preps a desperate punch. But before he could do anything, a ringing slap hits the kid's face and a voice tells him to shut his mouth. Holding his red cheek, the student steps back, calling his attacker a bastard without understanding the action. The mysterious man raises his fist and firmly orders the prodigy to stop this madness right away. Recognizing the familiar face, the student changes his tune instantly and asks with a hopeful smile if his uncle came there to help them. Ignoring his nephew, Lu Tian turns to the manager, admitting the family really messed up big time in the past, but begs him to spare the boy's life out of consideration for him. Checking out the newcomer, the MC spots the presence of the Lu family branch member on the battlefield. In his thoughts, the young man figures the man is just an uncle by name, but fondly remembers that 12 years ago he was the only person who tried to defend him. The memory shifts to the night of the tragedy, showing Tianhe being thrown violently while trying to stop the cruel talent extraction. Even injured back then, he pleaded on his knees for the matriarch to stop doing it, claiming it was a terrible injustice against the boy. However, the villain just fired an overwhelming magic spell at her relative and told him to shut up without any mercy. Back in the present, the shopkeeper reflects that cowardly attack left his uncle with a permanent injury, locking his strength at the 10th level and capping his life at being just an associate professor. With a calculating look, the guy deduces he can't leave the veteran tied to that duo's madness, because that would make him hesitate when it's time to collect the rest of his revenge in the future. Thus, Lu Yu agrees to show a bit of mercy, setting the condition that they use a teleportation stone to get out of there on their own. Getting the message perfectly, the uncle flashes a relieved smile and agrees to the guy's demand. Wasting no time, the veteran turns his face and tells the student to grab his defeated mother and get out of there right away. Totally unsatisfied, Lu Su points his finger furiously, promising to pay back all that day's humiliation 10 times worse, and guaranteeing he always keeps his word. With the threat made, the boy activates a bluish teleportation stone that starts glowing brightly in his hand. A huge pillar of magic light wraps the two fallen villains and zaps them far from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Now alone in the arena, the old man gives his nephew a warm look and comments that more than 10 years have passed and he's grown impressively. Instead of focusing on sentimentality, the tamer just calls his botanical partner and orders her to heal the veteran right now. Answering the master's call right on cue, the adorable spiritual girl appears in a whirlwind of emerald energy. Floating gracefully, Enyu spreads her arms and unleashes a powerful wave of healing magic across the area. Engulfed by the intense green light, the associate professor goes wide-eyed, completely surprised by the spell covering his body. Fascinated by the result, the man notices in awe that the hidden injury that tormented him for over a decade is actually cured. Clenching his fists with renewed energy, he feels such great vigor that he believes he can break through the overlord rank barrier at any moment. Analyzing the little floating fairy, the uncle murmurs in disbelief, realizing a young girl has such an unbelievable restoration capability. With his hands in his pockets, the MC recalls the veteran got hurt trying to defend him in the past, so healing that wound and letting the villains run today was the bare minimum. Turning his back to leave, the commercial manager sentences that from this moment on all debts and ties between them are officially done. Watching the masked young man walk away, Tian rubs his head and sighs, acknowledging all that mess is just the karma the family brought on itself. The scene quickly cuts, revealing the luxurious, sunny gardens of the Liu clan's massive main estate. Inside the elegant mansion, the family leader drops his teacup on the floor, feeling a strong teleportation aura getting close. Extremely tense with the emergency magic signature, the patriarch gets out of his armchair asking if his wife ended up in some mortal danger. Right after, a strong pillar of bluish light erupts in the mansion gardens, bringing the defeated duo back home. Supporting his heavily injured and exhausted mom, the prodigy boy asks with a shaky voice if she's feeling okay. In response, the former matriarch violently slaps her son's hand and screams, telling him to let her go right now. Driven by hatred, the villain blames the student for everything, yelling that if he hadn't provoked Lu Yu that day, she wouldn't be useless and her dragon wouldn't have become the enemy's lackey. Trying to defend himself, the boy fires back that it's all his rival's fault, assuring that if they simply end him, the dark beast will surely come back to her. The hag points her finger, totally disgusted, throwing in his face that she sacrificed way too much for him and still his talent hasn't hit the SS rating yet. Completely unhinged, the woman screams, demanding to know why after so much time he still hasn't managed to fuse the dragon shadows, calling her own son useless trash. Swallowing the heavy motherly humiliation, the young man lowers his head and clenches his fists, admitting the mistake, but promises he'll complete the magic fusion no matter what. With a look full of pure malice, he swears that when that day comes, he'll make sure to avenge his mom and make his enemy taste the same agony they suffered. Interrupting the argument in the courtyard, the family leader finally arrives on the scene, asking shocked what the hell happened to the two of them. Staring at his father figure with a devastated look, the student murmurs the worst possible news, revealing his mother's magic cultivation was completely destroyed. Hearing this realization makes the patriarch blow up with anger, going wide-eyed, demanding his son repeat what he said and explain the situation properly. Looking bummed out, the student tells him he ended up bumping into his kicked-out relative during class hours at the university. Going deeper into the tragic story in the garden, he describes how the family veteran was beaten mercilessly and how the matriarch permanently lost her powers. To make the tense mood even worse, the boy shakily advises the masked tamer promised to wipe the whole clan off the map very soon. The leader throws his arms up, thinking the whole situation is a huge absurdity, justifying the talent extraction was for the good of the family, and asking why the guy didn't accept being sacrificed in peace. Interrupting her husband's delusion, the injured villain calls out for her son with a weak voice while holding a small, mysterious box. Upon opening the delicate lid of the little box, a yellowish crystal giving off strong mystic energy reveals itself to those present. The hag explains that item is a teleportation stone to the dragon realm, ordering the kid to leave Earth and go there to focus entirely on his training. Handing the treasure into the student's hands, the woman confesses her hope that upon returning, the young man will finally make their grand enemy pay the price he deserves. Consumed by a thirst for relentless revenge, the prodigy accepts the mission with his eyes glowing red and swears he won't disappoint. The scene cuts back to the Magic City's campus, where the gigantic dark dragon flies imposingly over the academic buildings. Flying on his partner's back, the tamer checks a holographic panel that reveals the beast planted a trace of power on the enemy duo, allowing him to track their every move. Watching the magic video feed, Lu Yu spots the handoff of the teleportation stone and agrees that running away to the dragon realm really is the only way out for the kid to seek quick strength. Flashing a very clever and excited smile, the manager concludes that sooner or later he'll have to take a little business trip to that mythical domain himself. Suddenly, the virtual assistant pops up floating in the sky and congratulates the user for reaching 100 influence points, unlocking the highly coveted breeding system. Checking out the new achievement, the young master smiles, satisfied, realizing the news of the massacre he dealt the main clan has already started spreading through the city. Very interested in the magic updates, he reaches out to the assistant's floating screen and commands it to claim the reward immediately. A large blue interface loads in the air, indicating the advanced beast breeding system is booting up successfully. The setting shifts to the quiet interior of the mythical business, where the maid clothes-wearing helper sighs deeply behind the counter. Resting her face in her hands with a distant look, the girl silently wonders how her boss and her big sister are doing on their first day of work at the university. Totally bummed out, she lays her head on the table, wishing she had met the manager sooner, imagining that with his help she could have also gotten into a tamer college. With her cheeks slightly flushed, The young woman confesses to herself she'd love to sit in on one of his lectures, positive the subject must be fascinating. Trying to shake off the sadness, the employee turns her attention to her glowing little plant and asks her small mascot to grow fast, so she can become as incredible as the seller. Understanding its owner's wish, the little willow sapling wiggles its green leaves very happily and energetically. The cute moment is broken by the crisp sound of high heels clicking against the beast shop's clean floor. An elegant woman with orange hair wearing a white lab coat walks into the room scanning the shelves, asking if that simple place is the super famous Battle Beast shop. Giving off an authoritative vibe, the newcomer gets right to the point and asks the employee if the establishment's manager is around. Caught off guard by the imposing customer, the helper jumps up apologizing for her boss's absence, but offers to show the stock in case she wants to buy a little monster. The mature woman casually turns down the offer and sits down crossing her legs elegantly, letting her know she'd rather wait until the guy gets back from work. Flashing a very friendly smile, the scientist asks the maid to serve her a nice cup of tea, a request the young woman very politely accepts, heading off to prep the drink. Soon the employee returns carrying a tray with the teapot and cups to serve the guest. The scientist uses tweezers to pick up the exotic leaves, recalling that was the same tea the manager drank last time. Not getting why they were being so stingy, she asks why she should use only 2 of those little leaves for the brew. Pouring the hot water into the cup, the liquid takes on a bright greenish tone instantly. The sudden magic reaction leaves the woman with glasses totally amazed by the drink. Smelling the aroma in the air, she realizes not even rare elven leaves compare to such an incredible fragrance. Very politely, the young apprentice explains the boss usually brews the tea using the most tender sprouts from the Thousand Stars vine. The bombshell catches the instructor by surprise, who recognizes the scary power of that plant capable of suppressing entire realms when it hits maturity. Faced with this fact, she finds it absolutely ridiculous for the guy to use a priceless resource just to make an afternoon coffee. Tired of theorizing, the woman brings the steaming cup to her mouth and takes a small sip to test the quality. The drink's taste and energy send an immediate shock through the customer. She realizes startled that just a drop of that liquid is forcing her cultivation's evolution and breaking the 10th level bottleneck of the Dark Moon. In the middle of this absurd discovery, the helper excitedly announces the shop owner finally returned. Outside, a huge reddish dragon lands brutally on the commercial street. Looking through the glass door, the scientist recognizes the creature instantly as the grand beast contracted by the Lu family's matriarch. Commanded by the tamer, the gigantic scaly creature dissipates its own magic body in front of the establishment. Lu Yu walks calmly into the room, announcing his return to the team. The employee runs toward the guy, telling him he arrived at the perfect time to help a new customer. Slipping into his manager posture, the young man asks how he can help the visitor and lists his sales and beast breeding services. Wasting no time, the woman summons a small greenish fairy and hires the shopkeeper to cultivate her nature elf. Checking the mascot out up close, he rates the level and magic potential attributes as just very mediocre. The word strikes the customer's pride, who fires back irritated, swearing she fused the rare elven heart talent into that little monster's body. Bothered by the bad rating, she demands to know exactly where she went wrong in her magic partner's evolution process. Promising to be totally honest, the MC puts on a serious face to explain the situation clearly. He bluntly points out the compatibility between the nature spirit's energy and her gift is barely 5%. Shocked by the info, the instructor shakes her head, finding that rate a total absurdity. Trying to justify her method, she argues the creature absorbed the energy perfectly, and the established contract proves it. The manager shoots down the theory instantly, asking why the fairy's ancestral bloodline hasn't awakened yet if the fusion was a success. Mentioning that primal power leaves the woman speechless, knowing ancestral energy is the true origin of all magic spirits. She acknowledges that if this dormant bloodline actually wakes up, the small mascot will reach the level of the coveted imperial clan. With her eyes shining with ambition, she imagines the unmatched status a tamer gets by signing a contract with an imperial entity. But her train of thought is interrupted when she asks the young man to wait a minute. The woman argues that if the fairy really carries this hidden bloodline, it was impossible for her not to have noticed it through the contract connection. Keeping his cool, the guy explains that absolutely every spiritual race has a trace of this primal bloodline in their body. He compares the situation to regular genetics, reminding her that even distant generations still carry their ancestors' genes. Putting the pieces together, the scientist understands the power isn't hidden, but so diluted that it becomes unnoticeable to anyone. Satisfied with her quick thinking, the shopkeeper nods, agreeing with her deduction. Annoyed, feeling she's being played for a fool, the customer counters, claiming it's basic knowledge that such weak traces of magic blood could never truly revive. The tamer gives a slick smile and asserts the highly talked about common knowledge only exists in the world to be broken. He asks who made up that ridiculous rule, assuring that any drop of power still carries the absolute will of the ancestral spirit and can be stimulated. Silently evaluating the situation, the woman recalls the skills shown at the university and admits the guy's strength really defies any existing logic. Tired of so much stalling, the seller asks the customer to make her final decision on whether to trust her little mascot in his hands or not. Having nothing to lose, she agrees and leaves the fairy's whole cultivation process fully under instructor Lu's responsibility. Set on waiting, she asks how long the training will take, guessing a time frame of 4 to 6 months. Seeing the manager hold up just one finger, the instructor gets startled thinking 1 month is way too short even for his formidable capabilities. Very calmly correcting the customer's guess, Lu Yu lets her know that raised finger meant exactly a 1-minute wait. The surreal deadline makes the woman scream in shock, unable to believe such a miracle is possible. Not losing focus on the job, the guy just turns his back and asks the tamer to bring the greenish fairy to the back room. Calm rules the shop's outside area while magic secrets go down inside. Walking into the business's private area, the scientist follows the manager's calm steps and the maid clothes-wearing employee. Noticing the guest's tension, the helper gives a kind smile assuring the shopkeeper's words are a flawless guarantee of absolute success. Exactly 1 minute later, the MC points to the floating little monster and tells the customer to inspect the job's results. The little botanical creature shows an incredibly intense and radiant green glow. Activating her magic skill, the woman establishes the direct connection with the fairy to absorb the mascot's new data. An emerald panel pops up confirming the evolution to the powerful radiant sun rank, making the owner break a cold sweat seeing such a grand leap happen in 60 seconds. Dazzled by the upgrades, the instructor holds her hands to her chest, celebrating the fact the creature smashed the barriers of an entire realm. Taking a closer look at her flying partner's detailed new appearance, the woman realizes that cutie no longer belongs to the simple nature fairy species. The adorable magic little creature lands gracefully on the seller's outstretched palm. With his usual confident smile, he agrees with the customer's observation about the drastic race change. The tamer details that the evolution forced the ancestral bloodline's full awakening and fused 100% of the old elven talent into the little one's body. Going deeper into the explanation, the manager reveals the winged being transformed into a supreme subspecies called Spirit of the Origin of Life. The magnitude of the process leaves the instructor completely stunned, recognizing the guy pulled off a divine miracle in the taming world. Quite pleased with his own masterpiece, the shopkeeper flashes a smile and asks if the final result was to the owner's liking. With her hands clasped and her heart racing with happiness, the woman agrees completely enthusiastically. Taking advantage of the great vibe, the merchant claps his hands and announces it's time to discuss the service fee, wanting to know what price she suggests. Being very honest, the tamer assesses that the massive potential the mascot received is easily worth over 200 million on the magic market. She quickly offers her own bank card to the guy, letting him know her entire balance of 230 million will just serve as a down payment for the priceless training. Showing an admirable attitude, the woman guarantees she'll come back in the future to repay all the young man's kindness once the greenish fairy gets even stronger. Gladly accepting the bank transfer, the seller announces he's going to charge 200 million very symbolically to wrap up the day's negotiation. Flashing a purely relieved smile, the scientist deeply thanks the masked instructor for his effort. With her new supreme partner in her hands, she celebrates out loud that the rough fate of both of them was completely rewritten for the better. As soon as the deal is closed, the system's blue panel pops up rewarding the MC with 1,000 points and a rare red star resource for finishing a successful magic cultivation. Calculating the flood of cash and virtual points he just earned, the guy excitedly concludes training beasts is a much bigger goldmine than just selling cubs. The mental math moment is interrupted by the customer's voice, who catches the tamer's attention before leaving the establishment. With total determination in her eyes, the woman swears she'll train her partner until reaching the peak of excellence, hoping to earn the master's proper recognition when the time comes. The elegant instructor says her goodbyes very politely and lets him know she is looking forward to their next meetings. Keeping his chill posture, the MC watches the rich customer leave the establishment. With the shop empty, he decides to hop into his grand spiritual world to sort out some pending stuff. The holographic system suddenly pops up asking if the user wants to redeem the critical reward he won a bit ago. Super hyped by the news, the manager confirms the choice right away. The blue interface glows intensely and releases the powerful True Stellar Fire as a prize for the job well done. Analyzing the radiant item, the guy realizes that exotic flame is perfect for causing a complete rebirth in his divine bird. Wasting no time, he calls the emperor bird and orders the beast to absorb that blazing energy. Answering her master's call, the majestic winged monster steps up fully prepped for the evolution. The creature simply opens its beak and swallows the magic flame whole without breaking a sweat. Right after, the bird starts to glow, absorbing the power and rapidly advancing through the stellar rank levels. The magic growth hits a natural cap, and the little monster lets out a chirp, feeling the power barrier. However, Lu Yu shows pure determination, assuring that in his presence, any limit exists only to be broken. To prove his point, the tamer activates his refinement art to force his partner's evolution. Under the effect of its owner's magic, the emperor bird breaks the barrier and reaches the coveted Dark Moon rank, gaining a destructive skill. Happy with the incredible result, the shopkeeper figures the bird now has the same strength as the demonic dragon. Then little Yu shows up next to him, sweetly commenting she's also about to evolve. The news catches the young man totally off guard, not expecting the girl's advance to be that fast. Focused on the team's training, he holds out his hand and commands the immediate summon of the Tree of Life. Strong greenish energy starts sprouting straight from the virtual world's soil. In a few seconds, the huge mystic plant materializes, dominating the scenery with its welcoming presence. The tamer then gathers his own aura and begins transferring vital power to the creature. Soaking up all that support charge, the majestic tree glows intensely in the middle of the plant. Confused by the energy flow, the spiritual mascot asks what she should be doing right now. He guides the young woman to connect with her main body so she can safely assimilate all that strength. Getting the message perfectly, she nods her head, paying close attention to the commands. The little fairy closes her eyes and starts channeling the nature magic around her. With the link stabilized, the giant plant gains an even brighter glow as it grows. The leaves radiate absurd vitality, filling every corner of the magic space with pure life. After the process, the girl lets him know she hit the max level of the stellar rank and ended up hitting an evolution bottleneck. Determined to fix this problem, Lu Yu accesses the system and trades his points for a rare source of life crystal. The holographic interface confirms the transaction, deducting the seller's accumulated balance. With the valuable item in hand, he hands over the shiny stone, telling his partner to absorb it fast. Fascinated by the gift, the spiritual young woman admires the crystal, amazed by the resource's preciousness. The guy encourages the girl to refine the stone's energy, without hesitating to quickly reach the next tier. Activating her instincts, the mascot begins to pull the vital power concentrated in that mystic object. Immediately, the grand tree undergoes a brutal expansion of strength and vitality. Bathed in the emerald light, Yu absorbs the evolution's effects, feeling all her power scale drastically. The virtual assistant pops up, congratulating the limit break to the Dark Moon rank and the gain of new protective skills. Very proud of the investment, the tamer celebrates that the botanical cultivation was an absolute success. The little girl floats toward him, calling for her master in an extremely sweet voice. Super excited, she gives a little twirl and asks what he thought of her new look. Petting her head affectionately, the MC notices the little one ended up growing a bit taller than before. She playfully jokes, saying that from now on the guy won't need to jump to be able to carry her. Taking advantage of the nice vibe, he quickly hands out the first task, telling the young woman to harvest the spiritual fruits to feed the rest of the team. Super helpful, the partner agrees on the spot and preps to do the botanical work. With a wave of her hands, she activates her magic and makes the tree's flowers bloom magically. At an absurd speed, several dark fruits appear, ready to buff the demonic dragon. On the other side of the branches, crimson flame flowers show up, perfect to nourish the great imperial bird. Checking out the abundance of resources, Lu Yu figures cultivating his beasts in the future will be a much smoother job. The scene cuts to the busy city streets during a very sunny morning. Two classy guys stop on the sidewalk, confirming they finally arrived at the famous mythical shop's address. The younger kid looks at the simple facade and asks if that rundown place really sells quality cubs. Defending the choice, the dad argues director Duan endorsed the business, and buying there will guarantee good odds of getting into the university. Even with the explanation, the young student is stubborn, thinking it's weird the director trusts such an unkempt dump. Annoyed by his son's arrogance, the older man scolds him, telling him to watch his temper so he doesn't offend anyone inside. Entering the establishment, the two customers find the silence weird and complain about the lack of a greeting at the counter. The shop helper pops up right after, welcoming them very politely with a super welcoming posture. The rookie kid gets totally awkward and hypnotized by the employee's stunning beauty. Keeping her focus on the job, the polite young woman asks how she can help the two visitors that morning. Taking the lead in the negotiation, the dad explains he came looking for a battle little monster for his son. Oozing arrogance, the kid brags about awakening a rank B talent and demands an Earth mascot with max stellar potential. The employee politely excuses herself and says she's gonna get the person in charge to handle that demanding request. A few minutes later, the manager appears in the room scratching his head, still half asleep. Being very direct, the MC states up front he doesn't have any beast with the traits the customer asked for. The short answer annoys the student, who accuses the place of being a sham for not even having a stellar-level creature in stock. Oozing total confidence, Lu Yu corrects the kid, pointing out the creatures sold there are on a much higher tier than that. Bothered by the supposed arrogance, the dad raises his voice, telling the seller to cut the crap and show what good stuff he's got. Without losing his calm posture, the young master asks them to wait just a moment longer. In a totally snobby stance, the kid mutters he's dying to see what the big high-level hidden beast is. Returning to the counter, the shopkeeper presents a glowing little glass jar to the customers. Looking inside the container, the student is completely shocked to see the merchandise is just a common earthworm. Driven by anger, the rookie yells indignantly, asking if the manager really expects a future university student to fight using a useless. Flashing his salesman charm, the MC assures that signing a contract with that earthworm could even land a scholarship from the director. The older man loses his patience for good and calls the whole thing crazy, doubting a special scholarship would be handed out over such a pathetic. Keeping his commercial cool, the MC explains the shop has already served several students from the local university, and they all secured full scholarships without exception. The kid's dad totally loses his patience and accuses the seller of falsely using Director Duan's name, thinking the scholarship story is a ridiculous lie. Jumping into the mess, the snobby student complains the shopkeeper is trying to trick him into signing a contract with a useless earthworm, asking who would pay for that loss. Tired of all the ignorance, Lu Yu frowns and clarifies the bug has the Earth Dragon's bloodline, telling them they can leave if they can't recognize the merchandise. The explanation makes the rookie even more furious, pointing his finger, calling the manager a liar for making up a story with a species extinct a long time ago. In a fit of rage, the customer snatches the glass jar from the seller's hand, threatening to crush the creature right there to test if there's any dragon blood in it. Before the worst could happen, the shop employee firmly grabs the kid's wrist and politely asks him not to damage the establishment's products. Staring the guy down quite intimidatingly, the helper leaves a clear warning that she won't hesitate to use force if he keeps causing trouble. Giving the troublemaker no time to react, she squeezes his arm very hard and causes immense pain instantly. With the impact of the aggressive defense, a shrill scream of agony echoes through the neighborhood, shattering the commercial street's calm. Now freed, the student backs away, holding his injured wrist and whining in pain, while his dad watches the scene completely shocked. Realizing the real danger of the situation, the dad sweats cold and screams, telling his own son to shut up. Without a second thought, the veteran lands a ringing slap on the young man's face and calls him irresponsible for causing so much trouble. Massaging his red cheek from the hit, the rookie is totally confused and asks why he got assaulted like that. Pointing his finger, completely terrified, the man throws it in his face that the kid only awakened a rank B talent and is already acting with unbearable arrogance. Oozing a scary aura and with glowing eyes, the girl keeps a threatening posture while the man asks if his son knows she has a rank S gift. Completely in shock at the revelation, the dad shrinks down, sweating cold, and wonders how someone so formidable works as a simple assistant in a place like that. Changing his attitude right away, the customer bows before Lu Yu, apologizing for the ignorance and guaranteeing he'll buy the earthworm for whatever price. Holding the glass jar in a relaxed way, the manager refuses the offer, pointing to his own head and letting them know the product is no longer for sale. Seeing the situation resolved, the employee lowers her eyes and apologizes to the boss, admitting she acted on pure impulse. Patting her head to calm the young woman down, the seller shows kindness, stating she's not at fault at all for all that mess. Bothered by her own strength, the maid confesses she hurt the customer's hand, but the MC quickly dismisses the problem, assuring the kid deserved the punishment. Being very understanding, he asks the helper to forget the whole thing and stop carrying so much guilt on her back because of arrogant people. At that moment, the tamer's grand black dragon lands at the shop's door, and the master suggests the helper take a ride on the beast to clear her head. The idea fills the employee with pure happiness, who thanks him immensely for the huge opportunity to fly on the monster. Already outside, the dad panics, recognizing the immense scaly beast, remembering that was the powerful matriarch's main mystic creature. Consumed by irritation, Lu Yu releases an intimidating energy and orders the two intruders to get out of the establishment since they aren't going to do business. Trembling with dread in front of that oppressive aura, the dad throws his hands up, surrendering, begging the young shopkeeper not to get mad. In an act of pure despair, the veteran strikes his own son's legs, ordering the troublemaker to kneel on the ground immediately. The kid drops down, protecting himself while getting scolded more by his dad, who blames his own lack of discipline for raising such a spoiled young man. Trying to save their own lives, the dad pulls a small box from his pocket, offering a valuable diamond drink resource as an official apology. Analyzing the item, Lu Yu concludes that elemental earthstone would be perfect to speed up the cultivation of the mystic plants in his taming space. Driven by profit, the manager gladly accepts the bribe and tells the man to keep his own son in check from that moment on. With a huge sigh of relief, the dad carries the student in his arms, thanking him for the mercy and promising to never bother the shopkeeper again. Without looking back, the duo quickly walks away down the quiet and brightly lit streets of the big city. Tossed on his dad's back, the rookie grumbles unsatisfied, asking the reason for so much humiliation just because he wanted to confirm that earthworm's bloodline. The kid's ignorance earns him another smack on the back of the head, making the student groan in pain without grasping the severity of the problem. With his nerves shot, the dad loses it and asks if his son thinks a Radiant Sun-level tamer can act like an idiot without facing consequences. The image of the tamer's scary aura pops into the veteran's mind, who confesses sweating cold that the guy's strength is on a much higher tier than his. Resuming the walk, the dad regrets the disaster and warns the student lost his big chance to change his life by rejecting that creature's offer. Looking for an alternate solution, the man gulps and mentions a major trading company will hold a big auction in 3 days. He swears to take the young man to try to buy a decent beast at the event, ordering the troublemaker to stay locked at home, reflecting on his own stupidity. The narrative jumps forward in time, showing the mythical business catching the sun's rays 3 days after the incident, while Lu Yu walks into the place announcing his return. The dedicated employee welcomes her boss very happily, praising his hard work and offering a snack to recharge his energy. Soon she places a delicate porcelain cup on the counter, serving a steaming green spiritual tea for the young master. Sitting at the table enjoying the drink, he listens to the helper talk about the exhausting job of helping so many important customers and training the Luo family's beasts during the week. Wiping his mouth with his hand, the tamer lets out a heavy sigh, confessing it'd be a huge lie to say he isn't tired of so much hustling. However, he projects the system's blue interface and euphorically celebrates the 3,000 points racked up with all those training sessions. Looking at the magic screen, the seller gets pumped, seeing his bank account also took a giant leap and has already hit the millions of credits mark. Focused on the team's progress, the guy concludes unlocking the 4th mascot slot is close, but regrets that demigod-level monsters cost 5,000 points and his balance still isn't enough. Interrupting the morning's calm, a luxury car pulls up smoothly on the sidewalk in front of the commercial establishment. The vehicle's doors open and Professor Liu steps out straight onto the sunny street. Walking into the shop oozing confidence, the customer approaches the counter and greets the manager, stating it's been a long time since her last visit. The approach leaves Lu Yu and his employee totally confused, making the shopkeeper weirdly ask if they hadn't just met a few days ago. Trying to guess the woman's intention, the MC crosses his arms, asking if she also came there looking for evolution services for her own mascot. Flashing a seductive charm, the professor puts her finger to her lips and suggestively asks if it's forbidden to visit the place for non-professional reasons. The manager runs a hand through his hair and casually lets her know he took the chance to wash the clothes she left behind on her last visit, promising to give it all back squeaky clean. Caught completely off guard by the unexpected kindness, the customer turns her face completely flushed and thanks the guy's gesture quietly. Getting right down to business, the visitor summons 3 little elemental dragons and asks if the young master can cultivate all of them at once. Keeping his cool, the seller waves his hand, confirming the job is super easy, and asks her to wait just a second. Wasting no time, the MC guides the 3 little floating dragons toward the back of the shop, telling the little critters to follow him. Watching the guy walk away with the little monsters, Professor Liu shows a love-struck look, completely charmed by his way. Spotting the admiration, the employee steps close to the customer and guarantees the shopkeeper's cultivation methods won't let her expectations down. Suddenly, a boom echoes outside as a gigantic and aggressive wind vulture tears through the skies, flying over the buildings in the area. The helper goes wide-eyed, staring at the beast through the display window, recognizing the animal as the dangerous foreign empire's battle signature. Sweating cold at the unusual discovery, the girl murmurs, scared, asking if some formidable foreigner is coming to attack the city. Right after, veteran Liu Yehong storms into the establishment sporting a scowling and intimidating look. Giving off an authoritative posture, the old man glares at his niece and demands to know how she had the nerve to ignore the clan leader's orders. Consumed by anger, the professor fires back loudly, stating she will not accept being used as a bargaining chip for an arranged marriage again. The old man points his finger in her face, putting the blame on her for only awakening a rank of power, demanding the woman do her duty of marrying into the allied family as an honor. Feeling disgusted by the manipulation, the customer throws it in the old man's face that she was kicked out of the house, and now they want to reel her back in just because they need a political pawn. Raising her voice and unleashing an intimidating aura of flames, the tamer challenges her relative, asking what their attitude would be if she possessed an S rating. Immediately, a grand fire dragon appears, roaring overwhelmingly behind the professor, catching the invader completely by surprise. Shock takes over the old man, who widens his eyes, unable to believe the woman's magic power really reached the peak. But the surprise turns into greed, and the veteran creates a huge containment barrier, claiming that with that crushing strength, they no longer need to bow before anyone. Keeping an unshakable and confident posture facing the magic barrier, Professor Liu stares at the veteran and coldly asks what the problem would be with all that. The old man points his finger, demanding she come back home with him, promising that if she accepts the offer, she'll be crowned the family's next official leader. Completely resolved, the woman shoots back, immediately letting him know she's totally cut ties with that annoying clan and has no plans to go back on it. Bothered by the rebellion, the man questions if she's really going to defy the family, warning that without that support she'd never be able to sign a contract with a giant dragon species. Pressured by the weight of that threat that would cap her future, the instructor hesitates for a brief moment and doesn't know what to answer. Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps breaks the establishment's tense mood, while a voice catches the invader's attention. Stepping up to the plate, Lu Yu stands next to the customer and ironically asks who made up that rule that only that specific clan gets access to the big dragons. The veteran glares at the nosy kid, demanding to know who he is, and the woman quickly introduces him as the manager running that shop. Oozing arrogance, the old man mocks, questioning how a nobody at that level could grasp the true strength and exclusivity of the dragon bloodline. Showing total confidence, the MC just counters the taunt, casually asking if those beasts really are all that strong. To prove his point, the seller snaps his fingers and simultaneously summons 3 gigantic and imposing elemental dragons in the middle of the room. The sight of those massive creatures leaves the gray-haired man totally dazed, who screams in shock, wanting to understand how a kid has so many calamities at the same time. Keeping his commercial cool, the tamer gestures, explaining those beasts don't belong to him, being actually the professor's new magic partners. Stunned by the revelation, the veteran points at the woman and asks if the shopkeeper is playing some kind of sick joke, but the guy denies the prank on the spot. To confirm the product's legitimacy, the imposing blue beast reveals itself as a steel dragon that already packs a formidable potential, nearing the max level of the king rank. Right after, the immense golden monster also shows off all its glory, proving to be an earth dragon sitting at the 8th level of the same tier. Rounding out the overwhelming trio, the scarlet beast roars, proving it's a celestial flame dragon already locked in at the absolute 10th level of the king rank. Totally amazed by the lightning-fast training's result, the creature's owner murmurs softly, completely enchanted by so much power. The veteran goes into panic mode and yells that's impossible, recalling the family's records guaranteed those species would never reach such high potential. Calling the old man shallow, the manager keeps his pose and reveals the 3 beasts now have the divine dragon's bloodline running through their veins. The info leaves the gray-haired man even more terrified, who screams back, doubting a divine entity would let direct heirs roam the mortal world. Without losing his calm, the MC gestures, pointing out he never called the animals direct descendants, clarifying they were just sub-dragons with a trace of impure blood. Going deeper into the explanation of his service, he details he only purified this small hidden essence, forcing the magic evolution that spawned these new gigantic forms. The invader sweats cold and widens his eyes, trying to process in his own mind how a botanical and genetic miracle of that level could be the least bit real. Turning his back to the unwanted customer, the shopkeeper states the family's lack of imagination doesn't stop his shop from pulling off grand feats every day. Putting the pieces of that formidable evolution together, the old man shakily points at his niece, realizing she just signed a contract with 3 near-divine level beasts. Showing contagious joy, the professor agrees right away and admits she owes a massive thanks to the commercial manager for all his help. Flipping his attitude in the blink of an eye, the veteran starts begging pathetically, blaming her dad for the old abuse and pleading for the woman to return to the clan. Watching the little act up close, Lu Yu openly mocks, asking if that was the classic scene of taking back the tossed-away pawn just because they got incredibly strong. Standing firm in her convictions, the instructor closes her eyes with total contempt and coldly decrees she will never set foot in that family again. Exuding a dark aura and pure determination in her eyes, the tamer lets him know that no matter how much time passes in the future, her choice to walk away will remain unchanged forever.